The world is in ruins. Everything around is engulfed in flames. Nature is dying. The once vibrant, bustling city has been plunged into darkness. The scene was littered with mangled and crushed bodies everywhere you looked. There is nothing left in this world. An armed warrior bent over the body of a fallen man. The warrior asked the loser why everyone had to die by his hand. The heavenly demon lay on the ground. He was the one who had destroyed the world. A voice from the side said that the awakened Lee Shin-hyuk had done a good job. The young man looked back and saw Vega standing before him. The star Vega was the goddess of Arfa. She said that Lee Shin-hyuk had destroyed the heavenly demon and saved the world. The young man asked again, "Did Vega really say that I saved this world?" Lee Shin-hyuk shouted that he didn't want to hear that. Could this really be called a salvation? The young man pointed out that they had all perished at the hands of that monster. 10 years ago, gates leading to outer space suddenly appeared all over the world. Unidentified monsters poured out of these gates. The world suddenly turned into hell. People were terrified. More than half of the Earth's territory was overrun by monsters. Gods known as constellations appeared. They bestowed upon humanity the stigmata, which were the zodiac signs of each constellation. This gave them the power to fight the monsters. Thus, those who realized the stars appeared. Such people came to be called the Awakened. The Awakened became humanity's hope. The world was filled with light once more. That was until the heavenly demon, Kwan O-jin, appeared. At first, he was an ordinary awakened one. But the power of the black sky, which O-jin received after his awakening, could absorb the stigmata bestowed by the gods. With this power, he absorbed the stigmata of countless awakened ones and even the constellations themselves, the owners of the stigmata. Tens of thousands of awakened joined forces to destroy this terrifying monster, the heavenly demon. Even rival constellations joined hands. This monster single-handedly destroyed thousands of people by devouring their stigmata. Merciful apostles and brave warriors, even noble constellations, all were devoured. They all perished at the hands of this monster. The result was the end of the world. Vega noticed that in the end, the heavenly demon had perished. The awakened Lee Shin-hyuk dealt with him. Vega added that Lee Shin-hyuk had destroyed the heavenly demon. His wish would be granted in accordance with the Oath of the Stars. The Oath of the Stars is an oath that can only be made by the constellations of the North Star. It is capable of granting any wish. Lee Shin-hyuk said that in that case he wanted to go back. He needed to be sent back to the past. Vega asked, "Do you really want to go back in time? Do you really want to relive that terrible past again? Perhaps an even more painful and desperate future awaits you?" Lee Shin-hyuk declared that he knew that, but this time everything would be different. A regressor is the only being that goes against the fate of the world. It can rewrite history with a predetermined ending. Lee Shin-hyuk declared that he would change it. Vega agreed. According to the Oath of the Stars, she will send the young man back to the past. Lee Shin-hyuk asked Vega to grant him the stigma. Vega said that this stigma is unbearable for a human. Even the heavenly demon was unable to obtain it until the very end. Vega added that Lee Shin-hyuk is the savior and believes he is different from others. Lee Shin-hyuk replied that if he couldn't even do that, then there was no reason to go back in the first place. Vega knew this well. The goddess said that the moment the young man travels to the past as per his oath, she will grant him the stigma and descend to him in person. Lee Shin-hyuk pointed out that if he returns to the past, his memories will disappear. Vega agreed. Although she might not be able to remember him then, if he has her stigma, she will realize in the past that he is a regressor who has returned. Furthermore, if Lee Shin-hyuk withstands her stigma, her past self will make him an apostle. Becoming an apostle of Vega, one of the polar stars, was something many awakened ones longed for. Now the preparations are complete. The young man decided he must memorize the heavenly demon's face well. There are many ways to find out where he first registered as an awakened one. Lee Shin-hyuk decided he would definitely destroy the one who took everything from him. Vega said that in that case, she would immediately begin fulfilling her promise. The young man must be cautious. He is a star defying fate. The stigma is located in the body of the awakened Lee Shin-hyuk. Vega's stigmata remain, while Pixis's existing stigmata disappear. A warning appeared that the power of the stigmata was too great. Lee Shin-hyuk's awakening had failed. Lee Yu-hyuk's younger brother was powerful enough to be chosen. The young man didn't understand why this had been given to him. What had his brother done wrong? Perhaps if he hadn't abandoned him back then, this wouldn't have happened. The young man thought he had seen that face somewhere before. A message came in that the man had entered energy deflection mode. The young man was surprised. Why was he acting this way? Why did that voice sound so familiar? Lee Shin-hyuk asked the man if he was okay. The young man realized that the heavenly demon was standing before him. Could this really be possible? The heavenly demon had simply appeared before him. The energy deviation intensified due to strong emotional fluctuations. Lee Shin-hyuk began coughing violently, and blood flowed from his mouth. Why was the heavenly demon standing in front of him? The energy fluctuation sent the star Vega into berserk mode. The odds of survival were 1 in 10,000. In the end, the young man didn't get that chance. The awakened Lee Shin-hyuk died. But wasn't he supposed to die after they destroyed everyone? Monsters appeared nearby. The young man was at a loss. He was an awakened one. What was he supposed to do now? The boy surmised that the deceased might have had something on him. He was, of course, an awakened one. But the young man hoped that the other hadn't come here empty-handed. There was a stigmata on the dead man's body. Though the young man had never heard of such a thing, he placed his hand on the stigmata. The first enlightenment of the black skies began. The young man was surprised. What on earth was this? The black heavens absorbed the stigma of the star Vega. The power of the stigma was altered to match the star of the black heavens' enlightenment. The young man felt unbearable pain. It was like hell. Was it really over? The stigma of the star Vega was completely absorbed. A system window appeared. The young man was surprised. Couldn't only the awakened see it? Vega said that this stigma had belonged to that guy. She was certain she had sensed the power of her stigmata here. Vega said that the young man possessed her stigma, which she had never bestowed upon anyone before. The goddess said that he was the sinful star, defying fate. The only one who could save a world doomed to destruction. Vega said that he was a regressor. The boy was surprised. Could this really be true? What was he supposed to do with this now? The rising star and the only savior of this world, the young man had regressed. But what does that mean? How is that possible? He had never done anything like that. As an ordinary person, Kwon Oh-jin must know his place. The man added that it was extremely easy to fool people. You just had to show them what they wanted to see and tell them what they wanted to hear. The man smiled and asked if Kwon Oh-jin could handle it. The young man smirked and gave the man the middle finger. 8-year-old Kwon Oh-jin's childhood was quite sad. After that, the young man was beaten. The man said he would ask again, what was their shelter like? The boy flipped him off again and said it was a good place. The man got angry and said he had been kind up until then, but today Kwon Oh-jin had really pissed him off. Did he want to die? The girl standing nearby told the bald man to stop harassing the boy. She struck the man in his most vulnerable spot. The bald man collapsed to the floor in pain. The girl took Kwon Oh-jin by the hand and said they were leaving. The man shouted that they had better not dare leave this room. Sun Ha-yoon turned around and asked if Kwon Oh-jin was okay. This girl was his only source of strength and support in such a hellish place. The boy told the adults that their director was a wonderful person. There was meat at every meal. Looking at the orphanage director, who would do anything to cover his tracks, Kwon Oh-jin kept telling himself he wouldn't meet such a pitiful end in a place like this. That's when it all began. Gates opened in the earth, and monsters the young man had never heard of in his life began to emerge from them. Even as the earth turned into hell, constellations possessing the power of the zodiac signs appeared. Metal people began to appear, the awakened, who had received the stigmata of the constellations. The young man deceived these metal people and profited from it, simply because it was easier to survive among them. Kwon Oh-jin praised him and said it was excellent work. His colleague noted that Kwon Oh-jin had also done well and asked if he would come to the next gate. Kwon Oh-jin clung to others like a leech, deceived the metal people, and reaped the rewards of his efforts. The young man pretended to be a high-ranking person, formed a team, and then took most of the loot and fled. That day, just like any other, he planned to start a new scam. Lee Shin-hyuk, Pixis, asked the young man if he was a disciple of Aquarius, one of the 12 zodiac signs. Kwon Oh-jin replied that there was no need to be so surprised. Even though he was one of the 12 constellations, he was still a single-star constellation. Kwon Oh-jin had become the perfect con artist. Lee Shin-hyuk declared that he was a disciple of Pisces, so compared to the zodiac signs, he was simply nothing. Kwon Oh-jin said that a disciple of Pisces was a stigma that controlled direction and orientation. Kwon Oh-jin thought it was time to start the hunt now that he'd found his prey. The guy told his conversation partner his name, Kwon Jin-oh. He suggested forming a team since fate had brought them together. Just in case, he used a fake name. Lee Shin-hyuk also gave his name. He agreed to form a team, but asked why Kwon Jin-oh wanted to work with him specifically. Kwon Jin-oh replied that he felt awkward saying it, but he still had trouble controlling his stigma. That's why, even though he'd been awakened for a year, he had only 1 star. Kwon Jin-oh said he felt awkward, but suggested his companion take a look at his mark. It was the mark of the 12 zodiac signs. Kwon Jin-ho had created this stigma in the shape of a sword himself when he decided to take up deception. He had gone through hell to create it. Kwon Jin-ho had a good feeling about this. He said that even though these were low-rank gates, the competition here was fierce, so they needed to be careful. Lee Shin-hyuk agreed. After entering the dungeon through the gate, Kwon Jin-ho said that in that case he would create a buff before the battle. Monsters appeared before the young people. The mini-diode was activated. The zodiac sign was Aquarius. Kwon Jin-ho summoned light to dispel the darkness for his apprentice and activated Lake Aurora. He scattered glass and fluorescent powder. The effects took hold. Lee Shin-hyuk noticed that this was indeed the power of Aquarius he had heard about. His body grew warmer, as if every cell were awakening. Kwon Jin-ho thought that this guy had swallowed the glass dust and that he might feel sick later. Lee Shin-hyuk thanked Kwon Jin-ho for the boost and said he would now show off his skills. Lee Shin-hyuk declared that his body now felt much lighter and attacked the monsters. Kwon Jin-ho thought that Lee Shin-hyuk had decent skills. The protagonist noted that in that case, he would have the mirror crystals. Kwon Jin-ho decided that this guy was far better than anyone he had met before. At this rate, he could earn up to 300,000 coins. The protagonist couldn't let an item that could be imbued with the power of the stigmata fall into the wrong hands. Mirror crystals. At that moment, Kwon Jin-ho thought he'd hit the jackpot, but he didn't notice the silence around him at all. Suddenly, monsters appeared around the young people. But why were there so many of them? Lee Shin-hyuk told his companion that they needed to retreat. Kwon Jin had spent several years in similar low-level portals, but he had never seen so many monsters. What was going on? The young men decided to retreat and move to a safer position. However, the monsters were fast and kept right on their heels. Kwon Deok-jin was surprised. Why was Lee Shin-hyuk looking back and giving him a strange look? Suddenly, Lee Shin-hyuk, who had been running ahead, managed to kick Kwon Jin-ho in the head. Lee Shin-hyuk turned around, apologized, and said he was very sorry. The protagonist cursed loudly. What was all this about? Kwon Jin-ho fell to the ground. Lee Shin-hyuk kept running away, trying to escape the monsters. Lee Shin-hyuk said that otherwise they would both have died. In that case, why should Kwon Jin-ho be the one to survive? At that moment, something extremely unexpected happened. Lee Shin-hyuk stopped, clutched his stomach, and his body began to glow. Kwon Jin didn't understand what was happening. What had happened to this guy? What if he died here? Did he have anything at all? Kwon Jin saw a stigma on his companion's body that he had never seen before. Could this be Lyra? So he isn't a Pixis. The first intensification of the black sky had begun. Suddenly something appeared. A regressor. So this was a person who had returned to the past? A goddess appeared before the young man. The protagonist thought he needed to forget everything, because in 5 minutes, monsters might tear him to pieces. Kwon Jin was certain that Lee Shin-hyuk had said he possessed a stigma that no one else had. Kwon Jin had never seen the stigmata that appeared on the left side of his chest before. He was certain that this was Lee Shin-hyuk's stigmata. The young man wasn't sure why this had happened, but he used the power of the black sky and absorbed the stigmata of the deceased Lee Shin-hyuk. It was not Pixis' stigmata, but Lyra's. In that case, Lee Shin-hyuk was a regressor. The phenomenon of that blue lightning, which appeared just before his death, occurred after Kwon Jin absorbed his stigmata. Lee Shin-hyuk, a regressor, could not handle the stigma and died. At that very moment, the power of the black sky was activated, and his stigma passed to Kwon Jin. Thus, the protagonist received Lee Shin-hyuk's mark. The woman asked the young man if he was a regressor and why he wasn't answering. She was certain she had sensed the sinful star. The young man said she was right. Kwon Jin had no idea what the black sky or the sinful star were. He didn't even know the name of the goddess standing before him. However, in order to survive, Kwon Jin said he was a regressor. The protagonist decided he would have to become one, even if it meant deceiving a god. The goddess said she knew. This guy was the sinful star. Kwon Jin realized she believed him, a transcendent being possessing power that an ordinary person could not even dream of, and he had deceived such a being. The goddess said she wanted to discuss the details of this young man's future. She added that these monsters were currently getting in her way. The woman said she would eagerly await the moment to witness the power of the sinful star. The monsters were acting aggressively, and that didn't bode well. Kwon Jin told the goddess that he would get rid of them right now. The young man was puzzled. Did she really want him to prove his power? Kwon Jin activated his weapon and prepared for battle. He had no other choice. Energy surged through Kwon Jin. His body became as light as a feather. He might be a low-level star, but he possessed the body of an awakened one. During the battle with the monsters, Kwon Jin pleasantly surprised the goddess. The young man himself didn't understand why fighting them had been so easy. He had acquired the 4th level Pixis spear art. The boy didn't understand what was happening to him. What was wrong with his head? He couldn't go on like this. If he stopped here, he would never be able to catch up to Lee Woo-hyuk. Kwon Oh-jin saw someone else's memories. The protagonist assumed these memories came from Lee Shin-hyuk's mind, but he had a scar he hadn't seen before. It seemed these weren't memories from the past. So were they memories from a past life? Memories from the future? On top of that, the protagonist had acquired Pixis's abilities. But could someone awakened by the first star really be that strong? The monsters were destroyed. As far as the young man could remember, they used to be weaker. The goddess told this guy to stop. Did he put on a show to entertain her? The goddess asked, if that wasn't the case, then why wasn't he using the stigma? Kwon Oh-jin was surprised. Was the goddess really saying that all this time he had been strong enough even without the stigma? The goddess suggested that even a regressor would find it difficult to use a new stigma. It must be like being in the body of a child who is just learning to walk. Kwon Oh-jin realized that the goddess had figured it all out herself. Our hero couldn't pass up such an opportunity. He said that he really did feel as if he were in the body of a baby. The goddess smiled and declared that in that case, she must help the baby take his first steps. The goddess Vega blessed the young man. The prophecy of Lyra's stigmata was temporarily amplified. Kwon Oh-jin thought he had heard that name before. Vega. Kwon Oh-jin felt a surge of strength. He said that the goddess could at least have warned him about this. A new wave of monsters was already on its way. The young man activated level 1, Blue Thunder, and all the monsters were wiped out with a single strike. The boy thought that someone awakened by the first star wasn't capable of such a feat. He'd need to reach at least the 2nd or 3rd star to try to repeat something like that. Kwon Oh-jin asked what Lyra's stigma was. The goddess said that this guy was indeed a regressor. He was gaining power quite quickly. Kwon Oh-jin wondered, could this really be the Weaver Star? Could it really be the real Vega? The goddess asked if he had summoned her. There are hundreds of constellations and they are all great, but even among them, there are strong and weak ones. The power of the awakened also depends on the rank of the constellation. Among them are supreme beings whom even the 12 zodiac signs dare not look down upon. Polaris, Deneb, Vega. One of the greatest constellations, Vega, so far surpasses the rest that they dare not raise their heads in her presence. Kwon Oh-jin couldn't believe that Vega was now standing right next to him. The goddess asked the regressor what was wrong. The young man thought his end had come. After all, he had just deceived Vega. Maybe he should confess to her that he hadn't gone back in time and had lied because he was scared. But he had already gone too far. Kwon Oh-jin decided since he had started, he had to see it through to the end. He would continue to deceive the goddess at any cost. The protagonist said he had missed Vega. The goddess was surprised. The young man took her hands and said that it was him, Kwon Oh-jin. He had thought they would never see each other again, and now he felt relieved. Vega was surprised and asked what kind of relationship they had in the future. The protagonist realized that everything was going his way and asked if that meant the goddess didn't remember him. Kwon Oh-jin wore an expression as if he had been through a lot. The guy promised he would tell her everything in the future. Vega said she understood everything. Would she really be destroyed in the end? Kwon Oh-jin was surprised. What was she talking about? What did "in the end" mean? The goddess added that she understood everything. Probably all the constellations, including hers, would be swallowed up by the darkness of the black sky. That was how fate had decreed it. Kwon Oh-jin continued to pretend he understood everything and nodded meaningfully. Kwon Oh-jin caught himself and asked, "Did she say black skies?" The goddess replied that if they did not stop him, the world would once again head down the path of destruction. The protagonist realized that the goddess was referring to his ability. Could he really destroy the entire world? The first blossoming of the black heavens had begun. Kwon Oh-jin said that he had, after all, returned. Kwon Oh-jin swore that the black skies would not consume the goddess. He added that he would protect Vega. The young man desperately wanted the goddess to agree. Vega said the awakened Kwon Oh-jin is a rising star who will challenge fate. Her light will illuminate his difficult path. Vega, the Weaver Star, appointed the young man as her apostle. The black heavens are absorbing the mana from the stigmata. The conditions for the black heavens to flourish have been met. Vega looked at Lee Shin-hyuk's body and asked who this child was. kwon Oh-jin은 이 소년을 굳은 악당으로 묘사했다. 그는 이 소년이 무고한 사람들을 훔친 흉악한 범죄자라고 생각했다. 그는 이 소년이 무고한 사람들을 훔친 흉악한 범죄자라고 생각했다. The goddess said that the young man was acting like a true regressor. He wanted to prevent the atrocities that would occur in the future. Only he was capable of such a thing. The goddess said that the young man must remember one more thing. She would have liked to talk more, but the restrictions of the commandments had already begun to take effect. Kwon was surprised. What was she talking about? Vega said that she had blessed him earlier, and that was a violation of the commandments, albeit an indirect one. She is bound by these commandments and cannot interfere in the affairs of this world. Vega declared that it was time for her to leave. In a week, the regressor must come to her sanctuary. They would continue their conversation there. Kwon didn't understand what was happening. Strange events followed one after another, and it was driving him crazy. The young man couldn't believe he had received the stigma of the northern constellation. It must be very valuable. Kwon looked at Lee Shin-hyuk's body and thought that this guy had changed his life. He was grateful to him for that. Kwon ordered 2 large takeout meals. This time, the burgers seemed expensive to him. The young man walked into the house and said he was back. The girl, as always, was lying in bed. She said that this time the guy had been a little late. It was Song Hyun, the girl who had become his only support in his life as an orphan. Sun Hyun said that since he was already there, he might as well treat her to a cigarette. Kwon replied that she had started talking nonsense the moment he walked in. Sun Hyun said that Kwon shouldn't talk to his older sister goddess like that. The girl added that she was 2 years older than him, which meant she was his older sister. Kwon said he had brought some burgers and wanted to treat Hyun. Sun Hyun was a bearer of the stigma, but her right leg was injured, and she had gone blind in both eyes. In the end, he was the only one who took care of her, just like in the good old days. Nevertheless, their relationship had endured all along, both at the orphanage and after they left it. Sun Hyun tried the burger and said it was very tasty. Kwon clarified that he had brought it from a restaurant, not a street fast food stand. Kwon added that he had earned the money, so now they could afford such a meal. This doesn't mean the young man didn't have any money. However, he wanted to save up even more until something came along that he could spend his savings on. Kwon told the girl that she had sauce on her mouth. Sun Hyun asked irritably, "Don't you want to tell me exactly where?" Kwon replied that she should just eat and not pay attention to it, since it didn't matter. Left alone, the young man studied the list of innate abilities. At first, the black heavens had nothing to do with that guy's regression, but our hero was sure there was a connection. Vega said that the kindness that would take hold of the black skies would destroy the world. If that was the case, then in the future, he would bring ruin to the world. What had happened to him in his first life? It didn't matter what it was, but Kwon couldn't let that happen. When they caught him, the black skies would already be in his possession. It would turn out that he wasn't a regressor, but an outsider who had been branded as one. But why was he given this? And the main question, what should he do now? What does he need to do to look like a regressor? If he gains recognition as a regressor, he'll remain above suspicion. To do that, he needs to hurry and raise his liar level. Next week, he needs to make it into the top 2. Kwon believed he was already overflowing with the stigma's mana. All that remained was to learn how to control it. Tomorrow, he needed to head to the gates. The protagonist was about to go to sleep when a message came in on his smartphone. The young man read the news, which reported an outbreak of anomalies. There was a possibility of mutants appearing. In any case, he had to head to the gates tomorrow. The young man knew that ants travel in groups. There was nothing surprising about that. However, this time, they were mutants. Monsters that had mutated too quickly. Depending on the situation, there were cases where they began to differ from their natural forms. The forms of the mutants were much stronger than their usual ones. These were monsters that a 1-star stigmata couldn't defeat. Back when Kwon was fighting off the monsters near Lee Shin-hyuk's body, the young man didn't see their tracks. Maybe he just missed them, but at the time he wasn't worried about them. Upon receiving this news report, the protagonist decided that his destination was set. Those eager to hunt monsters were already gathering in the forest. One of the girls announced that she was a 2-star stigmatist and invited him to join her. There were others with similar offers. Kwon was surprised because the news had reported that one shouldn't approach this place, yet now there were more people here than usual. Could it be because mutant crystals are so expensive? The protagonist had initially thought about joining someone, but now he decided to act on his own. He didn't want to share the profits with anyone. Kwon gripped his weapon tightly and set out on a monster hunt. The protagonist attacked the nearest monster and said that now it wouldn't get away. It was its own fault for coming so close. It would have to pay for this. During the fight, the young man realized that his physical abilities were superior to what they had been at level 1. Ants usually weigh up to 80 kilograms. They aren't that easy to defeat. In any case, there were plenty of monsters in this area. From each monster, the young man extracted mutant crystals. Kwon Jin extracted a crystal from yet another monster, one that at first glance could be worth up to 800,000. That was exactly why everyone wanted to become a stigmata. The protagonist looked back and saw a mutant that had clearly been drawn by the scent of his friend's blood. The beast growled menacingly and lunged at the man. Kwon Jin was surprised. Was this monster really going to attack him right away? Apparently, it wasn't afraid of anything at all. Kwon Jin said that in that case, he would show this beast what he was capable of. The young man swung his spear. A first-level lightning strike was activated. The weapon hit its target. The young man assumed that the monster had definitely been injured. However, it was much more serious than that. The monster was destroyed with a single blow. Kwon Jin told the other monsters that they would have to give him the mer crystals anyway. The young man saw that his liar stigma had risen to the second level. The protagonist had expected to level up faster, since he now had more mana from the stigma. But reaching the second star in a single day was incredibly impressive. He could feel the power coursing through him. Kwon Jin decided he would quickly take what he needed and leave. However, strangers appeared. One of these people asked, "Did that guy really catch a mutant? He's pretty good if he managed it alone." The strangers said they were 3-star disciples of the Venatisi staff. Kwon Jin thought it was impossible for third-level students to come to such a low-level gate. Were they really here for the mutants? Besides, it was practically written on their foreheads that they were thieves. One of the young men wondered, "Weren't these the monsters we let slip away earlier? That's pretty bad." Kwon Jin was convinced that they were thieves after all. The protagonist decided he definitely had no choice now. The young man dropped to his knees, apologized, and said he hadn't known any of this. Kwon Jin even started crying and added that he would hand them over. The stranger smiled and replied that the boy had caught on quickly. The young men decided to step aside and talk. Kwon Jin took advantage of the element of surprise and thrust a spear straight into one of the thieves' backs, piercing his body right through. The protagonist laughed and said he couldn't be fooled. He had recognized these crooks right away. The surviving young man grabbed his weapon and lunged at our hero. He shouted that this guy had completely lost his mind. Kwon Jin dodged effectively, and the attacker missed. The stranger understood everything and said that it turned out this guy had been deliberately hiding his strength. After all, he turned out to be quite fast. Kwon Jin replied that it wasn't difficult, since he was facing nothing but a bunch of weaklings. After a while, our hero dealt with the attacker and noted that it had finally gone quiet. The young man decided that he could now safely return to collecting crystals. The protagonist surmised that the black skies must grow stronger when they absorb other stigmata. Kwon Jin decided to give it a try, but he knew it would be bad if anyone found out. He didn't want Vega to find out about it. Kwon Jin couldn't resist and placed his hand on the spot on the defeated man's body where the stigma was located. The process was set in motion. Black skies absorbed the Venatisi Kani stigma. The young man had fulfilled the requirements for the second level of black skies. The protagonist's body began to emit lightning, and he shook all over. After a while, our hero opened his eyes and saw a man standing before him who said that the boy had finally woken up. Kwon Jin realized he was in a hospital, but how long had he been unconscious? The man said that the young man was indeed in the hospital and had been unconscious for 2 weeks. Kwon Jin was surprised. Could these be Lee Shin-hyuk's memories again? The man asked why this guy had walked through the gate again without saying a word to them. Lee Shin-hyuk apologized to Lee Woo-hyuk. He thought everything would be fine since he had his first star. A girl entered the room and asked if the guildmaster had a moment. The assistant reported that a new gate had opened in Mokdong on 15th Street. It seemed that Chang Hyun had found a holy relic there. The girl noticed that Chang Hyun had said something a little strange. Lee Shin-hyuk began to lose consciousness again. Kwon Jin thought that Lee Shin-hyuk's memories were still surfacing in his mind. The protagonist successfully inherited a portion of Lee Shin-hyuk's memories. The Pixis spear skill had risen to level 5. Kwon Jin thought that the more enlightened he became, the more of Lee Shin-hyuk's memories he received. Holy relics are objects that hold the power of the stars within them. Some of them are so powerful that they bridge the gap between the first and second stars. It turns out that a holy relic will appear in Mokdong in 8 days. The protagonist decided that this was very useful information. Kwon Jin saw another way to use this information. The young man asked for an estimate of the value of the mirror crystals. The price seemed unreasonable to him, but he had no choice. It was better than nothing. The manager asked the young man which constellation he was associated with. Kwon Jin replied, "Lyra." The manager couldn't believe her ears and asked the young man to repeat it. Kwon Jin spelled it out, Lyra. The manager, extremely nervous, told the young man to hurry up. Kwon Jin had actually expected her to react that way. It would have been nice to get more information for the future, but that would have been too foolish. Kwon Jin decided that fame really was power. He was asked to wait in the VIP area. The protagonist entered the room and realized he wasn't alone there. Kwon Jin sized up the stranger with a glance. The guy got upset, asking what this visitor was staring at. Kwon Jin was surprised that this unknown person was speaking to him in such a manner. Our hero assumed that this man had also come here to take the registration exam. Kwon Jin saw food on the table and remembered that desserts were served only to VIPs. Could all this really be free? He used to envy people who ate such things back when he was a con artist. Our hero couldn't resist but realized there was no need to hold back. There were so many delicious things in front of him. Kwon Jin decided he would take whatever was left with him. Sun Ha-yun would be very happy. A stranger asked our hero if he was a beggar or a homeless person. The young man asked why this guy was smacking his lips so loudly. He didn't even want to be near him. Kwon Jin replied that this man was quite brave. The protagonist added that it was heartening to see because young people are full of energy and can even afford to act without thinking about the consequences. The stranger asked if this guy had lost his mind, eating so fast. Kwon Jin asked if the boy knew who was standing in front of him. The protagonist added that he had simply been inactive for a while, and look what that had led to. The stranger was surprised. Our hero continued, saying that he had thought a person in the VIP lounge would surely know him. The stranger shifted uneasily and began to get nervous. Who was actually standing before him? Judging by his confidence, this guy could be some kind of important figure. His tone of voice was like that of an old man. The young man thought he might have heard of this before. If one surpasses the 9 stars of the awakened, the body can become younger. Kwon Jin asked the stranger which guild the boy belonged to. Kwon Jin put on a stern expression and said that the boy hadn't been watching his tongue from the start and was talking too much. The stranger said he was Park Jun-woo from the Pandinas Guild. The protagonist knew that the Pandinas Guild was one of the best guilds in the country, consisting of Scorpion Awakened. Kwon Jin asked again, "Is this Chang Hyok's guild?" Park Jun-woo grew even more frightened. Could this man really know the master of his guild? Kwon Jin didn't actually know this man, but he claimed they were acquainted. In the past, they used to hang out together, spend time together, and more. Park Jun-woo grew even more frightened. The young man even turned pale. Kwon Jin said he was planning to meet Chang Hyok again soon. Could Jun-woo pass on his regards? The frightened young man, of course, agreed and asked how he should introduce this man to the master. The protagonist told Park Jun-woo to say hello from Kwon Jin-oh. Park Jun-woo apologized and said he hadn't recognized Mr. Kwon Jin-oh at first and had been unforgivably rude. The protagonist thought that he had been deceiving people for many years. But this guy was too simple. Kwon Jin said there was no need to worry since everyone makes mistakes. Park Jun-woo repeated that he had made a huge mistake. Kwon Jin asked if in that case Jun-woo would grant him a favor. Jun-woo replied that he would consider it an honor. A short while later, Park Jun-woo reported that he had gathered all the freshest food from the refrigerator. Kwon Jin praised him and thought that Song Ha-yun would be very happy when she saw this. Jun-woo bowed and said it was time for him to go. Kwon Jin was surprised. Hadn't this young man come here for the entrance exam? The young man explained that he wasn't feeling well. When Jun-woo left, the young man thought he had gotten rid of the trouble. The protagonist had a wallet with money, which he had secretly stolen from Park Jun-woo. The young man also found a mutant myrrh crystal in the wallet. But what was it doing there? Not only are mutants extremely rare, but it's also extremely difficult to extract mirror crystals from them. Why was it in Park Jun-woo's wallet? Kwon Jin decided he absolutely had to get to the bottom of this. A voice apologized for keeping him waiting so long. Kwon Jin turned around and saw a man who introduced himself as Han Junman. He was the captain of a team from the Special Security Management Association at the Disaster Countermeasures headquarters. He asked if Kwon Jin, the bearer of the Lyra stigma, was standing before him. The protagonist greeted him and said that it was indeed him. Kwon Jin assessed his companion's appearance and decided that this guy was strong, but no match for Park Jun-woo. The protagonist asked the team captain what his constellation was. Junman replied that he was a 6-star Taurus metahuman. Han Junman asked again if the young man really had the Lyra stigma. Kwon Jin realized that Han Junman didn't believe him. Kwon Jin lifted his shirt and showed the stigma. Our hero thought that in any case, he was the first metahuman to receive the Vega stigma. Han Junman said that if the young man didn't mind, he would like to conduct the registration exam himself. The protagonist had no choice but to agree. The team captain put on boxing gloves. Kwon Jin took out his spear. The protagonist asked if he could really use it instead of a weapon for sparring. The answer was yes. Our hero was curious. Even if Lyra's stigma was unique, could it bridge the 4-star gap? Especially in a fight against someone bearing the stigma of one of the 12 zodiac signs. Kwon Jin rushed to attack his opponent, thinking that he would find out everything now anyway. Kwon Jin attacked his opponent, but Han Junman defended himself effectively. However, the captain was surprised and thought it was impossible. How could a 2-star awakened be so strong? After his opponent's counterattack, our hero thought that his strength was simply incredible. Junman ran up to the young man and asked if he was okay. Kwon Jin replied that he was fine. The protagonist thrust his spear forward and declared that he was ready to continue. Kwon Jin realized that this opponent was on a completely different level compared to everyone he had faced before. Therefore, using only ordinary strikes would not be enough. Kwon Jin attacked. The opponent chose to parry the attack rather than dodge as expected. The young man decided to use his opponent's own strength against him. At one point, our hero leaped high into the air and prepared to deliver a crushing blow. Kwon Jin had the feeling that something was growing inside him. The lightning skill had risen one level, and Kwon Jin began to act more aggressively. The tension was mounting, the blow was to be decisive, and the opponents closed in to arm's length. Kwon Jin used too much force without even realizing it. The young man was knocked out. Han Junman ran up to his opponent and shouted that a medic must be called immediately. Kwon Jin drank the potion offered to him to regain his strength. The protagonist said that fortunately, he hadn't suffered any serious injuries, aside from bumps and scrapes. The team captain replied that he had been very worried. Kwon Jin looked at the empty potion bottle and thought that it must have been very expensive. His opponent apologized and said it was his fault and that he shouldn't have pushed the young man so hard. Kwon Jin smiled and said he was fine. The protagonist thought he could be satisfied since he had forced a 6-star awakened to use his stigma. Han Junman thought that the apostle of the star Vega turned out to be much better than he had initially imagined. After the sparring match, the team captain said he would like to speak with the young man privately. Han Junman invited our hero to join his guild and expressed confidence that it would help the young man. Kwon Jin wondered, was this master really trying to recruit him? The mere fact that Kwon Jin is an apostle of the North Star significantly increased his value. But it would be better for him not to join any organizations. It would be wiser to become a mercenary. In that case, there would be no restrictions, since he still doesn't know what it takes to become a regressor. Kwon Jin stated that it would be difficult for him to join any organization, so he was declining. Junman said that Kwon Jin could join the association but not work. And of course, the young man would still receive monthly payments in the form of a salary. Kwon Jin was surprised. Were they really offering him money for nothing? Han Junman repeated, Kwon Jin would be a member of the association but could work as a freelancer. The association could also recommend the young man for jobs. Kwon Jin decided he'd hit the jackpot. The young man couldn't believe it. Was he really going to get a salary without working? It was as if he were a rentier. Besides, if the association was on his side, he wouldn't have to share the proceeds from his assignments with them. That was fantastic. Kwon Jin decided that now was the time to act charismatic. He couldn't just agree right away. The protagonist replied that he still wasn't sure. He'd need some time to think it over. Kwon Jin decided that he had lived his whole life like a dog, but that wouldn't happen again. The protagonist decided that now he would become a master. Han Junman noted that, among other things, the young man would be exempt from paying taxes. Kwon Jin said that in that case, he was looking forward to starting their collaboration. Kwon Jin recalled how Vega had told him to come to her sanctuary in a week. The time had come. He had made sufficient preparations, yet he was still nervous. People asked that their prayers be heard by the great constellation. They asked that the constellation bestow its incredible power upon them. Our hero knew that many people wanted to become awakened through prayers at the sanctuaries. In such difficult times, there was no other way to survive. Kwon Jin looked up and took in the size of the gates. They were simply enormous. Could there really be hundreds of them all over the world? The young man decided it was time to go in. Once inside, our hero realized what the sanctuary looked like. It was beautiful here. The tree looked as if it had been woven from the Milky Way. Kwon Jin decided that now he had to find Vega. The young man began to move through the sanctuary. At some point, the goddess appeared before the young man. Kwon Jin said he had missed the goddess. The young man bowed his head, apologized, and remarked that it had slipped out accidentally. He didn't mean to be disrespectful. Kwon Jin decided he should continue in the same vein. He would steer the conversation toward the story of their past encounter, which he couldn't reveal right now. Vega suggested that the young man's faith was still not in order. She was not his lover. Jin said that in his memories, she had always been beautiful. Vega said that even after such flattering words, she wouldn't do anything for him. Jin decided that it was a good start. The goddess said that the young man would become a 2-star in a week, just as expected of a rising star. Jin said that was because he had already done all of this before. Vega said she was ready to hear the details about the future from which the young man had come. To help him, she needed to know about the future. After all, that was obvious. Jin thought he was doomed, but he had to find a way out. The young man declared that a creature known as the Heavenly Demon would appear in the near future. The protagonist made this up on the spot. He said, "A demon that rules the black sky." Vega asked, "Is there really going to be a demon capable of taking over the black sky?" Jin added that because he would be well hidden, no one would know his face, name, or that he belonged to the human race. Vega was surprised. "Doesn't even the regressor know this?" The young man confirmed it. He had tried to find information immediately after his return, but to no avail. Vega remarked that this was very strange. If the young man had used the Star of Oaths to return to the past, that meant he was the owner of the black sky. And even considering that fact, he hadn't been able to make out his face. Jin was surprised. Could the owner of the black sky have died? Did that mean Lee Shin-hyuk had managed to destroy him? Then why had this guy returned to the past at all? However, something else was far more important right now. If he acted uncertain, Vega might suspect something was wrong. He needed to end this conversation as carefully as possible. Jin explained that when he pierced his heart with a spear, his opponent turned to dust and scattered around the area. Therefore, absorbed in the battle, he hadn't noticed anything. The goddess decided she understood what had actually happened. Vega asked if the young man had any ideas on how to find the future owner of the black sky. Jin replied that he wasn't sure. Vega asked when he would take action. The protagonist replied that based on what he remembered, it would happen in 3 years. The young man decided that this would be enough time for him to become stronger and continue pretending to be a regressor. Jin declared that by then he would be as strong as possible, and he would also look for clues about the identity of the heavenly demon. Vega noted that this sounded logical. Jin stated that in 2 days a new gate would open in Mokdong. Relics were hidden there. He would be the first to go there. The information about the future he received comes from Lee Shin-hyuk's memories. If this really happens, he will be able to clear himself of all suspicion, because only a regressor could have known about it. Vega said that the young man would enjoy the exceptional abilities of a regressor. The goddess addressed the young man and called him son. Jin was surprised to hear such an address. Do all constellations really address their disciples as children? The goddess embraced the young man. She said that even though the fate of the entire world rested on his shoulders, he shouldn't overwork himself. The young man's heart even warmed, as if from his mother's embrace. The young man felt uneasy. He was uncomfortable deceiving such a kind constellation. However, he was doing it in order to survive. The protagonist decided it was time to end the conversation and told the goddess he wouldn't overdo it. The young man declared that he was ready to do anything for the goddess. Vega asked, somewhat embarrassed, how he could say such a thing. The deceiver liked her reaction. The young man bowed and said it was time for him to head back. He thought he had handled this audience quite well. The goddess changed her mind and said she would return with the young man. Jin was surprised. What was she talking about? Vega added that she wanted to leave this space and travel with Jin. Jin thought, what on earth is she saying? The young man realized he had gone too far. The young man stated that due to the constellation's restrictions, they couldn't do that. Vega was surprised. Who did he think she was? The goddess admitted that her power and time would be limited, but with this method, anything was possible. Jin asked what the goddess was doing now. However, Vega had become very small. The goddess handed the young man a pendant and said that if he wore it, she would be able to stay with him in this state. The goddess added that she couldn't stand by after such sincere words. Vega said she would walk beside him along the darkest path, and everything would be fine for them. Jin thought he was doomed. If this really happened, he would have to pretend to be a regressor every day. Sun Hyun was indignant. Who is this Vega anyway, she thought. She believed that constellations couldn't come to Earth because of restrictions. What on earth is this? The young man noticed that Sun Hyun's words were disjointed. If she wanted to, she could speak more casually. Sun Hyun wouldn't let it go and asked what Vega was doing there. The goddess declared that this was too much. Vega tried a hamburger and said it was simply incredible. Hyun was surprised. Can constellations really eat? Vega replied that they could go without food, but there were no restrictions. The goddess tried human food for the first time and admitted that it was truly delicious. She noted that she had also gained a student for the first time. Sun Hyun asked, "Why did the goddess choose Kwon Oh-jin? What's so special about him?" Vega declared that there is no one in this world more special than Kwon Oh-jin. One day the whole world will learn that this guy is stronger than anyone else. He will become a great being. Sun Hyun thought that this guy was a great deceiver. The goddess said that this girl was special too, which surprised Sun Hyun. Kwon Oh-jin guessed that Vega could also see that Hyun was an awakened one. The goddess was surprised. "Doesn't the girl know?" Sun Hyun asked, "What is she supposed to know?" Vega said she could help this girl with the curse right before her eyes. The goddess caught herself and added that there was no point in that now. She had spoken without thinking. Vega stretched and declared that it was time for her to sleep. If she remained in this state for too long, the restrictions would worsen. As she vanished, Vega said they'd see each other tomorrow. Sun Hyun asked the guy what was going on here. The girl didn't understand anything, and Kwon Oh-jin hadn't expected things to turn out this way either. Hyun smiled and told Kwon Oh-jin to sit down next to her. She wanted to rest her head on his lap. Kwon Oh-jin sat on the bed. Sun Hyun lay down next to him and rested her head on his leg. The girl declared that Kwon Oh-jin was the best pillow. "He likes it too, doesn't he?" The guy said that Hyun was very heavy. The girl took offense. Kwon Oh-jin added that it was a joke. In fact, it was easy for him, as if her head were completely empty. Hyun noticed that he was teasing her again. The young man wished the girl a good night and sweet dreams. 2 days passed. Following the information from Lee Shin-hyuk's memory about the date the gate in Mokdong would open, our hero entered the gate immediately, after waiting for about 3 hours beforehand. The goddess asked if this was the very interior of the rift the young man had mentioned. Kwon Oh-jin thought that Vega wasn't surprised by the fact that the gate had actually opened. So does she really believe him? But then again, it's normal for a regressor to know about such things. The protagonist noticed that the goddess was a little flustered. He decided to take this opportunity to dispel any possible suspicions. For him, that was only for the better. The young man wondered if he could clear the gate on his own. Right now, he was a little nervous, since he didn't know how many stars the local monsters had. Even though he brought expensive, rare potions with him, he absolutely had to get the Aquarius. He could make a lot of money just by crafting and selling potions. The protagonist saw tentacles ahead, and then a monster emerged from the darkness. Vega realized it was a most unpleasant creature. Could it be that all the gates were inhabited by such beings? The young man wondered, how long had this creature been following them? Kwon Oh-jin thought that if Vega was watching him, he should try to deal with this creature. After the protagonist's attack, the creature exploded. The young man admitted that it was very disgusting. However, dealing with the destroyed monster would be even more difficult. Vega wondered when so many of these unpleasant creatures had managed to appear here. The young man realized that the explosions caused by the monster's destruction were limiting his movement. Dealing with them would be more difficult than he had previously anticipated. In that case, our hero used the ranged combat skill he had used that time. A lightning attack was activated. Vega realized that the first-level lightning spear skill had been activated. The protagonist was pleased with himself, for he had done it, used a technique that he had previously been able to use only when blessed. The goddess couldn't believe it, even though she'd seen it with her own eyes. She knew the young man would learn it very quickly, but she hadn't expected it to be this fast. Lightning Spear is an advanced-level technique of the Vega Star Stigma. Although the young man still has some parts to refine, his current level of mastery of the skill is already good. Vega promised to teach the boy other techniques as well, though he must surely already know them all. Kwon Oh-jin pointed out that this wasn't the case. The young man added that he doesn't remember some memories clearly. One of those memories involves the techniques of the Vega Star Stigma. Kwon Oh-jin added that it was as if certain parts had been cut out of a movie. He only remembers parts of it. The goddess noted that the regression caused by the Star of Oaths did not imply any memory loss. This seems strange. Kwon Oh-jin suggested that this case was similar to the limitations of the constellations. Perhaps a transcendent power had also affected his memories. The young man believed that such an explanation should work. Vega said that was impossible. Kwon Oh-jin replied that he hadn't forgotten what was truly important, which was why he wasn't sure. The goddess asked, "What is truly important?" Kwon Oh-jin replied that memories of the goddess were important. Vega was outraged. How could a young man say such shameful things as if they were trivial? The protagonist knew that the goddess was weak to such words. Vega noticed that she now sensed some kind of ominous energy in this dungeon. It was difficult for her to describe a mere premonition. Kwon Oh-jin picked up the mutated mer crystal. The young man thought this was yet another mutation, but they shouldn't be appearing so frequently. The fact that he had already found several of them suggested that something was wrong here. Vega noticed that this was very strange. Why were their myrrh crystals black? Now our hero was puzzled. What was going on? It was as if Vega were seeing them for the first time. The young man told the goddess that he would go further. He needed to find out what was going on here. Something is happening that even the constellations do not understand. What on earth are these black myrrh crystals? The goddess told the young man that this feeling had been with her for some time now. Vega noticed that they seemed to be going in circles. Kwano Jin decided that she had figured him out. There's nothing to be done here. He'll have to use the stigma of the venetic canes that he absorbed earlier. Kwano Jin sensed a certain scent and pointed the goddess in the direction of the underground passage. It was the scent of the black slugs he had recently encountered. The scent was only getting stronger. The young man stopped and looked ahead. He hadn't expected to see this here. Vega said that the sinister energy here had only intensified. Neither the man nor the goddess understood what such a huge statue was doing here. The protagonist was surprised. Could this really be a relic? There was a cup on the statue. The young man wondered how much it might be worth. Even a one-star relic could cost at least 10 million, though one could dream of even more. The protagonist decided he needed to get his hands on this relic as soon as possible. Something caught the young man's attention. A strange noise had appeared. The young man and the goddess looked around. The goddess said that those things had appeared here again. Kwano Jin knew this would happen. He was prepared, so there was nothing to fear. Kwano Jin surmised that these slugs were protecting the relic. The young man didn't care how many of them were there. Kwano Jin decided he would destroy them all at once and take the relic. However, something else appeared after the slugs. It began to grow in size. It was a completely different monster. The protagonist's eyes widened, for this monster looked very powerful. Vega assumed that the young man had known this would happen. Of course, the protagonist knew nothing of the sort. The goddess settled comfortably to the side and said that in that case, she wouldn't worry, just as the young man had predicted. Kwano Jin smiled at the goddess and said that Vega could count on him. Our hero still didn't know what to do. The monster began to make unpleasant noises and prepared to attack the man. The young man thought that he had never fought such a huge opponent before. He acted confidently out of joy at the sight of the holy relic. What on earth has he gotten himself into? The protagonist didn't back down. He didn't think his chances of winning were zero. The black slugs had been fairly easy to defeat. It was impossible for such simple monsters to suddenly become invincible. That would be too unfair. Kwano Jin pulled out the gun he carried for self-defense. He was glad he'd brought it here. A shot rang out. Kwano Jin shouted that this monster was about to get what it deserved. The monster clutched at the injured part of its body. The young man thought he would have only one chance. A trick like the lightning spear wouldn't work more than once. Kwano Jin swung his spear and said he would put all his strength into this attack. The lightning spear struck the monster. The monster continued to scream in pain, but was still standing. The young man realized that one attack really wasn't enough. The protagonist jumped high into the air and grabbed the rope to keep from falling down. The boy thought that if he hadn't managed to get his bearings in time, he would surely have died by now. Kwano Jin found himself above the monster's head and decided to attack it from above, still using the lightning spear. The attack, as it turned out, was successful. The monster lost its balance and fell face first to the ground. The young man thought he had succeeded because he had used the lightning spear twice. He felt as if he himself was about to lose consciousness. Exhaustion had set in. The protagonist was happy, for he had managed to defeat a monster he had encountered for the first time in his life. Vega screamed in fear, urging the young man to be careful. Green slime tentacles were reaching toward the protagonist's body. It was quite unexpected. The goddess flew over and asked if Kwano Jin was okay. Kwano Jin got to his feet, looked up and was surprised. Could this monster really still be alive? Its appearance had become even more terrifying. Kwano Jin said he had no choice and asked the goddess for her blessing. Vega could not refuse and agreed. The process of transferring the blessing began. Vega bestowed the blessing of the stars upon the young man. His understanding of the liar stigma was temporarily enhanced. The young man thought this was because he had grown stronger since receiving his last blessing. The effects became more potent and refined. He could barely withstand their power. The young man rushed to attack the mutated monster, overcoming all the tentacles that stood in his way. Reaching the monster's body, the protagonist attacked it. One strike, one blue bolt of lightning. He noticed that he was burning through his mana rather quickly. The young man decided that it didn't really matter, since his mana was infinite right now. Kwano Jin believed that with just a little more effort, he would be able to achieve an unconditional victory. However, Vega shouted for the boy to stop. The goddess realized that it was all over. It was time to stop. Kwano Jin couldn't understand what had happened. He felt quite inspired. Suddenly, a pain appeared in his chest. What is this? The young man wondered why his stigma had suddenly started hurting so much. The liar stigma had been upgraded to a 3-star level, so now he had 3 stars. Vega noted that not even a month had passed. This guy was simply phenomenal. Moreover, it was the stigma of the North Star. Raising it must be incredibly more difficult than with ordinary stars. The goddess leaned over the young man and told him to wake up. The boy opened his eyes and thought, "Is this really a dream?" Vega happily said that he had finally woken up. The protagonist felt that he was lying on the goddess's lap. This only happens once in a lifetime, and not to everyone. Vega was back to her normal size. What on earth is going on? The goddess told Kwano Jin not to try to get up. He needed to lie down a little longer. Vega noted that the young man had still overdone it. He'd lost consciousness as soon as the fight ended. This guy is more aggressive than he looks at first glance. The goddess said the young man needed to take better care of himself. Even though he was a regressor, he was still human. Kwano Jin replied that he would try to remember that. The young man decided that the goddess was really acting like a mother right now. The young man noticed the displeased look on her face and asked, "Is something wrong?" The protagonist decided that the goddess was doubting him because he had barely won, even with the help of her blessing. What should he do now? Vega was embarrassed and said that the young man had recently called her by her name. The goddess noted that she wasn't scolding him. If the young man wanted to, he could continue addressing her that way. Vega added that they were now truly close. Kwano Jin certainly didn't want that. The young man began to make excuses since he had only just regained consciousness. The goddess demanded that Kwano Jin address her informally, just as before. Kwano Jin had no choice but to agree and replied that he would speak that way. Vega was satisfied. The goddess trembled, was covered in lightning, and said that the restrictions were taking effect again. Kwano Jin apologized. The boy thought he had gotten too carried away and used too much of the liar's power at the end. If he hadn't lost consciousness, this wouldn't have happened. Vega told the young man not to apologize since that monster was a 5-star one. Besides, it was different from all the others. Kwano Jin noted that he appreciated Vega's words. But how had she healed him? He felt a lightness throughout his entire body. The protagonist noticed that all the potion flasks were empty. The young man asked in alarm, "Why are the vials empty? These potions cost a fortune." Vega smiled and said she had used them so the young man would come to his senses as quickly as possible. Kwano Jin asked, "Why did she use them all at once? How much money did I lose?" Vega asked if he was really that moved, and he burst into tears. The young man wanted her to stop talking. The protagonist had another question. How did the goddess get him to drink them if he was unconscious? Vega smiled, looked embarrassed, and said she didn't want to discuss it. The goddess added that it was time for her to leave. They would talk later. The necklace flashed with a bright light and the goddess vanished. Kwano Jin wondered why she had disappeared right then, though it didn't matter anymore. The young man decided it was time to collect the loot. A goblet appeared in his hand. He had put a lot of effort into obtaining this single sacred relic. What could this relic possibly do? Kwano Jin decided that, for starters, he needed to get it out of here. He hoped that this relic would be better than a 3-star one. Suddenly, the protagonist sensed strange changes. An inexplicable energy enveloped everything around him. The black sky was absorbing the power of the dark star into the holy relic. The power of the dark star had been successfully absorbed. The characteristics of the black sky had evolved. The young man didn't know that the black sky could absorb power from holy relics. He sensed a massive aura. The young man was surprised. Could this relic really be useless now? Was it absorbed by the black sky? The aura he had just felt suddenly vanished. Kwano Jin began to throw a tantrum, for he had tried so hard for her sake. Kwano Jin heard voices behind him. A stranger said he hadn't thought anyone could get there before them. The protagonist was surprised. Who are these people? Our hero saw these people and thought they would be quite a challenge. The man declared that they desperately needed what the young man was holding in his hands. What are they going to do now? Kwano Jin asked. Do these people really want to buy this thing from me? The protagonist decided to try to trick them. The young man added that he didn't think such a thing suited his skills. Kwano Jin remarked that in any case, life was more valuable than a holy relic. The stranger said that it seemed the young man had misunderstood something. They weren't going to harm him. It was just that they were probably dressed a little suspiciously, but their guildmaster liked that. Kwano Jin smiled and said that he'd probably gotten a little too worked up for nothing. The protagonist definitely sensed a strong thirst for destruction emanating from this man the moment he saw the relic. On top of that, these scoundrels possessed the same dark star power as the holy relic. The stranger declared that in that case they had a deal. He handed the young man the crystal of myrrh and said that this should be enough as payment. Kwon Oh-jin was thrilled as this crystal was worth about 300 million. It was very large and therefore expensive. The young men thanked each other for the excellent deal. Kwon Oh-jin thought he'd hit the jackpot again. Who would have known that this fool would take the bait at such a perfect time? This relic was, in essence, nothing more than a hyped-up tin can. However, our hero couldn't just take it and walk away. These guys were extremely suspicious. The protagonist decided there was a dark secret here that he had to unravel. He had found the relic, but too many questionable details had emerged. According to Lee Shin-huk's recollections, the relic was supposed to be found in 6 days. But why had it been found already? It felt as though they knew when the relic would appear and that it was their target. The protagonist was surprised. Could the future really have changed? We'll just have to wait and see. People asked Eugene why he hadn't destroyed that guy. Eugene replied that there was no need to leave a problematic trail that other awakened ones would follow. Eugene expressed the hope that he wouldn't have to explain every little thing. His aides replied that he was right. The leader declared that the age of the stars was coming to an end. The dark stars would soon rule the heavens. All the arrogant stars would pay for their sins. The followers bowed and praised the Dark Star community. They blessed the Dark Stars. Eugene declared that the Dark Stars could now see their devotion and were smiling. Eugene said he had brought a replacement for the relic. The fake was placed in its proper spot. Eugene declared that they were now returning. The leader asked one of his assistants if he had memorized the face of the man who had just made the deal. The answer was yes. Eugene added that the assistant should return and eliminate that man. The leader smiled and remarked that he would report everything to Bayleaf. Kwon Oh-jin realized that the future hadn't changed. The relic found by Lee Yu-hyuk's guild had been swapped out by these people. Now Kwon Oh-jin understood why the assistant had told Yu-hyuk back then that something strange was going on there. The protagonist remembered these people's words, the Dark Star Society. It was some kind of illegal guild operating in the shadows. These people were definitely suspicious. Kwon Oh-jin took the fake and wondered if the black skies would be able to absorb this relic. There was no reaction. It seems the black heavens don't care about this relic after all. The protagonist thought that was just perfect. He had found a top-grade mirror crystal and a relic. Now he was one step closer to his goal. Eugene's assistant returned, but couldn't find his henchman. There wasn't even a trace of the guy left. The assistant searched everywhere but found nothing. The enforcer believed he had to find this man, or else he would be in trouble. He didn't see it, but Kwon Oh-jin had already appeared behind him. The enforcer shouted in frustration, "Where on earth did that guy go?" Kwon Oh-jin pressed his spear against the man's back and said he was right there behind him. "You need to pay closer attention." Kwon Oh-jin said that this guy had misunderstood something. He was the one who would be asking the questions now. The beaten guild representative, kneeling, said he was ready to tell everything, but begged for mercy. Kwon Oh-jin declared that he was ready to hear everything from the very beginning. If this guy wanted to survive, he had to tell everything he knew. A huge bird circled above the forest. It began to descend toward a solitary building. The owl landed and perched on the old man's shoulder. It was the Bayleaf of the Dark Star community, 6th in rank, the King of Owls, Chen Do-yun. Eugene bowed to the old man and said he had brought everything. The bailiff thanked him. Other followers appeared behind the old man. Chen Do-yun declared that the time had finally come. A magic circle had been created in the center of the clearing. The old man placed the relic in the center of the circle. Eugene stood near the relic and said that the beautiful night sky would now be filled with dark stars. Eugene urged everyone to witness how the dark stars would shower them with blessings. The relic remained lying in the center of the magic circle. Yet nothing supernatural was happening. Eugene turned pale with indignation and said that this could not be. Belif looked as gloomy as a cloud. The old man said nothing. The captive explained that the Dark Star community was an organization formed by constellations of dark stars. The protagonist asked what that meant. The young man explained. Many years ago, when all the stars were swallowed by darkness, constellations were born that were dubbed constellations of dark stars. The protagonist was angry. How was he supposed to make sense of such an explanation? The captive said he didn't know anything more himself. Kwon Oh-jin asked how many members were in the guild and where their base was located. The young man replied that it was in an abandoned observatory at the summit of Mount Baegun. The basement of that building served as a branch of their base. There were about 50 people there. Kwon Oh-jin asked where the main base was then. The captive replied fearfully that he didn't know. Only the branch leaders know its location. People like him don't even know where the other branches are. Kwon Oh-jin thought that made sense. They wouldn't entrust all that information to rank-and-file employees. Our hero declared that he still didn't understand anything. Why does this guy even obey such suspicious people? After all, they don't do anything good for him and definitely arouse suspicion. The captive lowered his head and said that Yujin had bestowed stigmata upon them. Kwon Yujin was surprised. How could anyone other than the constellation do that? The protagonist didn't understand how it worked, but these cultists really did lure people in this way. Now it was clear why they had joined such a suspicious organization. Kwon Oh-jin declared that this information was enough for him. It was time to end it all. The captive began begging for mercy. He had a child. He pleaded to be released. The captive said he had joined the Dark Star community solely for his daughter's sake. If he died, his little girl would be lost. Kwon Oh-jin thought that an orphan would certainly not survive in this crazy world. He understood that himself. Kwon Oh-jin asked the captive what his daughter's name was. The man replied that her name was Choi Yun-rin. The captive also said she was 9 years old, still too young. The protagonist continued to ask questions about the child. The captive answered, but was surprised. What was the point of these questions anyway? Kwon Oh-jin demanded that the man answer the same questions, but in reverse order. Weight, height, favorite food, birthday name. The captive got confused and said he would remember everything now. Kwon Oh-jin was surprised. Could it be that he didn't remember? But that made sense. It's hard to repeat a lie in a different order. He definitely understood that. Kwon Oh-jin asked one more question. Where was his branch? The man repeated the summit of Mount Bagung. Kwon Oh-jin said that at least that information was true. The protagonist destroyed the villain. With that, the interrogation was over. Kwon Oh-jin thought about the Dark Star community. He had previously considered them mere fools, but they turned out to be quite powerful. Kwon Oh-jin decided to deal with this guy and touched his Dark Star stigma. The black sky swallowed the owl stigma. The protagonist wondered what power the Dark Star stigma would grant him. The protagonist thought there were about 50 people in this branch alone. He hadn't expected to get away with it, so he needed to prepare. Eugene continued to try to do something with the relic while standing in the center of the magic circle. Bailey asked what Eugene was doing. Eugene said that if the other performers saw this, they would laugh at the owls. The old man fired an energy beam that grazed Eugene's neck. Blood appeared. Chen Do-yoon told Eugene not to disappoint him. Belief turned around and said he'd lost interest. He'd be back later. Eugene asked where the guy was who had gone to deal with the merchant. He was told that contact with that person had been lost. Eugene grew alarmed. Eugene shouted that they must find that man immediately, or else he would restore order here his own way. A week had passed since returning from the gate in Mokden. Kwon Oh-jin no longer went through the gate and simply stayed at home. However, his training did not stop. He needed to get used to his mana and body, which had become extremely powerful when he reached the 3rd star. The Lyra stigma is indeed far too powerful. It is stronger than Taurus, which specializes in combat power, and faster than Scorpio, whose defining feature is speed. Other 3-star awakened ones would never be able to surpass the young man now. Besides, the spear was made of wood, so using it with lightning skills wasn't very effective. Sun Hyeon said that if Kwon Oh-jin was done showering, he could come see her. The girl began giving the protagonist a relaxing massage. The young man was surprised. What had come over her? Hyeon was surprised. Did he really mind? Kwon Oh-jin, of course, wasn't against it. He noticed that Hyeon was trying hard and it felt very good. The guy declared that he might just die from so much pleasure. Hyeon smiled and said, so he was really enjoying it. The girl applied some force. Kwon Oh-jin jumped up and said she was very strong. Hyeon remarked that the guy was acting like a child. Suddenly, Hyeon grew sad and lowered her head. Sun Hyeon used to be a 7-star awakened, but now she's disabled and unable to use her stigma. Kwon Oh-jin realized he had hurt her feelings, and he felt uncomfortable. Hyeon asked how much Kwon Oh-jin had earned since becoming an awakened. The young man replied that he already had a certain amount of capital. Sun Hyeon suggested that, in that case, they didn't have much time left. Kwon Oh-jin didn't answer. Indeed, there was nothing to say. Very soon he was going to reach his goal of 10 billion. When it's all over, Sun Hyeon asked why he looked so serious. The phone rang. The young man stepped outside to talk in peace. The caller informed him that he had an urgent assignment. It was a quest. Kwon Oh-jin thought that now wasn't the best time, considering he had nothing prepared in case of an encounter with the Dark Star community. It would be better to just stay put, at least until Vega had regained her strength. Kwon Oh-jin replied that he wasn't in a position to accept assignments right now. The caller said that 2 billion would be awarded as a reward. Kwon Oh-jin stated that in that case, he would come to the association immediately and discuss all the details on the spot. At the office, Kwon Oh-jin showed the team captain an image and asked if he had ever seen such a stigma. Hunjun Man checked the information and said it was an owl stigma. The captain added that he knew a little about them. It is one of the forgotten stigmas. 8 years ago, when constellations first appeared on Earth, there were specific records of their existence. But now there are no traces left. These are the forgotten stigmas. Kwon Oh-jin asked if there was any information on why they had disappeared. Junman replied that those times weren't the best for keeping record. Kwon Oh-jin thought that if the owl stigma had existed for 8 years, then the Dark Star community was roughly the same age. That meant it wasn't a new organization. The matter was becoming more serious than the protagonist had thought. He would have to prepare thoroughly. The squad commander asked where Kwon Oh-jin had seen it. The young man replied that a few days ago, he'd had a minor altercation with a man named Yu Jin while he was at the gate. The man had referred to his organization as the Dark Star Community. Kwon Oh-jin admitted that he had asked simply to find out who they were. Han Jun-man suggested dealing with this later. Both the Owl and the Dark Star Community. Junman got down to business and said that their client was the Valhalla Guild. Kwon Oh-jin remarked that he had never heard of such a guild. The captain added that they had grown significantly recently. It was a guild of true elites. Each of its members was extremely talented. Junman added that the guildmaster was also insanely strong. So strong, in fact, that he could be a candidate for the 7 stars. The 7 stars are those who have transcended human limits and wield the greatest influence in this world. The protagonist was surprised. Could it be that a representative of this country would soon appear among all the stars? The captain explained that the essence of the mission was to find a person who had gone missing in the gate. An experienced awakened one was needed. The protagonist understood why the reward was so high. Junman added that they didn't know the exact location. Most likely it was one of the 2-star gates in Incheon. Kwon Oh-jin thought that this was exactly where he had been deceiving people for the past few years. He decided he could handle it in 3 days. The missing person is a man in his early 20s with dark hair and a fit physique. Han Jun-man added that his name is Lee Shin-hyuk. Will Kwon Oh-jin be able to find him? The protagonist thought that this guy was already dead. Our hero had met that man in a low-level gate, and he turned out to be a true regressor. The only one who would look for him after he died, thinking he was missing, and the one who is likely the head of the Valhalla Guild, is Lee Woo-hyuk. This man is his younger brother. Kwon Oh-jin now understood what had happened. In the past, he would be lying in a hospital bed right now. However, after Lee Shin-hyuk's death, the future had changed. The team captain asked if Kwon Oh-jin would take on this job. The protagonist felt his head spinning. He already had a headache because of the Dark Star community, but now Lee Shin-hyuk had been added to the mix. Lee Shin-hyuk and Lee Woo-hyuk, entangled fates and futures. Unexpectedly, the protagonist thought he could take advantage of this. Kwon Oh-jin said he was turning down the assignment. Junman was surprised. Was the guy really not going to take the job? Junman noted that the Kwon Oh-jin he knew wouldn't turn down a job worth $2 billion. What was going on? Kwon Oh-jin stated that he had no talent for tracking people down. Junman acknowledged that the Valhalla Guild had a good relationship with the association. He thought it would be nice if Kwon Oh-jin could build a good relationship with them. The protagonist expressed confidence that such an opportunity would arise again. Kwon Oh-jin asked if he could have the phone number of their guild commander. Kwon Oh-jin decided that the hunt was on. The recently opened Mokdong Gate. Some players were already there. Kwon Oh-jin wondered, why aren't they coming? Would he have to come back here tomorrow? Our hero decided that if he could manage it, he would like to finish this before Vega woke up. Suddenly, the protagonist sensed dark mana in the air. The intent to destroy was palpable. Kwon Oh-jin looked back and saw a man staring intently at him. Kwon Oh-jin turned and started running away. The stranger shouted after him. The man in the hat ran after our hero, but lost sight of him. The man couldn't understand where the guy had gone, since he was definitely running this way. Kwon Oh-jin stepped out of the shadows and said he'd already thought they'd stop looking for him. However, these guys turned out to be quite persistent. That's exactly why he'd lured this man here. The stranger took off his hat and asked if the guy really thought he'd already caught him. The man in the hat waved his hand, and several bird feathers sharp as blades flew toward our hero. Kwon Oh-jin managed to jump up and dodge the attack. The young man thought that this was the power of the strict stigma. Kwon Oh-jin declared that now he knew what this stigma did. Therefore, they could say goodbye. Our hero used lightning spear, and his opponent was defeated. The protagonist stated that he had prepared well, adding that the man before him might have been a mere minion, but he turned out to be a formidable opponent. That meant Bailiff would be much stronger. Kwon Oh-jin took the victim's smartphone out of his pocket and noted that at this stage, their strength wasn't that important. The young man took a photo of the spear and decided to send it where it needed to go. The protagonist believed that person would deal with them in his place. The secretary picked up the phone and introduced herself. The girl's name was Kim Se-yong. The caller said he had found Lee Shin-hyuk and wanted to speak with the guild leader. The girl burst into the head's office. Lee Woo-hyuk was surprised by this suddenness. Kim Se-yong stepped closer and relayed the confidential information. The guild leader picked up the phone and asked if they had really found his brother. The caller said that Lee Shin-hyuk was being held hostage by them. Kwon Oh-jin was leading the conversation. He said that this man was being held by force, and he was even ready to send proof. The guild leader received a photo showing a spear. Lee Woo-hyuk asked the caller who he was. Kwon Oh-jin noted that they definitely believed him now. Kwon Oh-jin looked at the incapacitated man and decided it was time to let the dog off the leash. He would tear out the throats of their enemies in his place. The protagonist told his conversation partner on the phone that his name was Yoo-jin. When the young man was younger, Hyun was better than him at everything. His older brother used to say that Hyun was really cool. His eyes literally lit up. What was difficult for the older brother came easily to Hyun. At the time, he seemed like a real superhuman. Shin-hyun always believed his younger brother would go far. When real superhumans appeared, everything changed. Unlike him, who had become an awakened lion, one of the 12 signs of the zodiac, no constellation had chosen his brother. The shame of being protected by the very person he used to take care of weighed too heavily on Hyun. So the young man, consumed by his new self, realized the distance in their relationship too late. By that point, the brothers had barely spoken to each other for some time. The younger brother understood him because he had felt just as inadequate in the shadow of his older brother before his awakening. That's how their relationship gradually fell apart. One day, Shin-hyung told his brother that he too had awakened. He had received the Pixis stigma. Eventually, Hyun also awakened. The younger brother hoped their relationship would return to normal, so he was genuinely happy. Hyun pointed at the spear and asked his younger brother what it was. Uyuk replied that it was a gift. He had worked very hard for a long time to get it. It contained a high-grade myrrh crystal. Hyun was delighted and said that the crystal was green, just the way he liked it. The older brother added that he would be happy to use this weapon. The protagonist sent a photo to the guild leader and asked, "Do you believe me now?" Lee Yoo-hyuk saw the silver spear blade and the large green mirror crystal in the photo. There was only one such weapon in the world. Lee Yoo-hyuk shouted into the phone. He wanted to know who he was talking to. The protagonist replied that his name was Eugene. Lee Woo-hyuk asked what this guy wanted. The man on the other end said he wanted $3 billion in cash by the 25th. Lee Woo-hyuk had to come to the observatory at the top of Mount Baegung. Alone, of course. Eugene said goodbye and hung up. The guild leader was ready to explode with rage. Lee Woo-hyuk couldn't take it anymore and shouted loudly. He was ready to smash everything around him. Lee Woo-hyuk ordered his assistant to immediately contact the association and summon all guild members currently at the gates. Kwon Oh-jin showed a portrait of Eugene, and Sklad told Han Junman that this was all the information he had on the man. Junman thanked him and added that he would personally deliver it to Valhalla. The protagonist expected Lee Woo-hyuk to contact the association first, but the guy reacted very quickly. Not even a day had passed. Lee Woo-hyuk, of course, might have suspected why he would reveal his name to the kidnapper. How powerful could they be to threaten someone as strong as Lee Woo-hyuk? But right now, the young man had no other choice, and the spear served as perfect bait. Junman noted that it was a terrible coincidence. Who would have thought that the awakened one, with whom Kwon Oh-jin had quarreled, would also get involved in Valhalla's affairs? Junman added that the guildmaster had even requested support. Kwon Oh-jin was surprised. Junman added that no details were mentioned, but Lee Yoo-hyuk said he needed help building a siege force around Mount Baegung. Kwon Oh-jin wouldn't have to participate in this. The protagonist said he would like to take part in this. The young man decided to go to Mount Baegung and keep the situation under control. Our hero thought that Yoo-jin and Lee Woo-hyuk were bound to meet soon. It would be quite a show. Yoo-jin stood before a bloodied man sitting on the ground. Yoo-jin noted that this guy would be better off keeping quiet right now. The victim claimed that he had found a clue. 3 days ago, he had been combing the area where their colleague had gone missing. He had also been checking the cable TV in the neighborhood. He left the building, which only association members were allowed to enter, and headed back to Mokdong. The victim said he wasn't sure if that man was a member of their association. After that, he spent some time near the building, but the guy didn't show up. What if he belonged to one of the association's branches? However, after checking, it became clear that he wasn't. But he had left the association, a place where only members are allowed. Eugene thought this was highly suspicious. Who was he? The guy felt a strange sensation. The assistant reported that some kind of collector was approaching them. Should they deal with him? Eugene replied that there was no need to do that. He was in a bad mood, and this was just his luck. Eugene decided to handle it himself. Eugene went outside. Near the entrance was a spear with a green crystal inside it. Eugene walked on, thinking he'd worry about the spear later. Eugene saw the collector and wondered, was this guy lost? Eugene noticed that walking around at this hour could be quite dangerous. A face full of hatred peered out from under the hat at Eugene. Eugene felt a chill run down his spine at the man's presence. The assistant informed the guildmaster that they had found Shinhyok's spear. The collector took off his hat, and Eugene saw a black lion standing before him, Lee Yu-hyuk. He was the head of the Valhalla Guild, rumored to be the next member of the Seven Stars. Eugene was surprised. What was this man doing here? Lee Yu-hyuk said he had been told that money was needed, so he had brought cash. Eugene remained puzzled. Lee Woo-hyuk drew his blade and said that Eugene could try to take the money from him. Eugene remained baffled. What on earth was going on here? Eugene realized this guy wasn't alone. Lee Yu-hyuk shouted that he was calling everyone over. Unknown people began to gather around the guild building from all sides. Lee Woo-hyuk asked, did this guy really think he'd fall for their trick? The leader of Valhalla said he wanted to know where his brother was right now. Eugene was surprised. Why was Lee Yu-hyuk asking him that? Lee Woo-hyuk lunged at his opponent again, threatening him with his sword. Eugene thought that the leader of Valhalla was strong. He could never defeat him alone. Eugene decided that something was off here. Why had Lee Woo-hyuk come here in the first place? And what did money and his brother have to do with it? Lee Woo-hyuk declared that he was disappointed. How could this guy have wanted to take him down if he was so helpless? Eugene saw that his opponent kept saying something incomprehensible. Eugene decided he'd been set up. Someone was deliberately using the Black Lion for this purpose. Eugene was attacked and wounded. He began to bleed profusely. He shouted that there had been a misunderstanding. He hadn't done anything. Lee Woo-hyuk shouted that he didn't believe it and continued beating his opponent. Eugene could see that his opponent was convinced he was exactly the one he was looking for. To defend himself, Eugene was forced to use Dark Shower of Flowers. Lee Woo-hyuk parried the attack and said that it wouldn't work on him. Eugene drew his blade and thrust it into his chest. Lee Woo-hyuk rushed toward him at full speed. The leader of Valhalla was surprised. Where had this guy gone? Eugene found himself in a different place. Now he was safe. The young man clutched his chest and thought he had succeeded. Eugene leaned against a tree. His body was in terrible shape, since he had had to use the holy relic. He assumed his subordinates were also losing the battle. Eugene was furious. Their hideout had been discovered and his men were dying. Who could have done this? The young man thought he wouldn't survive if he returned now. What should he do? Eugene decided it made sense to ask Ashid Khan for help. A man appeared from behind a tree. He said that this guy looked bad. It seemed like he'd been through a lot. The man was armed with a spear. Eugene asked why he was there. He recognized the stranger and understood everything. Kwon Oh-jin said that if Eugene had figured everything out, it would be better if he didn't resist. Eugene was attacked and began to bleed. Kwon Oh-jin repeated that it would be better if this guy didn't resist. Eugene was deactivated. The protagonist thought that he hadn't gained anything special from this. Could there be some kind of restriction on him? As soon as he asked important questions about the Dark Star community, Eugene would start convulsing. But still, he managed to obtain low-level documents from him, as well as information that he served a certain bailiff. Kwon Oh-jin was also able to obtain Ashokan's contact information. The protagonist surmised that this might be one of Eugene's colleagues. This information wouldn't be of use to him right now, since he himself didn't want to get involved with the Dark Star community unless they followed him this time. Kwon Oh-jin thought for a moment and decided that he would, after all, be able to use this information to his advantage. Come to think of it, wouldn't it be natural for a celestial demon who will destroy the world in the future to appear in such a suspicious organization? Our hero decided that it was precisely these despicable people who would give birth to the celestial demon. Therefore, he, the regressor, certainly must not leave them alone. Looking at Eugene, the protagonist thought that they had exceeded all his expectations, even though he knew they would be strong. If he hadn't used the Valhalla chapter, he wouldn't have been able to handle Eugene on his own. If a low-ranking manager is already at this level, then what on earth is Bailiff? Maybe he's on par with the Big Dipper in terms of power? The protagonist decided he wouldn't be able to pry any more information out of him, so it was time to wrap things up. The young man placed his hand on Eugene's chest, right where his stigma was. Glowing crystals appeared in the protagonist's hands. Kwon Oh-jin, as always, decided this was a jackpot. After that, Kwon Oh-jin decided to deal with the stigma. Black Sky absorbed Strix's stigma. All conditions for Black Sky's Third Enlightenment had been met, using Black Sky to read the inscription in Lyra's stigma. The young people stand before a huge monster. A blazing fire rages between them. Shin Hyung told his brother that he would buy some time and that his brother should go to Song Yun. Hyuk was surprised. Why did Shin Hyung need to stay here? Shin Hyung noticed that his brother liked Song Yun. Shin Hyung said they had to hurry. The monster would run away if it realized it was losing. The older brother grabbed a spear and charged at the monster. The monster was attacked and split in two. The attack was successful. However, another monster emerged from beneath the ground, a huge slug. Shin Hyung hadn't expected this. He wondered what would have happened if he'd known beforehand that something like this had been sealed beneath the substation. Then he definitely could have prevented it. Kwon Yeojin came to his senses. Lee Shin Hyuk's memories always made the young man feel terrible. The protagonist successfully inherited a portion of the awakened Lee Shin Hyuk's memories. Black Sky gained a new ability, Eternal Convergence. Kwon Yeojin thought, if the representative's stigma affects other stigmas, then those stigmas will also grow. He should test this out. The protagonist used the strict stigma for the first time, but it was already far too powerful. Sharp bird feathers appeared around the young man. Kwon Yeojin thought he wasn't familiar with this skill at all, but the fact that he could freely increase his mastery of it was simply shocking. In that case, he would need to focus solely on mastering the Lyra stigma. Our hero was a little scared, and he decided to call it a day, at least for now. Kwon Yeojin came to his senses and saw Han Junman standing before him. An empty potion vial lay nearby. The commander of the association's unit asked what had happened here. He was told that more than 10 people had been injured. Kwon Yeojin was surprised and asked where he was. Junman said that the young man had been fighting a criminal. Han Junman added that they had called for doctors, so he would soon be taken to the hospital. Kwon Yeojin said he didn't need treatment. His companion said he should lie down a little longer and recover. Kwon Yeojin insisted that he was really just fine. Our hero had injured himself to make it all look believable. Kwon Yeojin spotted the head of the Valhalla Guild and decided to approach him. Lee Woo-hyuk asked, "Is this guy's name Kwon Yeojin?" The protagonist confirmed it. He decided it was time to end this act of the play. Lee Woo-hyuk asked if Yujin had said anything before he was killed. Kwon Yeojin replied that he hadn't left any information. The young man added that he had figured out the direction in which the man had tried to escape. It was as if he were hiding something. Perhaps Lee Shin-hyun could be found there. It turned out that Yujin's body was connected to Lee Shin-hyun's disappearance, and our hero had nothing to do with it. Although, come to think of it, it was Lee Shin-hyun who set our hero up by kicking him into a pack of wolves. So he died and regressed on his own. Kwon Yeojin decided that, in reality, he was the victim in this situation. However, despite everything, the protagonist still felt a sense of guilt. A week later, in the office of the head of the Valhalla Guild, his interlocutor said he was pleased to meet Kwon Yeojin. He had heard from the team captain that the young man was looking for him. Lee Woo-hyuk apologized for not having been able to greet the young man properly earlier. Kwon Yeojin thought that those feelings still hadn't let him go. Though that was normal since such emotions aren't easy to deal with quickly, Lee Woo-hyuk said there were several reasons why he had invited Kwon Yeojin here. First, he wanted to thank him. If it weren't for Kwon Yeojin, he would have lost the enemy who had killed his brother. Assistant Kim Se-yeon placed a briefcase on the table and opened it. It was completely stuffed with cash. Lee Woo-hyuk stated that there were 3 billion won inside, the amount the kidnapper had demanded. He was giving the entire sum as a reward for capturing Yeojin. Kwon Yeojin said that was a bit excessive. Lee Woo-hyuk didn't deny it. The protagonist suggested that, in that case, the guild leader must have other motives. Lee Woo-hyuk admitted that he had heard the young man was a disciple of Polaris. Kwon Yeojin confirmed this. He had also heard that some time ago, Kwon Yeojin had been attacked by the Dark Star community. Lee Woo-hyuk added that the Valhalla Guild plans to track down the Dark Star community and destroy them. He wants Polaris' disciple to help them with this. Kwon Yeojin thought this was a stroke of luck. After all, he had been planning to deal with that guild himself, little by little. But if he could get that kind of money and Lee Woo-hyuk's help on top of it, there was no reason to refuse. Lee Woo-hyuk asked if the young man knew anything about the Dark Star community. Kwon Yeojin handed him a piece of paper and said he had information of that nature. Aishal Khan is a contact for one of the leaders of the Dark Star community. During their meeting, Kwon Yeojin told Han Junman that he would now be investigating the Dark Star community case together with the Valhalla Guild. In connection with this, he wanted to ask for something. The young man said he needed a spear made of reinforced silver with myrrh crystals and a conductive fire function. By conduction fire, he meant a harpoon. Juman smiled and suggested that he would really like it. The captain of the association's team said he would place an order with the weapons-making team. Kwon Yeojin heard the price and thought it was very expensive. But considering the necessary materials, this weapon couldn't be cheap. Besides, it combined the functions of a spear and a harpoon. However, Han Junman made a generous offer and said that the association would pay for the work. The head of the association's team surmised that the young man had invested a great deal of effort into the work alongside Valhalla. The higher-ups had high expectations for the young man, so they wanted to help him in this way at least. Kwon Jin couldn't contain his emotions. Junman told the young man to calm down. Kwon Jin noted that he really needed this weapon. The best quality was also important. Junman replied that he understood everything. The association would cover all the expenses. The protagonist declared that he didn't agree with that. He would pay for everything himself. Our hero came home and announced this out loud. Song Hyun didn't react to it at all. She continued to sit on the bed, listening to music on her smartphone. Kwon Jin came closer and asked what was so interesting that Hyun was listening to, since she wasn't even paying attention to him. The girl was startled and gasped when she realized someone was nearby. Sun Hyun calmed down and replied that she had been listening to a song. Kwon Jin was surprised. Could she really have been so scared just from listening to music? The girl replied that Kwon Jin was thinking the wrong thing. The young man remarked that one could also enjoy oneself through audio. Sun Hyun was actually listening to the list of relics for the December auction. She wanted to buy the Eye of the Demon Dragon by participating in the relic auction. Kwon Jin, having climbed onto the roof of the building, decided to do some gymnastics. In this case, he was doing a handstand. His companion told him that the final appraisal of the relics the young man had given them had arrived. What he had found at the Mokdong Gate was a 3-star ranked item. It possessed properties that allowed for the restoration of mana. Junman asked if the young man would use this relic. Kwon Jin asked to sell it along with the mirror crystals. He also handed the team captain the crystals confiscated from Eugene. These items turned out to be 3rd rank. Now he was grateful to the Dark Star community. Han Junman calculated the total value of the entire list and noted that it was quite substantial. If he managed to sell everything, Kwon Jin would be able to make nearly 2 billion. Kwon Jin thought that, combined with the money from the head of Valhalla, he would have nearly 5 billion coins. If he added what he had already earned to that, he might be able to buy them. He still needed to earn 3 billion more. In that case, he would be able to move to paradise. Kwon Jin asked the team leader for a favor. He needed a map of the sewer pipes under the capital station. Kwon Jin continued doing gymnastics on the roof of the house. The pendant on the young man's chest lit up. A familiar voice asked, "Has the young man decided where he'll earn the rest of the money?" Vega appeared before our hero. The protagonist told the goddess that he had been waiting for her all this time. Vega asked the young man once again to speak to her more casually. Kwon Jin dramatized the events of the past 3 weeks and explained them to the goddess. Vega realized that the owner of Black Sky was there. Kwon Jin noted that this was just a guess. In his past life, the celestial demon had his own army, but he wasn't sure if it was the Dark Star organization. Vega asked if the young man would be all right. He had gotten involved with terrible people. He needed more time to grow stronger. Kwon Jin declared that he had a plan to confront these people. Kwon Jin didn't know who these scoundrels from the Dark Constellation were. In which era exactly would darkness swallow all the stars? Vega said she didn't know anything about the Dark Constellation either. Even though she was a goddess, she didn't know everything about the birth of stars. Kwon Jin hadn't expected this. It turned out that he could only learn more about this from the villains of the Dark Star community. Vega said she wanted to see how much the young man had changed over these 3 weeks. Kwon Jin replied that in that case, he was ready to show her, even though there weren't many changes. Kwon Jin gripped the spear with both hands and prepared to demonstrate his skills. The protagonist demonstrated the lightning spear skill. The effect was impressive. Kwon Jin decided to take a short break and asked the goddess what she thought. Vega remarked that even though the young man was a regressor, how had he managed to learn this? Kwon Jin was surprised. Was something wrong? The young man didn't understand where he could have gone wrong. Vega didn't understand how he had managed to focus the lightning in 3 different places. Kwon Jin replied that he had simply tried it and it had worked. It was quite difficult. The goddess asked, weren't the young man's memories of the Lyra stigma technique vague? Vega decided that he must subconsciously remember the technique. There could be no other explanation. Kwon Jin realized he hadn't made any mistakes and silently thanked the goddess for deceiving herself. Kwon Jin confessed to the goddess that this was surprising to him. It turned out that he didn't know himself very well. Vega got angry. What is this guy talking about? Why hasn't she created a disciple for herself yet? People can barely cope with the stigma of Lyra. The goddess began to explain clearly how different people are from one another and how difficult it is, in principle, to cope with the Lyra stigma. Kwano Jin heard his phone ringing and wasn't listening to Vega very closely. When they met, the association team captain handed the young man his new weapon. This spear was much better made than the protagonist had expected. Kwano Jin thought he should meet with the spear's craftsman later and thank him. Vega said that if you took your opponents and struck them with a shock, it would make for a terrifying weapon. Kwano Jin noted that this didn't necessarily have to be the case. Our hero had a bracelet on his wrist, which he used to fire at the building across the street. 3 long strings shot out. There were hooks at the ends of these strings, which caught on the roof of the building. The young man told Vega to hold on tight. They were about to take a ride. Vega was thrilled because Kwano Jin had come up with a new way to get around, even though he couldn't fly at all. Kwano Jin was surprised. Was it really possible to fly using the Lyra stigma? Vega replied that the young man couldn't use the Thunder Steps technique yet. The goddess said that if Kwano Jin had already tested it, they could go home. The young man disagreed. The protagonist thought Vega had returned and he had new gear, so it was time to get down to business. Our hero headed to the capital station. The young man wanted to fight a monster and test his new gear. At a specialty store, Kwano Jin ordered 2 signal flares and 2 smoke grenades. He also needed 6 blades coated with mirror crystals, an LED flashlight, and 3 mid-level potions. Upon hearing the total, the protagonist said that the place was full of rip-off artists. Kwano Jin decided to haggle and managed to lower the initial price. Vega remarked that this young man was determined when it came to money. Kwano Jin replied that he had to save wherever he could. Vega said she would have tried to get some money if she had known it was so important to Kwano Jin. She apologized that she couldn't help him right now. The young man replied that the goddess was already helping him enough. He realized that he had received a lot of money precisely after becoming her apostle. The preparations were complete, and Kwano Jin was ready to descend through the shaft into the dungeon. Vega asked if the young man knew where it was. Kwano Jin replied that last time the place had been completely destroyed when the seal was broken, but he believed they were already on their way. The goddess asked if Kwano Jin really believed he could defeat the monster. The young man replied that it was still sealed. Vega said that was to be expected from a regressor. He had decided to eliminate the monster before it even awoke. Kwano Jin knew he would certainly die if he fought such a monster right now. But since it was sealed, it was nothing more than a giant sack of sand. The protagonist lacked the courage to use the hound's stigma amidst this stench. Vega said she sensed something ominous. Kwano Jin shone his flashlight ahead and said that, judging by the map, it was a dead end. Kwano Jin asked if Vega felt the same energy as in the cave before. The goddess wasn't sure, but said it definitely felt similar. Vega noted that last time, there had been a sticky, unpleasant sensation. Here, it felt as if a nail were being driven into her. Kwano Jin suggested that this might again be related to the power of the Dark Star. Perhaps it was somehow connected to the fact that mirror crystals had been frequently found on mutants lately. The protagonist told the goddess that, in any case, they needed to check it all out. Up ahead at the end of the tunnel, monsters appeared. The protagonist realized they were mutants, but their skin color was different. Kwano Jin said these mutants would serve as a warm-up and charged at them, thrusting his spear forward. Kwano Jin used his new weapon and attacked both mutants at once. Unlike Lee Shin-hyuk's spear, this spear can become fully electrified. This is an undeniable advantage. After the first strike, the mutants were deactivated and taken out of commission. However, that wasn't the end of it. A new group of mutants emerged from the darkness. They were the same kind of creatures. Kwano Jin surmised that the first 2 were merely guards. Vega agreed with this assumption. The protagonist entered the fray and activated the lightning spear. The young man said that even if the mutants possessed some semblance of intelligence, it wouldn't help them. Kwano Jin also used the strings with hooks. It was quite effective. A huge mutant emerged from the darkness. Kwano Jin assumed it was the reptile champion. Kwano Jin assessed the opponent's size and said that simple strings definitely wouldn't work here. The young man used the lightning spear again and attacked this champion. It was the right decision. Our hero emerged victorious. He declared that it had been too easy. The goddess looked around and said it was time to collect the loot. The protagonist agreed with her. As expected, a black mirror crystal appeared in our hero's hands. It seemed to the young man that he had already grown accustomed to constantly finding mutated mirror crystals. The goddess asked what the regressor knew about this ominous mirror crystal. The young man replied that in his first life, he hadn't even known they existed. Undoubtedly, some connection existed between the mutants and the Dark Star. It was impossible for mutant monsters to appear in the dungeons by chance and in such vast numbers. Moreover, there was a relic in the gates containing the power of the Dark Star. The young man had a bad feeling about this, but as long as it brought in money, he was game for anything. Mere crystals from mutants were worth more, so it wasn't a bad deal. Kwon Jin saw a light at the end of the tunnel. Had they really reached the exit? The protagonist stepped out of the tunnel and, looking around, remarked that it was quite spacious here. However, a monster from Lee Shin-hyuk's memories appeared before our hero. The goddess was surprised. Could this really be the sealed monster? The young man confirmed it. This was the very monster that had destroyed the capital station in his first life. It was truly terrifying. However, it was only half the size of the one our hero had seen in Lee Shin-hyuk's memories. That meant the mer crystal inside it was much smaller. Kwon Jin said he would try to attack and fired strings with hooks toward the monster. The hooks dug into the monster's body. However, as expected, there was no reaction. The protagonist thought that this carcass didn't even know how to move. Dealing with it would be a piece of cake. Our hero thought he could use this monster as a punching bag to relieve stress, and even get paid for it. What could be better? He mentally thanked Lee Shin-hyuk. The protagonist noticed that this gelatinous mass had started to move. The monster twitched slightly. Vega asked if the young man had seen the monster just move. Kwon Jin said that was impossible. It must have just been his imagination. Our hero couldn't believe it, but the thing had indeed started moving and had even made a sound. The young man felt goosebumps run down his skin from the roar alone. Kwon Jin was at a loss. How on earth could he defeat this mutant now? Kwon Jin assumed that Lee Shin-hyuk was just bluffing. It was as if he had said, if he went back in time, he would have aced the exam. The goddess asked the regressor what was going on. The young man knew he couldn't escape. Kwon Jin told the goddess that everything was fine. He knew it would turn out this way. Although in reality, our hero naturally didn't know this and understood that nothing was fine at all. Our hero entered the battle, but defeating the monster proved difficult. At this point, the young man thought it was impossible. Kwon Jin used the strings again and jumped onto the mutant's arm. Now he had to move forward. Kwon Jin looked up and realized there was something he was aiming for. The young man ran up the arm and leaped over the monster. Swinging his spear, he aimed at the crystal. The protagonist was interested in the location of the black mirror crystal. The young man struck using the lightning spear skill. After this strike, Kwon Jin decided that the monster had been destroyed. However, this was not the case. The young man let his guard down and found himself trapped in the mutant's fist. The protagonist pulled out a firearm he had previously hidden in his pocket and fired a shot. The monster received an electric shock and was forced to release the young man from its clutches. Kwon Jin dropped to the ground. Kwon Jin decided he didn't have enough firepower. He needed to change his strategy. Kwon Jin realized he needed a single strike, one stronger than the lightning spear. The young man fired and hooked the monster's arm with a harpoon. The protagonist swung himself around and leaped onto the monster again. In an instant, our hero was already at the back of the mutant's neck. The young man decided that only he could handle such a task. Now he needed to deliver a single, all-powerful strike. In this case, simply pouring in more magical power wouldn't be enough. He had to direct his muscular strength and mana into the shaft as if he were pulling an arrow from a bow. The lightning discharge reached the 4th level. Kwon Jin acquired the skill Deep Discharge. Our hero realized it had worked. However, the monster broke free. The battle continued. There were people nearby, and the appearance of this mutant came as a complete surprise to them. A child happened to be nearby. He tripped and fell, so he couldn't run away in time. The boy turned around, burst into tears, and called for help. At the most critical moment, the protagonist stepped between the child and the mutant. The young man prevented a tragedy. People were amazed by this man's bravery. Vega told the child to leave immediately. The protagonist decided that he must protect the peaceful townspeople at any cost. Usually the young man didn't care about strangers, but now the goddess was watching him. If he showed his true feelings now, she might react negatively. After all, in her eyes, he was a hero who had to save the world. Vega asked if the young man was sure he didn't need her blessing. Kwon Jin replied that he had the situation under control. The protagonist decided that his attack had definitely worked. All that remained was to finish off this creature for good. Kwon Jin realized that he wasn't strong enough after all. It wouldn't be surprising if he asked Vega for her blessing right now. However, this situation was really getting on his nerves. Kwon Jin wanted to handle everything on his own. When Deep Discharge activated, our hero felt a thrill. The power he'd gained from the temporary blessing was rapidly fading away like a mirage. In fact, this euphoria could slip away at any moment, like sand through his fingers. The mutant screamed loudly. Its gelatinous body trembled. The protagonist realized that the monster was in discomfort. It was definitely in pain. Kwon Jin said that the monster would suffer even more, since it had chosen the path of resistance itself. At some point, our hero began to understand the logic behind this mutant's movements. The young man also had the feeling that his magic was now flowing in, rather than running out as it had before. The decisive moment had arrived. The protagonist attacked the mutant again, unleashing the full power of his lightning spear during the assault. The monster roared loudly again. The young man said that this was only the beginning, and that his attacks would now be even more powerful. The deep discharge was activated once more. The monster, losing strength, was also losing its vitality. Its body was constantly subjected to electrical shocks. Using harpoons, the young man hurled huge boulders at the monster. Vega was alarmed and asked if the young man was all right. Kwon smiled and told the goddess there was no need to worry. He had warned her about this earlier. Vega noticed that the young man had promised to end the fight in a minute, even though it had lasted much longer. That was why she had been worried. The townspeople expressed their gratitude to their savior. Many took his picture until the young man left. The protagonist thought that now he wouldn't be able to hide his identity. Reporter Go Guan-hyung approached our hero. He asked which guild the young man belonged to. The protagonist stated that he was a member of the association. He decided to build a good image for himself, since that would make it easier to gain the public's trust. The townspeople decided that this guy was really cool, since he was a representative of the association. Kwon lowered his eyes and modestly announced that he had merely done what his civic duty required. Vega announced to everyone that they had been saved by her protege, her pride and joy. People should take a good look at him. The goddess was indignant. Would gratitude end with nothing but praise? Could they possibly leave the savior of a life without a fitting reward? They needed to bring him money quickly. Kwon wanted Vega to shut up immediately. People reached into their pockets for their wallets. After all, he had truly saved their lives, so they had to share. As a result of this active effort, the goddess was able to collect a good sum for her charge. Kwon was satisfied. The young man thought that at this rate he might go crazy. Junman told the protagonist that the entire internet was discussing his feat. 16 guilds had contacted them that morning alone. 8 of them had donated funds to the association's fund. Junman noted that this event couldn't have gone unnoticed. Now Vega's follower was known to absolutely everyone. The squad captain said they had tried to keep the young man's identity a secret, but the information had leaked out anyway. Kwon replied that it didn't matter anymore. The young man had thought it was a temporary measure until he gained enough strength. Now his status as an apostle of Vega could be put to use. Junman mentioned that he had come across an article claiming that Kwon had demanded money from the people he had saved. The captain added that it had been a brilliant move. Now the young man had many fans. The fact that the young man had saved a child became a hot topic of discussion. After that, Kwon even covered the little boy with his raincoat. The photos were proof. Kwon was surprised. How did that happen, since he hadn't even brought a coat with him that time? After that, the hero turned around and told the child to leave quickly. Kwon thought this wasn't a newspaper article, but a scene from a melodramatic novel. That's exactly why, when the hero asked for payment, it worked so well. Kwon seemed to want to show that he saves people not out of kindness, but for profit. Junman added that this incident had also caused quite a stir in paradise. Kwon thought that was exactly why he was here. Kwon handed the crystals to the captain and suggested they get down to business. These were the mer crystals the young man had knocked out of the giant and the reptiles. Junman examined everything carefully. The captain warned that the price of mer crystals had dropped significantly recently. Mutants had become much more common, and dark crystals were no longer a rarity. Kwon thought this was also related to the dark constellations. The team captain said that the 2 largest crystals could fetch 400 million. The young man thought that these crystals came from the giant slime in the giant. Kwon stated that he wanted to sell them as quickly as possible, preferably within a few days. Junman replied that this might pose some problems. Mer crystals from mutants wouldn't be so easy to sell, since their price was currently fluctuating. Kwon made a proposal. He was willing to take 300 million now, and the association would take the rest after the sale. Junman was surprised, since in that case they would receive 100 million. Kwon replied that he had no objection. The captain of the association's team was surprised. Was he really talking to Kwon? After all, this guy had never passed up a profit before. Junman agreed and promised to transfer the money the next day. Junman added that he had something else to give the young man. The captain said it was what the young man had asked for. He had done his best to prepare everything perfectly. Our hero also received an ID card as a special authorized representative of the association. Kwon thought that now he was just like a special agent. Although the association isn't held in high regard by many, this doesn't apply to the agents. Agents even have the authority to conduct investigations. This came as a complete surprise to the young man, since he had only recently joined the association. Junman surmised that the higher-ups held Kwon Oh-jin in high regard. Kwon Oh-jin stepped out of the building, looked up at the sky, and thought that he already had 700 million. Tomorrow he would receive another 300. After all, he had managed to raise that money. Now there was just one last step left to paradise. The Daily News reported that an association member, awakened by Kwon Oh-jin, had attracted widespread attention during the monster's appearance at the train station the previous afternoon. Sun Ha-yeon heard this news. The girl learned that her friend had been given the honorary nickname Lightning Wolf and unanimously proclaimed a hero. The news continued by reporting that the list of items to be auctioned at the Yonsan auction in December had been confirmed. Among the items will be such rare relics as the 7-star Blade of Dawn in Twilight Knot. The 6-star relic Eye of the Dragon Demon is being put up for auction again after 15 months. Vega looked at the girl and asked, "Has she finally woken up?" Sun Ha-yeon thought Vega had left with Kwon Oh-jin. However, the goddess explained that he had forgotten his necklace at home. Sun Ha-yeon asked if there weren't any rules preventing goddesses from staying on Earth for too long. Vega replied that nothing bad would happen if she stayed for a few hours a day. The goddess said she wanted to ask the girl something. Vega remarked that her ward was obsessed with money, which wasn't normal. The goddess asked if Ha-yeon knew what the reason was. The girl replied that he wanted to get into paradise. That's the name given to the protected zone on Kanghwado Island. There are no gates or monsters there. This place remains a land of the past, just as it was before the world descended into chaos. Kwon Oh-jin is saving up to buy a residence permit on this island, which is why he needs money. Sun Ha-yeon added that once they get there, they'll finally be able to live happily ever after. The goddess was surprised. Could such a place really exist? This place is run by John Sengil, the only person in the country who follows the constellation Ursa Major and the leader of the Favorites of Heaven Guild. There is simply no safer place. Vega asked, "So, is Kwon Oh-jin raising money to move to the island?" Sun Ha-yeon asked if Vega knew what the young man's childhood dream was. He wants to live where no one will hurt him, where he won't be cold or afraid. Sun Ha-yeon remarked that it sounded simple, but for them, such simple happiness seemed like an impossible dream. When they were children, the director of the orphanage where they lived beat them every day. Kwon Oh-jin usually got the worst of it. The girl added that, up until a certain point, she had been the director's main target. One day, to distract the director, Kwon Oh-jin said there was a fire in the kitchen and that urgent action was needed. Of course, there was no fire. The director got angry and beat them even harder. Vega asked if Kwon Oh-jin was beaten more often after that. Sun Ha-yeon added that since childhood, he had only one dream: to live in such a way that he would never have to lie again. Kwon Oh-jin wanted to go to heaven. Sun Ha-yeon thought that in that case, their paths would diverge. Vega asked why the girl didn't follow him. Was it really about money? Ha-yeon replied that she wouldn't be granted entry even if she found the necessary amount. To enter paradise, you have to pass many different tests. A disabled person like her doesn't stand a chance. Vega asked what would happen to the girl after Kwon Oh-jin left. Ha-yeon replied that she would manage somehow. The girl noted that 5 years ago she was a 7-star awakened. She is confident she will survive even without Kwon Oh-jin. The goddess asked what had happened to her. Sun Ha-yeon explained that it happened about 5 years ago. She had fought Barbatus, the dragon of 1,000 curses. It was a 9-star monster that had cursed her. The girl noted that because of this monster, she has no access to mana. 5 years ago, Kwon Oh-jin made her a promise, or rather, it was her demand. The girl had asked him then if he was going to buy the right to live in paradise. Sun Ha-yeon said she wanted him to live by her side until then. He could consider it a debt for the previous 3 years. She had saved him and looked after him. Ha-yeon added then that once he had saved up the necessary amount, he could leave for wherever he wanted. The girl noted that she had acted very selfishly and cruelly back then. Sun Ha-yeon wondered how a young man without any superpowers could have earned $1 billion. She added that it had been her ploy. She was afraid of being alone, so she tied the guy to her. Ha-yeon hadn't expected Kwon Oh-jin to develop a stigma, let alone a liar stigma. He's famous now. They're writing about him in the news. It won't take him long to save up the necessary amount. Sun Ha-yeon decided this was her karma. She pulled a box from under the bed. She took a prosthetic leg out of the box and slipped it onto her leg. As she left the room, Song Ha-yeon asked Vega to keep an eye on Kwon Oh-jin. She needed to step out for a short while to run some errands. Taking her cane with her, Sun Ha-yeon set out to navigate the city on her own. She said it wasn't that hard on her own. It was a good thing that the awakened had heightened senses. At the bank, the teller asked her, Did she really want to withdraw all the funds from her accounts? Hyun asked how much that would amount to. The bank employee replied that, taking into account all her investments and accumulated interest, the total amount would be over 300 million coins. Son Hyun grew sad. She had known it all along. It had been clear from the very beginning. That would hardly be enough to buy the Eye of the Dragon Demon artifact. 5 years ago, when the first gate opened, the girl was fighting for her life, not making money. It wasn't until 2 years later that she first came into a decent amount of money thanks to the myrrh crystals. However, in the end, most of the proceeds went toward paying medical bills. Son Hyun transferred all her funds to a debit card and left the financial institution. The girl believed that this money was her last thread of hope, since she had saved it so desperately. But it seems even that won't help her. Son Hyun had seen the young man earlier and was surprised. Was he still snacking on protein bars? Kwon Eojin was surprised. Where had she been? She'd gone off somewhere without even bothering to let him know. The girl was surprised. Had he been looking for her? Son Hyun said the guy had shown up just in time. They were going somewhere right now. The girl took the young man to a store and told him to pick out 5 suits for him. Kwon Eojin was indignant. Why had she brought him to the mall for clothes? Everything here was very expensive. The guy was surprised. What on earth had come over her? Hyun smiled and said, "He's on a date right now." On the way back from the store, the girl said she felt sorry for him. He's always walking around like a homeless person, munching on his energy bars. Hyun added that she'd withdrawn all the money from her account and decided to treat him with the funds she'd received. Kwon Eojin asked, why on earth was she doing this? The girl replied that he'd had to go through a lot because of her, so today he just had to listen to her. Kwon Eojin had no choice but to agree, but he told her not to get upset later when she ran out of money. Son Ha-yoon pointed out that she still had plenty of money, so she suggested they have some delicious beef. The young people approached the restaurant. Kwon Eojin remarked that it smelled absolutely wonderful. Before entering, the young man glanced at another restaurant where they were cooking crabs. Hyun realized that she suddenly didn't feel like having barbecue. Actually, she wouldn't have said no to a few crabs. Kwon Eojin was surprised since Song Hyun actually hates seafood. The girl said it didn't matter. During dinner, Hyun noted that eating crab was very difficult. It was hard to get the meat out of them. Kwon Eojin said he would help her and handed her a piece of crab meat. Hyun said it was very tasty. Kwon Eojin suggested she try some more. The young man thanked his sister for the treat. He added that he would buy them coffee. Hyun ordered a latte. 2 girls approached the young man and asked if his name was Kwon Eojin. He confirmed it. The girls were surprised. Could this really be Lightning Wolf? One of the girls said she had been at the station back then too. He was even more handsome in person. The protagonist had expected that sooner or later people would start recognizing him on the streets. But now was definitely not the right time. The young man asked the girls not to embarrass him with their behavior and to go on their way. The girls didn't want to leave. They blushed with embarrassment and smiled. One of the girls asked the young man to sign her t-shirt. Kwon Eojin took the marker and thought that these girls were acting like crazy fans. But it wasn't hard for him to do. Son Hyun walked over and shouted at the girls, "Have they really lost all sense of decency?" The girls were surprised and asked Hyun who she was. Hyun hugged the guy and said she was his official girlfriend. The fans were surprised and said that the official girlfriend was very strange. After all, they just wanted to ask for an autograph. Son Hyun remarked that these fans were very shameless. Kwon Eojin said that his older sister had gone too far. Jung Ha-yoon asked Kwon Eojin not to talk to girls who try to strike up a conversation with him on the street anymore. Kwon Eojin declared that he didn't need any girls at all right now. Son Hyun asked, "Why is that?" Kwon Eojin replied that girls always try to get money out of him. After that, the young people went to a karaoke bar and had a good time there. In the evening, the young people were heading home. Kwon Eojin said that time had flown by. Son Hyun asked how much money he had saved up. Kwon Eojin replied that he had as much as he needed. The girl said sadly that in that case, they wouldn't have long left to live together. After all, he was really going to paradise. Kwon Eojin replied that he had been saving money all these years for her sake. Hyun lowered her head and quietly began to cry. She didn't want him to leave. Son Hyun asked Kwon Eojin to remember her. The young man replied that he had no intention of forgetting her. The next morning arrived. Kwon Eojin said he needed to stop by the bank today and that he would be back soon. A news report stated that the December Yensan auction was attracting an unusually large amount of attention. The Eyes of the Demon Dragon is a rare sacred relic that drops only from monsters with 6 stars or higher. It is capable of lifting any curse. Son Hyun thought that perhaps this relic could even handle 1,000 curses with the dragon's magic. The girl doubted that 300 million would be enough, But what if there weren't very many participants today? There had been cases where 6-star relics were sold very cheaply. Kwano Jin thought that if she got lucky, she could lift the curse and go to paradise with Kwano Jin. Sun Hyun decided that anything was possible. All she needed was a little luck. Miracles do happen. The Yongsan auction is located in a tall office building. At the entrance, someone asked the girl, "Is she participating in today's auction?" In that case, she needs to fill out a form. A young man offered to help her fill it out, and she agreed. An employee announced that seating for auction participants was beginning. Once the auction started, entry and exit would be prohibited until the very end. She would have to stay in the hall the entire time. The young woman entered the hall and began looking for her seat. The visitors were puzzled. Why had this young woman come alone without an escort? Even blind people attend the auction. The auctioneer announced that the December auction was beginning. The first item was presented to the participants: an ash-colored censer, a top-tier 4-star sacred relic. The starting price was 10 million. The bidding began, and the price started to rise. The auctioneer encouraged the participants to show interest and purchase this lot. Hyun noted that the 4-star relic had sold for twice the amount of her savings. The girl consoled herself with the fact that this lot was in high demand. The Eye of the Dragon Demon isn't as versatile. This lot won't be as popular. The auctioneer announced the next lot. He remarked that they hadn't had anything like this in a long time. A sacred relic capable of lifting any curse. The 6-star relic Eye of the Dragon Demon. The auctioneer said that the Eye of the Demon Dragon would enter its owner's body upon first use. This meant that the relic didn't need to be carried around everywhere. The ability to dispel curses would always be at hand. Sun Hyun was alarmed. She scanned the room and decided that the buyers didn't look interested. Perhaps things weren't so bad after all. Hyun hoped that if no one here needed protection from curses, perhaps she would actually get it. The auctioneer announced the starting price, 100 million. The bidding began, and the price started to rise. Sun Hyun also placed her bid. The participants looked at the girl with interest. It was clear she was a novice at this. Someone said that maybe she was just a pauper who had convinced herself that this was her chance to get rich. Hyun hoped that no one would bid higher than she did. The girl tensed up and was afraid to even breathe, for this was her last hope. However, one of the bidders offered a different amount, 2 billion. Sun Hyun was stunned. The bidding continued, and the price had already exceeded 3 billion. Hyun said she really didn't stand a chance. The girl didn't understand what she had done wrong in life. She had been abandoned by parents she didn't even know. Her entire childhood had been hell. Hyun believed she didn't need much. Why couldn't a miracle happen just once in her life? She just wanted to be with Kwon Yeojin. Was that really too much to ask? Hyun heard someone ask, "Is she here for the Eye of the Dragon Demon?" The girl turned around and saw a man. He introduced himself and said his name was Choi Jong-chul. He was from the Lake of Stars Guild. The man said he could lend her 6 billion. Jong-chul placed the girl's hand on his knee and said that in return, she had to stay by his side for 5 years. Jong-chul said he didn't need much. They would just have dinner and drinks together. After that, they would do whatever she knew how to do. Hyun thought that was disgusting. The man asked what she thought of the offer. The doors to the auction hall swung open with a bang. A young man appeared in the doorway. An auction employee asked, "Who is this guy? You can't come in here during the auction." The protagonist showed his ID, and the employee realized he was dealing with a special agent from the association. But what was he doing here? Those present recognized the protagonist. It was the guy from the central station. Sun Hyun grew anxious. She heard familiar footsteps. The auctioneer apologized to those present for the misunderstanding. He asked what the young man wanted. The young man placed the suitcases he had brought in front of him and opened them. The suitcases were filled with money. Kwon Jin uttered a single phrase, 10 billion, in cash. The auctioneer announced that they had received 10 billion. The Eye of the Dragon Demon relic had been purchased at the maximum price. The young man took the relic and declared that he was taking the item. The protagonist looked out into the hall. He saw Song Hyun sitting among the participants. The girl looked extremely surprised. Hyun asked what he was going to do. Kwon Jin looked at the man sitting next to him. Jong-chul asked who he was. "You can't just barge into this auction." Kwon Jin told the guy to get the hell out of there immediately. Jong-chul began to protest. Who was this guy to be giving them orders? Kwon Jin declared that he was a secret agent of the association. He was not to be trifled with. The man stated that this guy would be no match for a member of the Lake of Stars Guild. Jong-chul couldn't recall this guy being among the special agents. However, his face seemed familiar. Jong-chul remembered that this young man's face had flashed across the news. It turned out he was the Lightning Wolf, the apostle of the Lyra constellation. Kwon Yeojin admitted that some people did indeed call him that. Zhongcheol got scared and said there had been a slight misunderstanding. The protagonist told the young man to ask his guild leader what he thought of such a misunderstanding. The man dropped to his knees, bowed his head, and asked for forgiveness. He begged him not to tell the guild leader about this incident. Kwon Oh-jin promised. Zhongcheol thanked him and added that he wouldn't forget this favor. Kwon Oh-jin told him to get out immediately and never let him see him again. Zhongcheol turned and ran toward the exit. Song Hyun asked why Kwon Oh-jin was there. The young man took the girl by the hand and said they were leaving. Hyun demanded an answer to her question. The young people climbed onto the roof of the building. The girl asked, "What about the ticket to paradise? Why did he spend it all?" Kwon Oh-jin told Song Hyun to calm down and stand there in silence. The young man was holding a relic in his hand. The protagonist held the dragon demon's eye up to the girl's face and said that soon all the bad things would end. At that very moment, the relic began to flow into Sun Hyun's eye. The girl cried out in sudden pain and covered her face with her hands. Kwon Oh-jin hugged Hyun and told her that everything was fine, that the pain would soon pass. After a while, Hyun opened her eyes. One of them was the eye of the dragon demon. The young man asked what Hyun thought of the view of paradise. After that, the young man said he had something else. He replaced the girl's prosthetic leg with a more modern and advanced one. Hyun thought it was much more aesthetically pleasing and far more comfortable. Kwon Oh-jin said that was a different matter. Hyun should appreciate it for what it was. Hyun, still crying, asked why Kwon Oh-jin was acting so senselessly. The girl said that Kwon Oh-jin had spent a lot of effort to raise that money. Hyun reminded him that Kwon Oh-jin had said he would buy tickets to paradise. Hyun reminded him that they had agreed he would take care of her until he saved up the necessary amount. Kwon Oh-jin recalled how, as a child, he had screamed that there was a fire in the kitchen, and the girl had asked why he wasn't saving himself from the fire. Kwon Oh-jin smiled then and said he had lied. Now the young man said the same thing. He had deceived her. The young people were cooking dinner together, and a small fire broke out in the kitchen. The food burned and became inedible. The girl claimed that she had burned everything. It seemed to her that the flame on the stove was a bit weak, so she decided to make it stronger using her stigma. Kwon Oh-jin thought that Hyun had only just started her rehabilitation. There was no way she would learn to use her stigmata properly again. Kwon Oh-jin said, "Well, at least you didn't burn yourself, but what about your eye?" Hyun smiled and said everything was fine. It just felt strange because her right eye could see much better. Kwon Oh-jin guessed it was because of the dragon demon's eye. He expressed hope that it wasn't some kind of side effect. The goddess said there was no need to worry. There was nothing to fear here. It was a kind of blessing. Hyun asked what Vega meant. The goddess explained that, in addition to cleansing her of the curse, the dragon demon's eye had interacted with the stigma. Sun Hyun hadn't had time yet to learn how to control her new power, but her mark was fine, so she would soon catch up and be able to use the relic. Hyun declared that everything was clear to her now. The dragon stigma isn't one of the 12 zodiac constellations, but it's still just as powerful as them. Not much is known about this stigma, because there are only 20 bearers. The protagonist wasn't supposed to know anything about the power of the dragon constellation either, but he had someone to observe. Sun Hyun agreed to focus on physical rehabilitation for the time being. Kwon Oh-jin asked the girl not to overdo it. Hyun said she needed to recover as soon as possible so she could help him. She hates being in anyone's debt. Sun Hyun told Kwon Oh-jin once again, just as before, to trust her. The young man was upset. Why was she doing this to him? Our hero was very pleased that he was finally able to buy the dragon demon's eye, and that it had no side effects. Kwon Oh-jin wondered why he hadn't been able to save Sun Hyun in his past life after all. Maybe that was exactly why he decided to destroy the world? After all, Lee Shin-hyuk was a real regressor. Our hero couldn't believe that the end of the world had come because of him. Why did this happen? After a while, the goddess said that the curse on Song Hyun had been lifted. What would the young man do now? The protagonist replied that he had an idea, but in reality he would need the goddess's help. Vega declared that she would do everything in her power to support the young man. Kwon Oh-jin called Captain Han Junman and said he needed a 3-month leave of absence. He plans to devote this time to training. Junman said that now wasn't exactly the best time. Hundreds of clients needed the young man's services. That is precisely why our hero decided to take a leave of absence. Everyone around him wanted something from him. He needs to become stronger so he can protect himself from people who are trying to take advantage of him. Junman eventually agreed. He said he understood everything and that the young man really needed some time to himself. The team captain asked where the young man planned to train. No matter where he chose, it would be difficult to avoid the public eye. Our hero found himself in a sanctuary. Before him stood the goddess Vega. Vega asked what skill the young man wanted to master first. Kwon Jin noted that lecture-style learning didn't really suit him. In light of this, our hero suggested sparring with the goddess. Vega replied that this was impossible. The difference in strength was too great. She might accidentally injure him. Kwon Jin asked the goddess to hold back. The young man thought he had overestimated his strength. He had been chatting casually with Vega and had forgotten just how much stronger she was than him. The goddess said she couldn't fight the young man herself, but a spirit could. She decided to summon an entity imbued with a part of her soul. The goddess Lurk's servant appeared before our hero. The beast asked, "Did my mistress summon me?" Kwon Jin said he was very happy to see this wolf. Vega told the wolf not to be surprised. This guy had come to them from the future. Lurk asked, "Is this really the savior of the world?" The protagonist thought it would be difficult for him to pretend he knew this beast. Vega said she had summoned Lurk so he could have a sparring match with this guy. Lurk replied that he would do everything as the lady commanded. Our hero doubted he could defeat this beast. However, he had to try. The beast attacked, and the young man immediately found himself lying on the floor. He didn't even understand what had happened. Lurk was surprised. Was this really all a human was capable of? 2 months of intense training passed. Lurk told the man that all his efforts were pointless. No matter how much he ran, he couldn't win. Kwon Jin suggested taking a break for a while. The beast shouted that there are no breaks in battle. After yet another fall, the young man thought that his whole body ached. He hadn't lasted more than a minute in sparring even once. The boy thought there was absolutely no progress in these training sessions. Only lightning, spear, and thunder had gone up 1 level. Lurk said they would try one more time. Kwon Jin asked for a short break. The protagonist suggested that his opponent fight for real. The wolf was surprised. Kwon Jin pointed out that training sparring and a real fight were 2 different things. He wanted everything to be just like in real life. Lurk noted that this was entirely possible within Vega's divine sanctuary. The protagonist asked why specifically there. The beast explained that within its confines, Vega could control the laws of physics and bend reality to her will. Even if the young man died, she would immediately resurrect him. Vega shouted that she wouldn't allow it. Kwon Jin was surprised. Why? The goddess said that she could indeed bring him back to life as long as they were in the sanctuary. But the pain and shock that death would bring would remain with him. His mind might not be able to handle it. The young man couldn't even imagine what it meant to die. He asked the goddess not to refuse him. Vega asked if Kwon Jin was sure he wouldn't regret it. The young man replied that otherwise he wouldn't have asked. He had no doubts. Vega agreed but asked him to be careful. The effect of the divine sanctuary was activated. Lurk had been watching this man for 2 months. The boy was too weak to bear the title of Fateful Star. Could this young man really protect Lady Vega from a tragic end? Lurk didn't believe it. The beast couldn't wait to help the boy face his doom. He asked if the man was ready for the real battle he had so desperately asked for. The protagonist had never felt such terror and bloodlust from anyone before. It even took his breath away. The beast grew in size. The young man realized that this was Lurk's true power, and he really was going to destroy his opponent. However, our hero couldn't wait to start this fight. He asked if the beast was going to attack. Kwon Jin said that in that case, he would strike first. The young man rushed into the attack. Lurk laughed and said that was very predictable. Kwon Jin leaped high into the air and declared that it was just a feint. Lurk fell for it. The protagonist activated the lightning spear skill, and a bolt of electricity was directed at his opponent. Lurk withstood the blow and counterattacked. Kwon Jin took a powerful blow to the chest from a paw and was sent flying far backward. The beast said he wanted to see how brave the man would be when he died for the first time. The protagonist was indeed brutally attacked. He was wounded and began to bleed profusely. Vega was frightened and screamed loudly. As he lost consciousness, the young man saw the goddess before him. Suddenly, the young man woke up, took a deep breath, and opened his eyes. The young man stood up and groaned in pain. The beast asked, "Does the man now understand how presumptuous he was?" Lurk asked how much longer he could endure the pain of death. The protagonist rushed into battle again. The beast decided that this guy wasn't as weak as he had initially seemed. Our hero was counterattacked again, and his body was injured once more. He began to bleed profusely once again. Lurk declared that he too was one of Lyra's proteges. Even a deep-level attack wouldn't leave a scratch on him. Had the young man still not figured that out? The protagonist decided that if Lyra's skills alone weren't enough, he would add something of his own. Lyra's stigma merged with the owl's stigma. A hybrid skill, max-level wings of lightning, was obtained. Lyra's stigma reached 4 stars, and the lightning discharge skill reached level 5. This attack took Lurk by surprise, and instead of counterattacking, he tried to defend himself. The beast was surprised. After all, the skills associated with the liar stigma certainly do not grant such abilities. This meant the man had obtained them from another source. But this guy had only just awakened. Lurk was surprised. How could Kwon Jin have done that? The wolf grew angry and said that this guy was very arrogant. The protagonist was attacked again and deactivated. The young man fell to the floor. Lurk said angrily that this man was simply pathetic. Did he really think that a little wit would be enough to save the world? Vega shielded the young man with her body and told Lurk to stop immediately. The goddess declared that she understood perfectly well how Lurk was feeling right now. The appearance of her new ward must have come as a shock to Lurk. After all, he had held that position for so long because of the barrier. Vega added that Lurk had deeply disappointed her with his extreme lack of restraint. The beast bowed his head and asked for forgiveness. Vega suggested waiting until the young man came to. Kwon Jin came to, sat up, and proposed fighting again. The protagonist asked if they could continue the fight. The beast was surprised. Is the young man saying that? Kwon Jin asked why Lurk had decided to back down, since they weren't finished yet. Lurk was outraged. How dare a human say such a thing? How is he even standing on his own 2 feet? The wolf surmised that after 2 months of sparring, this guy wasn't quite right in the head. There was a look of obsession in our hero's eyes. Wolf thought he was truly mad. Kwon Jin insisted once again that the fight continue. Vega said that both opponents were overdoing it. Kwon Jin apologized to the goddess and said he had indeed gotten a little carried away. The goddess asked when he would stop scaring her. Vega said that the young man must promise her something. Kwon Jin replied that he would, and wondered, how did the goddess know about the pinky swear? Lurk said he believed the man. The young man is very talented, so much so that he can come up with skills on the fly. Talent means nothing when it comes to overcoming obstacles. It is impossible to overcome the fear of death through effort alone. The young man's eyes resembled those of a madman. Lurk thought that he had been unable to surpass this man in either willpower or talent. That was why he had suffered a crushing defeat. Lurk asked the fateful star to protect Vega from the harm of the dark heavens. A month later, there was a knock at Han Junman's office door. He motioned for the visitor to enter. Kwon Jin appeared in the doorway. The young man smiled and greeted him. Junman said he was no longer a manager. Thanks to the young man, he had been promoted. Now he was the chief administrator of the emergency management department. The chief administrator invited his old acquaintance to have lunch together. The young men went to a local restaurant, and our hero placed an order, showing the waiter the menu. Han Junman asked the young man how his training was going. Kwon Jin said he had reached the 4th star. The young man remarked that the food at this restaurant was very delicious. Junman was surprised. Could he really have reached the 4th star in just 3 months? Junman noticed that Kwon Jin had the Lyra stigma. The stronger the stigma, the harder it is to earn new stars. Kwon Jin noted that, as a newcomer, he has to try harder to be worthy of the attention being shown to him. Junman admitted that they were very lucky to have been able to recruit the young man. Kwon Jin asked Junman if anything interesting had happened during that time. The chief administrator said there had been an explosion near Sacho. Monsters had burst through the gates, and not just any monsters. There were so many mutants that the most common types had to be given names. The monsters had scattered all over Socho. It was a real disaster. By rough estimates, about 1,000 had broken through. Kwon Jin admitted that this was too many. The chief administrator noted that they had formed a cleanup squad. The members of the squad receive a very decent salary. Depending on the monster's rank, they earn up to 3 million. Mira crystals can be sold separately to bring in extra money. The young man thought that a good salary was great. However, he had restored Sun Hyun's sight and now wanted to have fun with her and eat delicious food. The young man asked if he could join this squad. The answer was yes. Junman noted that he had wanted to make that offer himself, but Kwon Jin had beaten him to it. The chief administrator added that the squad was set to depart in 2 days. Would the young man have time to get ready? Kwon Jin replied that the timing worked for him. The chief administrator remarked that now everyone around would be talking about joining this Lightning Wolf group. The protagonist said that just thinking about the work ahead had even whetted his appetite. Kwon Jin returned home and saw Song Hyun training. Judging by her appearance, the young man guessed that she had been training all day. Hyun was actively using her fire skills without even resorting to the Dragon Demon's Eye. Kwon Jin was impressed. Before, her techniques had seemed nothing more than flashy to him, but now he saw everything in a different light. Just how strong she is. Hyun was delighted when she saw her younger brother. He was finally back. Hyun asked if he had been silently watching her. Kwon Jin told his sister that she was already doing quite well. The girl noticed that she hadn't fully recovered yet. Kwon Jin asked how her eyes were and how she was feeling. Son Ha-yoon admitted that walking around with a bandage all the time wasn't very comfortable, but it wasn't a big deal. She asked if Kwon Oh-jin wanted to have dinner with her. Kwon Oh-jin admitted that he had just eaten grilled beef. The girl expressed her indignation. Why without her? Kwon Oh-jin suggested they go to that restaurant together and have dinner after he returned from his assignment. Ha-yoon asked what kind of mission it was. Kwon Oh-jin told her about the disaster in Sokcho. There was a monster invasion there. Kwon Oh-jin admitted that he had volunteered for the cleanup squad, so he wouldn't be home for a few days. Sun Ha-yoon said without hesitation that she wanted to go with him. The mission to Sokcho, Day 1. The young people make their way through the ruined city. The city was on fire. Kwon Oh-jin admitted that there was chaos all around. Could the monsters really be running rampant like this? Our hero took a closer look and added that the monsters had already reached the city center. It was a good thing the civilians had been evacuated. Kwon Oh-jin saw a crowd of people and decided to get a closer look. Among those present were cameramen and journalists. They were curious about the mindset of the Peace Star Guild squad as they set out on their mission. One of the guild members said that the organization's priority was a peaceful sky over the country. They would definitely exterminate all the monsters, he guaranteed it. The cameraman pointed the camera at our hero and the girl. Ha-yoon lowered her head. The journalists recognized the young man and realized that the lightning wolf had arrived. They asked if he could give an interview. Kwon Oh-jin was surprised by what these people were doing here. Civilians shouldn't be here at all. Now was not the best time for an interview. The protagonist told everyone to step aside. He didn't have time, and he was in a hurry. The journalists stepped aside and thought that these were typical phrases of the lightning wolf. Now they had enough material for 3 articles. One of those present told everyone to split into groups of 3. Ha-yoon noticed that they were 1 person short. Kwon Oh-jin agreed that they needed to find someone else to join their group. A man approached our hero and said enthusiastically, "Is that really Lightning Wolf?" The young man said it was just a coincidence. Would Lightning Wolf like to form a group with him? The young man said his name was Park Chung-hyun. He had the Taurus stigma. Kwon Oh-jin remembered that this man had participated in the raid on the Dark Star Guild. That meant his skills were beyond doubt. The young man added that he was from the Valhalla Guild. He had learned about Lightning Wolf after the incident near the train station. Kwon Oh-jin asked how their guild leader was doing. Chung-hyun replied that the leader was very busy, trying to investigate the Dark Star Society case. The protagonist surmised that Lee Woo-hyuk couldn't seem to find the next lead. Considering how the guild was doing everything in its power to stay in the shadows, it was no surprise that contact information alone wasn't enough. Song Ha-yoon asked if this guy was really going to be the third one. The girl gave her name and added that she was a follower of the dragon. The young people shook hands and decided to switch to a more casual conversation. Another participant showed up. He said he recognized a cool newcomer. Did this guy remember him? The protagonist was surprised. He had seen this person somewhere before. It was that very same confident young man from the association, Park Jun-woo from the Imperial Scorpion Guild. Kwon Oh-jin greeted him and told Jun-woo to say hello to the head, Chung-hyuk. Jun-woo was furious. A colleague told Park Jun-woo to calm down. He looked at our hero and thought it was a coincidence. This was the very same guy that Kwon Oh-jin had kicked out of the auction hall. Our hero was also surprised. What is Choi Jung-chul doing here? The third member of this group had tattoos and clearly displayed his affiliation with the Imperial Scorpion Guild. Jung-chul now had some kind of tattoo as well. The protagonist asked, could it be that this guy from the Lake of Stars Guild was kicked out? Our hero understood why this had happened. After all, he was the one who had told Han Junman about this guy. It seemed word of what had happened had reached his former guild. Jung-chul said he understood everything. After all, it was Kwon Oh-jin's fault that he'd been expelled for violating the guild's rules. The protagonist expressed sympathy and smiled. Jung-chul remarked that it was for the best, since he'd found a more interesting guild. There was high demand for the Aquarius stigma. Jung-chul added that now they had more than just Aquarius. Choi Jung-chul said that Kwon Oh-jin would see for himself. He couldn't wait for that moment. It was going to be fun. The protagonist thought this guy would be better off keeping his mouth shut and holding his tongue. Kwon Oh-jin sensed that Jung-chul exuded the stigma of hounds. Our hero thought that it was actually a good thing they had crossed paths. He wanted to get his hands on the Aquarius stigma anyway. At the same time, he needed to deal with these guys before they got into trouble. Our hero thought that no one would be surprised if a few people happened to die during a dangerous mission. Park Chung-hyun attacked the monster, striking it with his hammer. Kwon Oh-jin also attacked the monster using his lightning spear. The thunderclap skill was activated, and a powerful electrical charge ran through the mutant's body. The monster turned and began to flee, unable to withstand the massive attack. Song Ha-yeon said that the monster was trying to escape again. and now she would deal with it herself. The girl used her fire skill, and the monster was engulfed in flames. After the successful attack, Park Chung-hyun said that the monsters here were each more terrifying than the last. They were all at least as strong as 6-star monsters. Sun Ha-yoon admitted that they were harder to catch than to defeat. On their own, they were weak but quite nimble. The protagonist thought that at this stage, the cleanup was going smoothly. However, there was definitely something off about these monsters. The young man wondered, why were they all running in the same direction? It seemed as if they were trying to lure people somewhere. A bright flash appeared a few blocks away, and a loud scream was heard. Sun Ha-yoon wondered, what was that? Park Chung-hyun suggested that someone might be in trouble. Kwon Oh-jin suddenly bolted from his spot and ran off somewhere. The protagonist said it sounded like a familiar voice. Our hero saw Park Jun-woo bleeding profusely. What had happened to him? Park Jun-woo said he had been attacked by monsters. Kwon Oh-jin asked, what kind of monsters are capable of such a thing? Kwon Oh-jin saw his friends running over and thought that Song Ha-yoon had a healing potion. However, if the wounds are too severe, the potions won't help. It would just be a waste of resources. Kwon Oh-jin asked again what had happened. The bleeding young man uttered the name Choi Jung-chol, then lost consciousness. The protagonist told his friends who had rushed over that the boy was dead. Kwon Oh-jin hadn't managed to get any information out of him. Kwon Oh-jin stated that their first meeting hadn't gone very well. They'd had a falling out at the association's reception. Their relationship hadn't worked out. However, the boy's death upset our hero. Kwon Oh-jin placed his hand on the deceased's chest. Dark skies absorbed the Scorpio stigma. The scorpion stigma allows for free control of poisons and also significantly increases agility. Perfect for assassins. Fortunately, no one noticed how the protagonist absorbed the stigma thanks to the dark secret. Our hero thought that with this stigma, he would no longer have to disguise himself so carefully. He said that now they would move on. Next, a battle ensued with yet another monster. The lightning spear was used once again. Sun Ha-yoon, using her fire skill once again, said that monsters know how to run away, but they won't escape her. Kwon Oh-jin told the girl not to rush. His intuition told him that they'd be better off following this insect-like monster. The protagonist and his team followed the fleeing monster. Sun Ha-yoon said she had noticed something. Monsters had taken over the entire city, but new ones kept appearing from time to time. They were all running toward the center, even though that put them in a vulnerable position against the raiders. Kwon Oh-jin suggested that this was exactly why Jung Cheol was heading in that direction. The protagonist stopped and said they were calling off the pursuit. Jung Hyun was surprised. After all, they were all ready for battle. Kwon Oh-jin suggested that they had been deliberately lured into a trap all this time. Park Chung-hyun was surprised. Could these monsters really be that smart? Kwon Oh-jin said he wasn't entirely sure, but he felt that going any further might be dangerous. Our hero thought he couldn't pass up the chance to obtain the Aquarius stigma. The protagonist said they needed to warn everyone else that they were being lured into a trap. Park Chung-hyun added that in that case, they should pass the information on to the others. Kwon Oh-jin said he would go alone. If the situation got complicated, it would be easier for him to escape on his own. Song Ha-yoon said that if anything went wrong, the guy should run away immediately. The young people crossed their fingers and the protagonist promised. Kwon Oh-jin jumped high and declared that he would return as soon as he finished everything. The monsters continued to lure the awakened into the city center. Jung Cheol found himself surrounded by insect monsters. Jung Cheol held a glowing orb in his hand and said that he couldn't believe his eyes every time, since he was controlling the monsters. And that was only a small part of his power. Ashad Khan said that if the young man was looking for a guild that would accept him, he should take this and follow his instructions. Ashad Khan added that when the black star covers the night sky, this illogical world will come to an end. Jung Cheol said he didn't care one bit whether it was a black star or not. What mattered was that he now had the chance to take revenge on Kwon Oh-jin. Jung Cheol thought that, given the carnage that would unfold in the future, this guy's death wouldn't even make the headlines. However, to avoid arousing suspicion, they needed to suffer losses of their own. That was precisely why one of them was killed by the monster. Park Jun-woo was, of course, a pity, but nothing could be done about it now. The protagonist, watching from the roof of a neighboring building, said that he had finally found Choi Jung-chul. This guy seemed a bit too calm, considering that they had been attacked by monsters and had suffered casualties. Jung-chul was an awakened 6-star Aquarius. He doesn't specialize in combat stigmata, and yet it will be tough as the difference in levels is significant. You can tell this guy is clearly hiding something. Whatever he's hiding is powerful enough to send an incredible message to the Apostle of the North Star. The protagonist thought that in that case, he needed a safety net. He took the pendant in his hand and called upon the goddess for help. Vega asked, hadn't the young man said he wouldn't summon her before the attack? Kwon stated that there was someone he needed to deal with, and it wasn't a monster. The predator, Jong Chul. In our hero's past life, he was a notorious criminal who preyed on women. Vega asked if Kwon had really decided to get rid of a future villain. Punishing someone for sins that haven't been committed yet is a dubious business. Kwon noted that in his past life, this criminal had confessed to committing atrocities for a long time. The young man noticed that Vega was in no hurry to believe him. It was necessary to gather evidence to back up his words. Kwon jumped down and landed on the ground near Jong Chul. Our hero decided to force this man to reveal what ace he had up his sleeve. Kwon declared that he knew about Jong Chul's terrible secret. Vega listened to this conversation. Jong Chul was frightened. How did the guy know this? After all, he had done everything to hide the truth. Kwon was surprised. Did Jong Chul really believe him right away? Jong Chul smiled and said that this guy's presence actually worked in his favor. Besides, he had come alone. Jong Chul said that Kwon had received a decent sigma and immediately fancied himself the ruler of Earth. Didn't he think that was unfair to others? Jong Chul raised the glowing orb and said that the opponent would be punished for his vanity in the name of the dark heavens. Monsters were summoned and began approaching from all sides. Jong Chul laughed. He didn't know how this guy had found out about his membership in the dark skies, but he would pay for his indiscretion. Kwon was surprised. What did this even mean? Could it be that Jong Chul was also a member of the dark skies? The protagonist said it was unexpected, but he had no choice. He asked if the goddess could bless him quickly. Vega said she had become concerned when the young man decided to punish another person even before he had committed a crime. Although she, more than anyone else, should have believed in and supported him. She was overcome with doubt until the very moment she saw everything with her own eyes. Vega said the young man must hurry. He must rewrite history with his incredible power. The young man was blessed. The sensations he felt were different from those he had experienced at the gates. His training was paying off. Could his progress really be the reason for all this? Kwon looked at the monsters and said he would now finish them off in an instant. Our hero charged into the attack. Every strike of the protagonist's spear hit its mark. The monsters died instantly. Kwon thought that in his normal state, he wouldn't be able to create a bolt of lightning out of thin air. But now everything was working out. It's easy to get used to good things. The young man noticed that these insect monsters were just wasting their efforts. When they came in a crowd, it was even easier to destroy them. The protagonist used his harpoon strings, and several monsters were destroyed at once. Jong Chul said that was impossible. A 3-star awakened couldn't possibly be at that level. Kwon pointed out that he already had 4 stars. Jong Chul was terrified and screamed loudly. He urged the monsters to tear this guy to pieces and destroy him immediately. The bald man tried to calm his colleague down and said they had to stick to the plan. Jong Chul grabbed the bald man by the throat and declared that their plan had been ruined because of this scoundrel. The villain turned red with rage and said they had to act fast. The monsters must destroy this guy immediately. Kwon thought that Jong Chul had already lost his mind. Could this relic really be affecting him that much? Our hero decided that something had to be done about this ancient sphere immediately. However, the insects kept arriving from all directions. There seemed to be no end to them. Vega asked the young man if he was okay. Kwon replied that he would need a little more time. The young man looked at the goddess and thought that she was about to exhaust all her strength. Kwon decided to act faster and began to destroy all the monsters more vigorously using his lightning spear. Sun Hyeon suddenly appeared. The girl was using fire magic intensely. She reminded him that Kwon had promised her he wouldn't get into trouble. Park Chang-hyun was also behind her. The girl stated that she had already contacted the other cleanup squads. Everyone else would arrive here soon. Hyun added that for now they needed to try to buy some time. There was nothing else to do. After saying this, Song Hyun lifted her headband and activated the Dragon Demon's Eye. Sun Hyun said she didn't want to use the Dragon's Eye until she was fully accustomed to it. However, it seems she would have to. The girl added that she should be considered a more experienced awakened compared to Kwon. She couldn't hide behind him forever. Hyun added that this monster would pay for coveting what didn't belong to it. The monsters nearby were set ablaze. Sun Hyun was ruthless toward these creatures. Kwon looked at his older sister in surprise. He had no idea she possessed such hidden abilities. The young man thought that this must be what the power of a dragon looked like. The protagonist didn't quite understand how this power worked, but the flames moved as if they were alive. The young man said that Hyun was taking it out on these insects as if they had bitten her on the shoulder. As he spoke, he scratched the injured spot. Hyun replied that she wouldn't forgive the monsters. since they had wounded her little brother. Son Hyun warned Kwon Eojin not to expose any part of his body to the monsters without her permission. The protagonist said he would try, and also rushed to attack the monsters. Other squads arrived at the scene of the battle. They were surprised. Why were there so many monsters here? The raiders spotted the lightning wolf and realized that this guy really was always in the thick of things. Could this squad really have been holding off all these monsters until now? After all, there were only 3 of them. The protagonist thought that the advantage was definitely on their side now. Our hero saw Jung Cheol in front of him, who was still holding a glowing sphere in his hand. Jung Cheol looked very strange and was acting erratically. The man was scratching his face in frustration and repeating a single word. Why? He added that he had followed orders and done everything as instructed. Why then was Kwon Eojin still alive? Song Hyun asked what was wrong with this guy. The protagonist was surprised too. Our hero suspected that the relic had completely taken control of Jung Cheol's mind. No one knows what he might do if he isn't stopped right now. Our hero thought it was necessary to get rid of the problem before the situation got worse. Kwon Eojin touched him with his lightning spear and struck him with an electric shock. The relic began to emit negative energy and cracked. Suddenly, a tornado appeared and engulfed Jung Cheol. Kwon Eojin and his squad watched this unnatural phenomenon in astonishment. When the tornado subsided, everyone saw that Jung Cheol had turned into a monster. He kept repeating that Kwon Eojin must be destroyed, yet he didn't understand why his body had become like this. Kwon Eojin was surprised. Could a person really turn into a monster just like that? Kwon Eojin asked Vega to hold on a little longer. The goddess held on with all her might, but said she couldn't do it anymore. Our hero looked back at the goddess and realized that the blessing's effect was no longer working. One of the monsters pierced the warrior's body right through. However, the guy just laughed in response. The raiders couldn't understand. How was this possible? Had another person turned into a monster? Kwon Eojin thought this was very bad. He had to stop everything immediately. But how could he do that? Our hero realized that the black aura had been communicating with Cho Jung Cheol all this time. It was obvious that he was drawing energy from an external source. A plan formed in the protagonist's mind, and he turned around, looking for Song Hyun. Our hero asked the girl to do him a favor. Hyun was surprised. Right now, the protagonist pointed and asked if Hyun could see it. She had to go to the source and destroy it. Son Hyun was surprised. Did it really have to be done right away? Kwon Eojin told her to hurry. The girl declared that she would be very angry if Kwon Eojin broke his promise again. She added that she would take care of this task quickly. The young man replied that he couldn't break the promise he'd made to his older sister. Kwon Eojin looked at the monster that had been Jung Cheol just a moment ago. The creature continued to grow in size. The monster asked our hero if he was ready to fight. The young man smirked, gave it the middle finger, and asked, "Why is this monster asking so many questions?" The opponents locked horns in a fierce battle. Our hero thought that, compared to the lurk wolf, this monster was simply laughable. The protagonist closed the distance and struck with his lightning spear. However, it turned out that piercing the monster's skin was impossible. The monster managed to wrap its tail around our hero's body. The young man found himself trapped. The protagonist activated the deep charge, and a powerful lightning bolt struck the monster. The monster loosened its grip, and the young man was able to break free. The beast growled that the deep charge had hurt it very badly. Kwon Eojin replied that he understood and would continue in the same vein. Another attack was launched. However, Jung Cheol held on, and his power seemed undiminished. The protagonist thought he didn't have enough strength to defeat the monster. What should he do? His mana was almost depleted. He couldn't use any techniques. Kwon Eojin spotted a huge container filled with liquid. However, he couldn't use that device. It would be like trying to scoop water from a dam with a straw. Kwon Eojin realized that there was no way he could defeat his opponent this way. The young man thought, if only he had the goddess's blessing. The protagonist thought, why should he rely on someone else's power? Was he really incapable of managing without Vega? Since when had he started thinking like a weakling? There was no miracle coming. He had to figure out what he could do right now. He shouldn't count on help that wouldn't come. The monster laughed. Had the man truly reached his limit? Our hero decided to ignore its words and not give in to its provocations. The young man had a limit on the amount of mana he could draw at one time. He believed that without amplifying the divinity of the seal, nothing would work. The only option was to increase the amount of mana that could be drawn. The protagonist said he knew how to do it. All the body's mana is concentrated in the heart. The young man activated a lightning bolt that passed through his heart. It felt like the throat of a hose being squeezed. It is possible to cut off the flow of mana throughout the body. The protagonist received a warning. His current level does not allow him to use enhancement. It is recommended to stop using the skill. Our hero decided to ignore the recommendations. The young man gripped the lightning spear tightly and charged at the monster once more. He put all his strength into this decisive strike. The monster was surprised. What kind of trick is this? Kwon Jin shouted that the monster must be destroyed and sent a lightning bolt straight into the beast's chest. The monster roared loudly in pain. Kwon Jin thought it was simply incredible. It turned out he had far more power than with the blessing. However, he couldn't hold out for long. The monster twitched in convulsions, its body turning ashen, and it said it didn't feel well. Our hero, gripping his spear tightly, said that the monster's talk was driving him crazy. The protagonist thought that even though he was stronger than the monster, he wouldn't be able to destroy it, because the dark star was connected to Jong Chol. How far could he go? A few blocks away from the scene, a huge pillar of fire appeared, reaching up to the heavens. Park Chang-hyun reported to the team leader that the monsters were finished. Kwon Jin noted that Chang-hyun had arrived just in time. Our hero activated his harpoon strings and aimed them at Jong Chol. The young man said it was time to end this fight. The monster had lost its former agility and screamed for the man not to approach it. The protagonist approached the monster's head and thrust a lightning spear into its mouth, striking the beast's body with an electric charge. Kwon Jin said that was the end of it. The villain was destroyed. The deep charge activated by the protagonist finished off the monster. Kwon Jin noted that it was quite effective, though quite painful. Perhaps this was a side effect of the overload. Our hero realized he would need to claim the reward. But would that be possible, since only ashes remained of the monster? He had to try anyway. The protagonist activated his unique abilities, and the dark skies absorbed the power of the star contained within the relic. The relic's power was successfully absorbed. The relic's transformation ability was added to the dark skies. Kwon Jin said that transforming one's body shape was a wonderful skill. However, the young man wanted to obtain the Aquarius stigma. Aquarius Awakened lack direct combat skills but specialize in healing and buffing. They are unmatched in support, and even simply crafting an Aquarius Awakened potion can be profitable. That is precisely why our hero wanted this stigma so badly. Dark skies consumed the Aquarius stigma. The young man didn't know all of its capabilities, but the potion could be worth about as much as a mid-tier potion. Our hero didn't understand what was happening, but the stigmata of Lyra and Aquarius began to merge. The young man acquired the maximum level synthesis skill, Kinship of Water Energy. This skill is based on the combination of Lyra's lightning element and Aquarius's water element. That means simply absorbing water will be able to heal wounds. Will this work on others? Sun Hyun called out to the young man. He was sitting on the ground and the girl was frightened. Was he injured? Hyun said that Kwon Jin looked very bad. Who had done this to him? The young man replied that it hadn't even hurt. Hyun said, "So he's always looked like that? Then everything's fine." The girl smiled and added that it was a joke. She was, of course, glad that Kwon Jin was all right. Sun Hyun added that this guy always fights alone, so she's constantly worried about him. The protagonist said he needed to touch her leg. The girl was surprised. What for? The young man thought that the leg looked real, but it was actually a prosthesis. However, a high-level Aquarius can regenerate damaged organs and body parts. Kwon Jin said he was terribly tired and wanted to sleep. Hyun was surprised. Right here? Sun Hyun wondered why he had touched her leg in the first place. The young man thought it was a secret. 3 days passed. Sacked him. Vega asked if Kwon Jin was okay. The goddess asked how the young man was feeling. Did anything hurt? Kwon Jin replied that he was fine now. The goddess was still just as small, even in the sanctuary. The restrictions were probably severe. Kwon Jin noted that he hadn't been unconscious for long due to the side effects of the upgrade. Vega was surprised. Had the young man really mastered this skill? The goddess added that he needed 8 stars to use this skill. Vega said that this young man possessed incredible hidden talent. Kwon Jin replied that he had tried this skill before, though in reality that wasn't true. Vega told the boy not to explain anything to her. He was born to overcome all stigmas, but in any case, he must not use enhancement until he has at least 6 stars. Otherwise, his body might not be able to handle it. The goddess said it would be better if the young man were tied up and kept under constant supervision. However, that was impossible. Kwon Jin thought that now he was scared. Vega noted that she would need another 3 weeks to manifest. It was unlikely that what had happened would give her the opportunity to tie up the young man and leave him here. Vega noted that Scorpio's disciples were collaborating with the Dark Star. Could she explain what was happening? Kwon Jin remarked that this was exactly why he had come here. The whole world is surprised by the transformation of people into monsters. Other countries are also looking into this issue. Because of this, the media treats him like a hero. He can't even go outside. The young man added that, as far as society is concerned, he is still unconscious. After the blackout, Hyun took him home, where he had been hiding. Everyone now knows who was behind all of this. Jong Cheol. Vega said that in that case, the guild wouldn't escape retribution so easily. The young man replied that this wasn't quite true. Choi Jong-chul's name wasn't on the list of members the guild had released. They never intended to accept him into their ranks, trying to avoid trouble. Vega noted that in that case, there was no evidence of the guild's involvement in what had happened. Kwon Eojin pointed out that the guild had also lost its own members. Was this done intentionally? It was less likely that they were involved in this. The young man noted that the Pandius Guild had taken a swipe at the Lake of Stars Guild, claiming that Lake of Stars had tried to frame them. And yet the media had turned their attention to the Lake of Stars Guild. Vega cursed loudly. She said they were to blame for what they'd done, yet they were trying to frame others. It was a shame she couldn't do anything to put an end to their misdeeds. The protagonist said there was no need to worry. He would personally take care of it. The goddess was surprised since the young man had said there was no evidence of their involvement. The guy confirmed this. He really didn't have any evidence of the Pandius Guild's guilt. The young man added that he would have to gather that evidence. The only thing they shouldn't have done right in front of him was to try to be sneaky. The next morning arrived. The weather looked promising. The young man picked up his smartphone and said he needed to clear his throat. His companion asked if Kwon Eojin had woken up. Our hero replied that he had come to, but not fully, though he was already feeling much better. Han Junman said they had a lot to discuss. Could Kwon Oh-jin come to the association right now? The protagonist said he'd like to ask Junman for a favor. Our hero stated that he needed security until he had fully recovered. He also needed one of the 3 most famous awakened from the association. Han Junman was alarmed. Had something happened? Kwon Oh-jin replied that a lot had happened over the past week, and he added that he has irrefutable evidence that the Pandius Guild and Jungcheol are related. The protagonist also said that a press conference needed to be prepared. He had something to announce. The young man decided that, for starters, he needed to gather his thoughts. First, the dark mist is connected to Choi Jong-chul. Does this have anything to do with the monster beneath Capital Station? Undoubtedly, all of this is connected to the power of the Dark Star. Vega said that the aura she sensed emanated from the monster beneath Capital Station. It was different from the gate in Mokden. Perhaps these are 2 different constellations of the Dark Star? The Dark Star likely has more than one constellation. The protagonist couldn't use the enhancement skill, but he could use transformation just fine. After using the transformation skill, the young man saw another person in the mirror's reflection. Kwon Oh-jin decided that this was unbelievable. Now there was another person in the mirror. The young man thought that achieving this would be more difficult than the Aquarius stigma. Kwon Oh-jin filled the bathtub with water and decided to test something else. The protagonist dipped his hand into the water and activated affinity with water energy. The effect was stunning. However, the boy decided that it required a lot of water. It would be difficult to use this skill unless he was fighting by a river or the ocean. Kwon Oh-jin thought it would definitely come in handy in a hot bath. Our hero decided that was enough for now. It was time to take care of the tasks he'd put off. As he was leaving the house, the protagonist ran into So Ha-yun. The young man said that the girl had arrived earlier than he'd expected. Where had she been? She's been coming home less and less often these days. Kwon Oh-jin added that he was heading to the association, but was waiting for a reply. Ha-yun said she wouldn't answer because it was a secret. The young man pointed out that they shouldn't have secrets from each other. Ha-yun noted that he himself was always leaving things unsaid. The young man told the girl not to miss him. They would see each other soon. Ha-yun remarked that she had no intention of missing him. Kwon Oh-jin told Ha-yun not to worry about him, even if something happened. Son Ha-yun grew anxious. What was he planning to do? The young man replied that it was a secret. At the office, a young man extended his hand to our hero and said his name was Choi Woo-jin, and that he was a special representative of the association. Kwon Oh-jin greeted him and noted that he had already heard a lot about this man. This was Lightning Dog Choi Woo-jin, an 8-star awakened who takes on any task and sees it through to the end, no matter the cost. Woo-jin remarked that, of course, it was silly for a special agent to be acting as a bodyguard for another special representative right now, but the situation demanded it. Kwon Oh-jin thought this guy was quite cold. Apparently, in his eyes, he looked like a problem child. However, as long as he does his job well, it doesn't matter. Everything was ready for the press conference to begin. The audience and the press were already present. The first participant asked if it was true that only 6 months had passed since he woke up. Another reporter said that the nation was praising the young man, calling him a hero after what had happened. Was he willing to offer a few comments on the matter? Kwon Aeo-jin greeted everyone present, introduced himself, and stated his title, Special Representative of the Association. The young man noted that he would not be answering personal questions today, as there was more important news. The protagonist pointed out that Choi Jong-chol was not a member of the Star Lake Guild, but belonged to the Pandanus Guild. The audience asked if the young man had any proof. He replied that he did indeed have proof. Suddenly, our hero began coughing up blood. His body weakened. Kwon Oh-jin staggered and fell to the floor. Choi Woo-jin rushed to the young man's aid. Those present didn't understand what was happening. Woo-jin shouted to stop filming and call the doctors immediately. The bodyguard tasted the blood and announced that Kwon Oh-jin had been poisoned. Choi Woo-jin ordered the exit to be blocked immediately. Everyone present was now a suspect. Woo-jin looked around the room and thought that the few awakened ones present had no more than 3 stars. They wouldn't be able to deceive him. Choi Woo-jin scanned the room intently, but didn't spot anyone suspicious. Choi Woo-jin activated the hunting dog tag. The guard immediately sensed foreign mana, different from Lyra's stigma. The trail of this mana led outside. Woo-jin followed the trail. He told the staff to gather alibis and information from everyone present. The bodyguard went outside and saw the car the trail led to. The scent was coming from the car Kwon Oh-jin had arrived in. That meant he had been poisoned before they even met. It was quite possible that the trail led to their home. Choi Woo-jin decided that in that case he needed to act as quickly as possible and activated the Beast Steps ability. The bodyguard decided that it was necessary to collect all the evidence. The press reported that the lightning wolf had been poisoned. What really happened? Woo-jin followed the trail and approached our hero's house. Choi Woo-jin recalled that Kwon Oh-jin had said he had been unconscious for a while. That meant the criminal had been prepared from the very beginning. Most likely, the criminal couldn't do anything because of Sun Ha-yoon's presence in the house. The criminal was simply waiting for Kwon Oh-jin to come out alone. Choi Woo-jin realized that this was an area without surveillance cameras. It was no surprise that the criminal was able to carry out his plan right here. The bodyguard saw the trash bags. The trail led straight to them. The trail was strongest in one of the bags. Choi Woo-jin wondered, could Kwon Oh-jin have run into the criminal on the way? That's why his charge didn't know anything. Woo-jin now decided that the criminal wouldn't escape him, since all the evidence was right here. It seemed the criminal had tried to cover his tracks. However, the mana of the Scorpio stigma was still present. Almost all awakened ones with the Scorpion stigma are in the Pandanus Guild. Only someone experienced enough could have pulled this off with the Lightning Wolf, and it's definitely a member of the guild. Choi Woo-jin realized that the Pandanus Guild was to blame. 10 days have passed since the incident. The press reported that the Lightning Wolf coughed up blood and lost consciousness during a press conference. The public was shocked. Traces of the Scorpion's mark were left at the scene. How could the Pandanus Guild and Jung Cheol, whom Lightning Wolf had intended to expose, be connected? The protagonist pulled himself together and thought he could finally leave the hospital. He thought he wouldn't be able to stand the boredom of staying here. The young man had nothing to do, so he practiced controlling small bolts of lightning. But it was unlikely that this would be of any use. Hunjun-man asked if Kwon Oh-jin was sure he wanted to leave the hospital so soon. He apologized to the protagonist. Junmin added that it was all his fault. He hadn't been prepared enough. Kwon Oh-jin asked why Junmin thought that, since the problem lay with those who had tried to poison him. There simply isn't any evidence that the Pandanus Guild would fear. The press conference was just a show. Our hero orchestrated all of this on purpose, thanks to Woo-jin and his remarkable investigation. Junman said that the Pandanus representatives denied everything and then simply split up and fled. Another major guild is now hunting them down. The Valhalla Guild has taken its place among the top 10. There was a reason for that. Sun Ha-yoon brought the young man to their new home and said that it now belonged to them. The girl asked, "Is Kwon Oh-jin surprised?" The young man was indeed surprised. So she had been making money all this time? Sun Ha-yoon admitted that she had been paid a good sum. The bank employees were happy to give her all the money. They had never looked at her that way before. The young people went into the bedroom, and the young man said that this room alone was bigger than their old house. Kwon Oh-jin wondered, why are there 2 beds here? Ha-yoon replied that the other room was a storage room. This would be their bedroom. The young man asked, does she really want to share this room with him? The answer was yes. Kwon Oh-jin looked at her questioningly. The girl said that was what she wanted. Kwon Oh-jin could leave if he didn't like it. The guy pointed out that their old house had mold and rust. It's too hot in the summer and terribly cold in the winter. Sun Ha-yoon said that the view from the window is beautiful. They are located next to the association. There is also a training center nearby, exclusively for the awakened. The girl noted that the most important thing was that this house had hot water. Kwon Jin thought that this was a luxury they couldn't even have dreamed of before. Kwon Jin was moved and hugged the girl. Hyun was even taken aback. The guy said that Hyun was the best. He didn't need anyone but her. She was the most beautiful girl in the world. Sun Hyun blushed with embarrassment. Kwon Jin moved closer to her, breathing heavily. Suddenly the phone rang. The young man answered it. Hyun was furious. What kind of scoundrel had interrupted them? The caller was Park Jun-woo. He asked Kwon Jin to come to the Valhalla Guild immediately. The protagonist was informed that the guildmaster had been attacked by scoundrels from the Dark Star Society. Kwon Jin arrived at the Valhalla Guild. The young man asked, "How is Mr. Lee Woo-hyuk doing?" Young-woo replied that the guildmaster was in critical condition. He wasn't exactly doing well. He had regained consciousness and asked to contact Kwon Jin immediately. Young-woo added that the guildmaster would give the young man more information. Kwon Jin said he hadn't even known about this secluded place. It was just like a dungeon. Jun-woo admitted that they were keeping what had happened a secret from the public. The protagonist thought this might be the work of Ashad Khan. Jun-woo added that many more people had been injured, but fortunately no one had died. However, everyone was injured. Ashad Khan is a high-ranking government official. A man like that couldn't have caused such serious damage on his own. Jun-woo told the head that he had brought Kwon Jin. The young people entered the room. Lee Woo-hyuk greeted them and began to cough. The guild leader apologized for having to see him like this. Kwon Jin asked Lee Woo-hyuk what had really happened. The head of Valhalla said that they had fought a rival and fallen in battle. Lee Woo-hyuk added that they had been tracked down using the information provided. It took some time, but they managed to find them after all. Woo-hyuk added that they had been hiding in a branch of the Pandynas Guild. Kwon Jin asked, "Was that the main base of the Dark Star organization?" His interlocutor replied that it was just a branch. However, this branch was much larger than the one on Mount Bagan. They also discovered that the place believed to be a storage facility turned out to be a Pandynas base. But they couldn't get any more information, so they decided to set up an ambush. The head of Valhalla added that he, of course, intended to tell Kwon Jin everything. However, they learned that the young man had been hospitalized due to poisoning. Lee Woo-hyuk added that, as a result, they decided to take matters into their own hands. Everything went according to plan. The ambush was successful, and most of their rivals were eliminated. However, when they were about to attack Ashad Khan, everything turned out to be much more complicated. It turned out he wasn't alone, but with some old man. Lee Woo-hyuk noticed that this old man was incredibly strong. It's hard to call what happened a fight. His team lost without even having a chance to do anything. It's a miracle they survived at all. Lee Woo-hyuk said that Ashad Khan called that old man Chen Do-yoon, the King of Owls. Kwon Jin thought that last time he had received the strict stigma from Eugene. If his title was king, then he clearly held a high position. Our hero knew of his strength, but didn't think it was enough to single-handedly defeat the entire guild. Does it even make sense now to think that he was the one who would bring the world to an end? Kwon Jin expressed satisfaction that everyone had survived. Now that group would take care of covering their tracks and destroying the evidence. It would be difficult to track them down. Lee Woo-hyuk said that wasn't true. Traces remained. That same night, the young man was walking alone down a deserted city street. He didn't notice a stranger approaching from behind. It was Kwon Jin. Our hero blocked the man and told him not to make a sound. After all, no one knows he's here. Kwon Jin said that this guy had to answer his questions. The man remarked that this was a rather aggressive greeting. Kwon Jin replied that this wasn't the kind of situation where they could sit down and talk over a cup of tea. Our hero said he knew. This man was a member of the Dark Star Society. After mentioning the remaining clues, Lee Woo-hyuk handed our hero a note with a contact number. It was the number of a Dark Star Society member, obtained even before Jeon Do-yoon appeared. For some reason, the informant harbored a particular animosity toward the society, which is why he began cooperating with the Valhalla Guild. The man introduced himself. Jang Seok-ho, responsible for creating sacred relics in the Dark Star Society. The protagonists also gave their names. Jang Seok-ho didn't know that Lightning Wolf was connected to Valhalla. Kwon Jin replied that that was exactly why he was there. Kwon Jin asked what Seok-ho could tell him. The informant replied that Lightning Wolf would find out everything after he had done a favor. Kwon Jin asked what would happen if he refused these negotiations. Jang Seok-ho remarked that in that case, the young man would die. The protagonist thought that he wasn't the type who could be easily defeated. Seok-ho warned that in that case, he himself would die as well. On his chest was a divine artifact that would explode if filled with mana. In that case, he would easily perish. After that, the Valhalla Guild would no longer be able to obtain information about the Dark Star Society. The protagonist thought that this man was too straightforward. He definitely had his own motives. Jang Seok-ho knelt down and said that his son was being held by the Dark Star organization. He begged him to save his son. After the Valhalla ambush, the atmosphere in the society became more tense. Seok-ho added that now was a good opportunity. Security had been weakened. Our hero realized that this man had been working for the Dark Star because of his son. Seok-ho noted that he is quite skilled at his job. People who can work with relics are valuable to the organization, which is why they are holding his son hostage. 3 years have passed since then. Jang Seok-ho added that he was ready to tell the young man whatever he wanted to know. The protagonist asked Seok-ho what his son's name was and how old he was. The man replied that he was 10 years old and his name was Chang Hyun. Kwon-oh-jin asked additional questions about the son. The man answered them in detail. The protagonist told the man to repeat everything again, but in reverse order. Jang Seok-ho repeated the same information without any trouble. Kwon-oh-jin told the informant that he would take care of everything. It was clear that this man wasn't lying. The car raced at full speed down the nighttime highway, the road to saving Jang Seok-ho's son. The informant briefly described the structure of the Dark Star organization. The demon realm, inhabited by monsters, lies beyond a massive gate at the North Pole. Most members of the Dark Star Society lead secret lives within the demon realm. They are divided into 7 branches based on nationality. They have been secretly building up their strength. At the head of the southern branch stands Jeon Do-yoon, the King of Owls, who ranks 6th in power. The protagonist was surprised. This man, who single-handedly defeated the entire Valhalla Guild, ranks 6th. It seems that in terms of power, they can be compared to the holder of the Great Bear. Jang Seok-ho once again thanked the young man for his help. Kwon-oh-jin said he already understood everything. Seok-ho held out the bracelet and asked if the boy could accept it. Kwon-oh-jin replied that he was driving right now. It was a protective amulet of the 3 sages, a 5-star holy relic crafted by a master artisan. It creates a powerful barrier 3 times a day to protect the wearer. Seok-ho admitted that it was his creation. He had originally made this relic as a gift for Uyok, but today he had brought it along in the hope that it would help save his son. The young men pulled up to the building and got out of the car. Kwon-oh-jin asked his companion if he was at the warehouse. The answer was yes. Seok-ho noted that there could be a maximum of 5 people there. Kwon-oh-jin asked the informant if he had seen his son all these years. Seok-ho replied that he had only received photos occasionally. Kwon-oh-jin said that Seok-ho's fatherly love deserved respect. Suddenly, armed men appeared. One of them said he hadn't expected this guy to bring Lightning Wolf with him. Now he was sure Mr. Han would be absolutely delighted. Seok-ho was surprised to see Han's operatives here. Kwon-oh-jin asked who they were. Seok-ho warned that they were all 6-star operatives. Kwon-oh-jin had suspected as much. Everyone had found out about his connections to the Valhalla Guild. Armed men rushed at our hero with the intent to kill him. Kwon-oh-jin surmised that these men had significantly weakened security by sending Jang Seok-ho to search for him. The protagonist activated Deep Charge, and thrusting his spear forward, eliminated one of the attackers. Jang Seok-ho was surprised. How does Kwon-oh-jin manage to do that? The protagonist declared that there was now 1 less opponent. In that case, he was ready to eliminate all his opponents one by one. Strix's skill was top-notch. The stigma absorbed additional mana. The armed men he had destroyed lay near the protagonist. The young man was surprised. Was that really all? Kwon-oh-jin noted that these men weren't experienced, but since they each had 6 stars, he still gained a fair amount of mana. It seems his mana channels have become much stronger since last time. Now he can fight much more effectively. Kwon-oh-jin asked Jang Seok-ho why he was standing there. After all, they needed to save his son. The young men went down to the basement. Seok-ho began calling out his son's name loudly. Earlier, the protagonist had activated the Venodic Canes, but he still couldn't sense anyone's presence. Perhaps the child was being hidden in a perfect spot. That was quite likely considering that Seok-ho had been used solely to lure him here. Seok-ho continued to shout the child's name. Kwon-oh-jin noticed a large box. Something about it unsettled him. The protagonist lifted the lid of the box slightly and immediately closed it again. The young man thought that he had expected this from the very beginning, given that they had never once allowed Jang Seok-ho to meet his son. The protagonist was terribly upset and angry at the same time. Seok-ho kept calling for his son and waiting for a response. Kwon-oh-jin said they had to leave. They had already looked everywhere here. Kwon-oh-jin added that his son wasn't there. They needed to look somewhere else. Jang Suk-ho suggested that they might have taken him somewhere else. Kwon Eojin replied that it was possible. Kwon Eojin heard a noise and told Suk-ho to be quiet. The protagonist noticed that someone had entered the building. Our hero thought there was more than one person who had entered. At least 5, and maybe even twice that many. Kwon Eojin told Suk-ho to come with him. The protagonist thought that if he could track them down using the Venotic canes, then Jeon Do-yoon wasn't with them. But in any case, they needed to get out of there. A strange sound was heard. Kwon Eojin thought that these people hadn't intended to come down here. They were clearly up to something. The protagonist decided that at this rate, they might be buried alive here. There was a powerful explosion. Kwon Eojin and his companion didn't have time to get out of the way. The flash of fire and the shockwave hit them. Leaning on his spear, Kwon Eojin thought they must have brought explosives. If it weren't for the bracelet and the lightning barrier, they wouldn't have survived. Kwon Eojin looked around. Where had Jang Suk-ho gone? The informant's wounded body was peeking out from under the concrete debris. A bloodied Jang Suk-ho asked his companion if he was okay. The protagonist replied that he was fine. The young man knew that it would be impossible to save the informant. He was still alive now, but it was already too late to do anything. Very soon, he would be gone. Jang Suk-ho had a flash drive in his palm. He said it contained the information he had promised, but he had one more request. Suk-ho asked the young man to find Hyunwoo. The protagonist didn't know what to say. Should he tell this man that looking for Hyunwoo was pointless? Suk-ho said that the boy liked to cause trouble and might not listen to him. The protagonist thought that he had spent his life deceiving everyone around him. Now he wasn't sure what lie to tell this man. Kwon Eojin heard someone behind him tell Mr. Han that this man was still alive. Apparently, the rumors about the lightning wolf were true. The protagonist thought he would destroy Ashad Khan. One of the enemies crept up behind our hero to attack him. Kwon Eojin thought these people were making too much noise and told them to be quiet. Our hero spun around sharply and pierced his opponent through with a lightning spear. Kwon Eojin looked at his opponent and said that he was actually thinking there. He shouldn't have been disturbed. Suk-ho told the young man they needed to get out of there, since Ashad Khan had appeared. This man was dangerous. Kwon Eojin replied that he was fine and that Suk-ho should keep quiet and conserve his strength. The protagonist handed the informant some healing drops of Aquarius stigma water and said that this would keep him alive for a short while. Our hero looked at his rivals and told Suk-ho to wait for him here for a little while. Kwon Eojin decided he still had to tell the informant one last lie. The young man added that he would be back soon. Ashad Khan asked in surprise what this guy had to think about. Is he trying to figure out how to get out of here alive? Kwon Eojin prepared to attack and said that his opponent's assumption was wrong. Kwon Eojin said he was thinking about Ashad Khan's mother. As he spoke, the young man fired a harpoon shot. The protagonist continued. Ashad Khan's mother's last wish was for him to take good care of her son. Ashad Khan's henchmen were bound by the harpoon strings. Kwon Eojin added that he would not be able to fulfill this request. Ashad Khan's henchmen were instantly deactivated. Each of them was now coughing up blood and posed no threat. Ashad Khan drew his sword from its sheath and prepared for battle. Kwon Eojin activated his lightning spear and charged at his main opponent as if he were a dungeon boss. Our hero already knew of this man's strength thanks to the Venotic canes, but he turned out to be much stronger than expected. Our hero unleashed his best attack, but it didn't even leave a scratch on his opponent. Ashad Khan said he could hardly believe it. Was he really facing a 4-star opponent? Ashad Khan declared that this was it. Now he would destroy this guy. The protagonist was attacked by exploding feathers. Now the young man realized what had been used in the warehouse. Ashad Khan admitted that his opponent had good reflexes, or was it just his instincts? Kwon Eojin thought that if they had fought 6 months later, he would have had a very hard time. Our hero activated the expansion skill. The protagonist acquired the first-level skill, Lightning Flame. Kwon Eojin became obsessed. The young man immediately used his new skill, delivering a crushing blow to his opponent. Kwon Eojin wanted to escape using expansion, but there was no time to choose. There was too great a difference in the amount of mana he could use. Kwon Eojin thought he had no time. He had to end this quickly. Ashad Khan turned to the great stars of Strix and asked them to grant him the blessing of the Dark Star. Praise, practice, reverence. Ashad Khan stood against the backdrop of a huge owl. He said that the time of Strix had come. Kwon Eojin didn't understand what was happening. He thought this guy was just some mid-level employee. But why does he have a second face? After all, he isn't even the final boss. Ashad Khan attacked the protagonist again. Our hero had no idea how to deal with such an opponent. Ashad Khan said that this guy was good at running away, but not this time. He closed in on Kwon Eojin again. The protagonist managed to dodge Ashad Khan's attack this time as well, but it was getting harder with each attempt. Ashad Khan said he had aimed for the throat, but his opponent managed to dodge at the last moment. Still, his right hand was injured along with his weapon. Ashad Khan added that now Kwon Jin would be unable to retaliate. Our hero, bleeding profusely, said that as long as he himself didn't want to stop, the fight would continue. Ashad Khan declared that this young man had completely lost his mind. Who did he think he was? His opponent attacked our hero once more, and the young man fell to the ground. Ashad Khan asked, doesn't he want to stop? In that case, the fight would indeed continue, just as he wished. Kwon Jin was covered in blood and breathing heavily. His opponent told him to get up immediately because they were going to keep fighting. Kwon Jin lay on the ground, unable to move. Ashad Khan expressed regret, but noted that now it was truly over. He had thought they would be able to see each other more often, but that would never happen. Ashad Khan said goodbye to the lightning wolf, turned around, and walked away. The protagonist remained lying motionless in the pouring rain. Ashad Khan was surprised. Was there supposed to be a typhoon today? Why was it pouring down? He thought he needed to report the mission's success. The victor of this battle said it was time to head to the association. Ashad Khan clutched his chest. Could he have overexerted himself against some 4-star general? That was kind of strange. He should hurry before the effects of the blessing manifested. Ashad Khan was surprised. Why was the ground around him dry? How could the ground be dry when there was such a downpour all around? Only if something else wasn't absorbing the water. At that moment, Kwon Jin began to get up from the ground. He asked where his opponent was going. Ashad Khan turned around and saw that Kwon Jin was still alive and was trying to get to his feet. Kwon Jin said that he hadn't taken the weather conditions into account. The surrounding area was filled with an aura of water. The effects of proximity to water power were significantly amplified. The protagonist asked his opponent, "Didn't you say something about the time of the Strix?" Kwon Jin looked unharmed. He said that now was his time. A massive bolt of lightning appeared in the sky. Our hero lunged at his opponent. Ashad Khan said that was impossible. How could this guy get back up as if nothing had happened? Kwon Jin asked his opponent, if the final boss has 2 phases, can he have one too? Ashad Khan asked indignantly, what is this guy talking about? He prepared to attack his opponent once more. However, unexpectedly, Ashad Khan weakened and sank to his knees. Kwon Jin wondered, could this be the effects of the blessing kicking in? Usually they manifest on the constellation. Ashad Khan's face suddenly aged. The protagonist surmised that this guy's Strix wasn't all that impressive. Ashad Khan tried to attack his opponent and told the guy to shut up immediately. Our hero, overcoming Ashad Khan's energy attack, continued to close in on him. The young man reminded him that his time had come and prepared to use the Thunder Strike skill. Ashad Khan blocked his opponent's attack, but it cost him an incredible amount of effort. The villain said that even if the young man's wounds were healing, the pain wasn't going anywhere. Ashad Khan was puzzled. Could it be that the young man felt no pain? Kwon Jin declared that he was in terrible pain right now, but he was overcoming it. Our hero added that he certainly feels everything. However, enduring this pain isn't that difficult. The protagonist was able to maintain his mana levels without losing consciousness, despite the difficult situation. The young man's wounds were far too severe. His sensitivity to pain would increase if Kwon Jin continued to sustain injuries. The young man said that the punishment would not hinder his actions. Kwon Jin wondered, would Sok-ho's son return if he endured this ordeal? No, that won't happen. The young man knew that there were things that could never be recovered, no matter how long he had to wait. Kwon Jin realized that he could ignore the pain, that he could simply endure it. Our hero said that if a problem can be solved only through perseverance, then there is nothing serious about it. Kwon Jin continued, overcoming the pain, to strike his opponent. Ashad Khan was terrified and told Kwon Jin not to come near him. Ashad Khan was extremely frightened and wanted to run away, but he no longer had that option. He called the young man a true demon. Kwon Jin was surprised and said that he was just an ordinary person. There was no need to call him that. He was simply a man capable of enduring pain. Kwon Jin approached Sok-ho and asked, "Is he still alive?" The informant was surprised. Could it be that Ashad Khan has lost? Kwon Jin said he had found his son. Sok-ho was surprised and overjoyed. Finally, his dream had come true. A boy stood before Sok-ho. He asked what had happened to his father's body. Sok-ho apologized and said he was in pain and needed to sleep. Sok-ho's body had been pierced through by rebar and was still bleeding. Sok-ho told Hyunwoo to go with that man and obey him in everything. The boy promised. His father said he would be gone for a long time, but he would definitely return to see his son. Sako hugged the boy and said he was glad Hyunwoo was okay. Sako closed his eyes and showed no further signs of life. The protagonist canceled the transformation skill and resumed his natural appearance. Kwon Jin thought he had too many wounds. They were already healed, but he still felt pain. But at least he was able to heal before this man died. Kwon Jin thought it was time to go back. The young man realized he had leveled up during the fight. Lyra's stigma had become a 5-star. It had only been a few months since he had received 4 stars. Now he had obtained a 5th as well. Kwon Jin thought Vega would be surprised, but he still had a long way to go. It was time to go back. He needed to become much stronger if he wanted to stop lying to everyone else. The goddess asked, did he really wake up? Vega added that despite all her requests not to overexert himself, he had done it anyway. The young man noticed that he was lying on the goddess's lap again. Vega added that they would talk about it later. Right now, the young man needed rest. Kwon Jin didn't understand what had happened. The young man remembered how he had come home. Hyun was surprised. He was exhausted after the fight, so he wasn't in his right mind. Our hero decided that he had simply let go of all his worries as soon as he saw Song Hyun. After that, he fell asleep. The young man wondered how much time had passed since then. Why was Vega back in her true form? Kwon Jin said he could get up now. Vega said he couldn't get up yet. The goddess said he had slept for 4 days. Hyun had personally come to the sanctuary because she was worried. Vega added that her restriction period had ended, so she was able to come here. Kwon Jin wondered how she could remain in this form. He had assumed she could only remain this way inside the sanctuary. The goddess noted that over the course of several days, the restrictions had been weakening. From the very day he lost consciousness, the goddess's assistant, the wolf Lurk, had appeared in the room. Vega explained that thanks to this, she could maintain her physical form for a longer period of time and even remain in her true form for a while. Kwon Jin received fragments of the awakened Ashad Khan's records and the 3rd-level skill, Helmet and Armor of Darkness. Skills change under the influence of Lyra's stigma. The young man noticed that the quality of the absorbed mana had changed since he had attained 7 stars. The protagonist wondered how he would feel once he obtained his 8th star. The 4th condition for opening the Black Heavens had been fulfilled. After the battle with Ashad Khan, the Dark Heavens opened before the young man, and the inheritance process began. Ashad Khan asked, could it be that the Lightning Wolf is working with Valhalla? His interlocutor confirmed this and added, the association's people were hot on his heels. We need to sort this out. This was the inheritance of Ashad Khan's memories. He said he would deal with this man himself. Ashad Khan asked what had happened with the Italian case. The question concerned the Queen of Leeches. The interlocutor replied that she does whatever she wants and has even reached the demonic kingdom. It is difficult to do anything about it, as she is the 3rd most powerful. Unexpectedly, Lee Shin-hyuk's and Ashad Khan's memories collided. Part of Lee Shin-hyuk's memories had been lost. Black Heaven automatically saves the memories necessary for inheritance. The progress of the inheritance would depend on the speed of recovery. Kwon Jin decided he had already received quite a bit of information. Based on the results of the 4th discovery, a new quest was activated. He must consume mirror crystals to open the Black Heavens. The young man thought he would need to ask the goddess about this. Finally, he received a quest that he didn't understand at all. A lot had indeed happened that day, but it was hard to say what the real cause was. The young man asked if, since the goddess's restrictions had weakened, she could grant him blessings constantly. Vega replied that they weren't that weak yet. The goddess declared that she could support him in battle. Vega demonstrated her abilities, and the young man was amazed. Could lightning really be controlled like that? Kwon Jin wondered just how much stronger he needed to become to reach that level. Vega told him not to underestimate her. The young man stood up and said he already felt better. He also added that he would be careful from now on. Vega noted that there was another person in the house who was even angrier than she was. An enraged Song Hyun burst into the room. She asked, has Kwon Jin woken up yet? The girl grabbed the young man by the chest and asked if he even understood how worried she had been. Kwon Jin immediately apologized. Song Hyun began swearing and calling the young man nasty names. She said his apology was worthless. Wolf Lark declared that this lizard woman was too loud. Wolf added that a warrior must risk his life in battle to become stronger. Hyun was surprised. Why was this beast calling her a lizard woman? After all, she had a name. Lurk said he didn't want to remember a human woman's name. Since she was a dragon's apprentice, she would be a lizard woman. Lurk surmised that the girl must be having a hard time because of that foolish man. He understood everything. Kwon Jin was indignant. Why does this wolf change his affection so quickly? The goddess asked, isn't it time for the young man to tell us what happened that day? Kwon Jin told them everything that had happened, except for the black sky. Sun Hyun said that now she understood why the atmosphere had been so dark. Hyun asked, "Did Kwon Jin really defeat the Seven Star?" Kwon Jin replied that he had come close. He would have lost if it hadn't been for the rain. Sun Hyun remarked, "Even though he was a student of Polaris, was the Lyra stigma really that strong?" Vega noted that she herself found it hard to believe. The young man had defeated someone at a level higher than his own. Lurk remarked that this guy now had a 9th level lightning. Wolf added that the man should still put effort into his training. When he reaches the 10th level, he'll be able to obtain Lightning Flame. Kwon Jin demonstrated his abilities, a 4th level Lightning Flame. The boy said he had obtained it in his last battle. Lark howled, "That's not fair! Could this boy be a celestial demon?" Vega noted that the young man could receive another reward for reaching the 10th level. The protagonist asked the goddess if she knew anything about the ancient constellations. Vega was surprised. Where had Kwon Jin heard this? The young man replied that he had simply recalled what the heavenly demon had told him earlier. The goddess said that she had been created by the giant founder, Titan, using the power of the stars. Titan ruled several worlds simultaneously through her. The commandments were created to limit her excessive influence on the worlds. But once in the past, all the constellations collapsed due to the black heavens. This is the darkness born from the process of world creation. The ancient constellations are those that perished because of the black heavens in that incident. Kwon Jin asked if Vega could tell him about the modern constellations. The goddess replied that these were all stars born after the incident. Kwon Jin surmised that because of the black skies, the world had already perished once, and all these constellations were new. The quest rewards meant that he would literally receive a reborn ancient constellation. Kwon Jin thought, even if he said he didn't want the end of the world at all, it would happen anyway because of the black sky, because he is the black sky. Our hero decided that it was all very complicated. However, there was no need to worry about it right now. The young man noticed that the future had already begun to change. What matters is what he will do in this new future. The protagonist thought, even if he has to lie to the whole world, he will protect what is important to him right now. The young man thought that he would finally be able to view the contents of the flash drive from Chang Shok-ho. He needed to find out what the goal of the Dark Star Society was. In this crazy world full of monsters, why is someone blessed with the constellation stigma? Meanwhile, others are left to perish. To eliminate this injustice, it is necessary to destroy all those who have awakened, and then awaken everyone in the world with equal powers. Kwon Jin was surprised. What is going on here? Kwon Jin thought, based on what he'd heard at the gates in Mokdong, the Dark Star Society had the power to awaken ordinary people. They were trying to use the hatred toward the awakened to their advantage. But who would even believe such an idea? It's just an excuse to expand their influence. Even Sok-ho didn't know their true goals. In any case, they need to be eliminated as soon as possible. In addition, the flash drive contained information on the locations of several other branches and details about the owls. John Wooshong, son of Owl King John Do-yoon, goes by the name of the King's Agent and controls the Dark Star Society by infiltrating the association. Apparently, Ashad Khan had been talking to him on the phone that time. He should tell Park Jun-woo about this. The next day arrived. Jun-woo was surprised. Could it really be that Jong Woo-shong runs the Dark Star Society? The protagonist confirmed it. Kwon Jin asked Jun-woo if he knew who this man was. His interlocutor replied that the association was currently divided into 2 factions. Jun-woo added that he was currently on the side of the first faction. They support the association's president, while the others support the extermination squad. The leader of this team is Jong Woo-shon. Kwon Jin asked if Jun-woo had called him because of this conflict. Park Jun-woo replied that it was necessary to restore the association's honor. He was certain that one of the reasons was also the desire to have a Polaris disciple on their side. Kwon Jin realized why he was offered this strange position. It is an official position within the association. If he becomes an official member, the other faction will also be able to give him orders. In this situation, they don't know who is on whose side. The protagonist could only meet with Park Jun-woo, who has the president's obvious support. Kwon Jin asked if there was anything he could do to help. Jun-woo replied that they would handle it on their own. Kwon Jin placed the broken spear on the table and said he would like to request a new weapon. Park Jun-woo asked the young man if he wanted to meet with a craftsman. That would help him get a better weapon. Jun-woo noted that the Center for the Study of Sacred Relics creates equipment and weapons made from myrrh crystals. Kim Si-hoo heads this center. The young man asked what had brought Mr. Park Jun-woo here. Jun-woo said that this young man was still very young, but already the best in this field. Kim Si-hoo saw our hero and was delighted. After all, this is Mr. Lightning Wolf. He had seen him on TV. What could Lightning Wolf say about the weapon he had crafted? Kwon Oh-jin replied that the weapon had broken. Kim Si-hoo said that was to be expected. He had been very busy at the time, so he hadn't put much effort into it. Kim Si-hoo noted that he wasn't busy at all now, so he would create something even better. The young man added that it would cost a lot of money. Kwon Oh-jin decided that this guy was malicious and greedy, a typical representative of this godforsaken world. Kim Si-hoo agreed to chip in from his own funds if the Lightning Wolf didn't have enough money. After all, making weapons for him was pure pleasure. Kwon Oh-jin was thrilled by this offer and said that from now on he would call this guy God Si-hoo. Kwon Oh-jin noticed that his spear had broken as well. Kim Si-hoo replied that making a spear wasn't interesting, so Lightning Wolf would have to pay for it himself. The protagonist called this guy ruthless. Si-hoo took Lightning Wolf by the hand and told him to follow him. There was something he needed to check. Kim Si-hoo handed our hero a stick and told him to swing it as if he were holding a spear. The Pix's spear technique was activated. As he did so, the protagonist literally radiated electrical charges that shot out from the end of the stick. Park Si-hoo, standing outside the training room, said that was enough. Si-hoo sat down at his computer workstation and analyzed Kwon Oh-jin's movements. He noted that there had been about 300 thrusts, about 200 horizontal strikes, and about 600 vertical strikes. The standard swing was just over a meter. That was quite a wide stride. Based on the way Kwon Oh-jin holds his weapon, it's clear that a shorter spear would suit him better, but one with a longer blade than his current one. The protagonist was surprised. Had Park Si-hoo really figured it all out so quickly? The researcher noted that the Lightning Wolf doesn't use distance to his advantage very well. Rather, he is a close-quarters fighter. Therefore, a Guandao-type spear would suit Kwon Oh-jin best, as its handle is shorter, while the blade, on the contrary, is longer. Park Si-hoo said he would go make this weapon. It would take about a week. Kwon Oh-jin thought that was way cooler than he'd expected. Park Si-hoo told the Lightning Wolf to keep an eye on Mr. Junman. Lately, he's been having some trouble because of the guys from the Destruction Squad. Park Si-hoo said goodbye and added that he was off to make the weapon and didn't want to waste any time. Kwon Oh-jin remarked that he was a very interesting guy. Han Junman said he was a little strange. Junman asked what Kwon Oh-jin's plans were after he got his weapon. The young man replied that he would collect as many mer crystals as possible. The protagonist thought that right now, they needed to focus on the Black Skies quest. Junman noted that there was a fairly popular gate for that. For some reason, the monsters inside these gates have 2 mer crystals in their bodies instead of 1. Kwon Oh-jin thought that for him, this would be a double experience event. The protagonist said he was ready to go there right away. Busan, a week later. The townspeople gathered in front of the gates. It was an impressive sight. Kwon Oh-jin noticed that everyone seemed to have gone mad over the rumors that the monsters had 2 crystals each. The young man was surprised since the team included Constellation, Holy Spirit, Metahuman, and Polaris's apprentice. Even if you search the entire world before Lee Shin-hyuk's regression, you wouldn't find another team like this. Now on top of that, he had a new spear in the arrow bracelet from Si-hoo. He said it was for compactness. The spear takes the form of a Guandao only when mana is infused into it. In fact, the protagonist was eagerly awaiting the battle inside the gates. Finally, our hero and his team found themselves inside the dungeon. Kwon Oh-jin wondered, are there really 5-star monsters and higher here? It's probably because of the difficulty, but fortunately, there aren't that many people here. The young man reasoned that to complete the quest, he would need quite a few mer crystals, so he would have to spend some time farming. After a while, having ventured a bit deeper into the dungeon, the protagonist realized there was someone else here. Monsters lay slain in the clearing. An archer stood nearby. The archer was in a good mood, having defeated 3 monsters at once. He said that in these gates, mer crystals could be found at every turn. Sun Hyun said this guy's name was Jerry Kim. He's pretty famous, a 6-star meta archer. He's a streamer who broadcasts live from the gates himself. Kwon Oh-jin asked, do streamers make a lot of money? Hyun replied that this guy might make a lot, but mostly streamers do it for the fame. Jerry Kim saw the people and was delighted. Who would have thought he'd meet Lightning Wolf here? After all, he's a huge fan of his. Jerry Kim said that fate must have arranged this meeting. The archer asked if Kwon Oh-jin would like to be a guest on his stream. Many viewers are interested in Mr. Lightning Wolf. The streamer introduced himself, gave his name, and added that he was clearing out this gate. Kim proposed a bet, which of them could defeat more monsters within a certain time limit. The streamer added that if Lightning Wolf agreed, he was willing to cut him some slack since the young man only had 4 stars. Kwon Oh-jin realized why this guy had invited him to the stream. He wanted to show off his skills in front of the audience. Our hero decided to give it a try. The protagonist said that a single bet wouldn't be enough. He suggested raising the stakes. Sun Ha-yoon was surprised. Had Kwon Oh-jin really agreed? Jerry Kim was surprised. Could it be that the Lightning Wolf actually knows his way around streaming? Kwon Oh-jin suggested betting all their mer crystals. The protagonist suggested betting all the crystals they had. Jerry Kim was quite surprised. Did the 4-star just say that to the 6-star? Does he really hope to win? The streamer only now realized they were talking about the crystals he had worked so hard to obtain. Kwon Oh-jin repeated that he wanted to bet all the crystals. The protagonist sighed heavily, pulled out a small pouch, and said that this was all he had. Jerry Kim agreed, but added that he wouldn't go easy on him. Kwon Oh-jin agreed as well. The streamer said that since they had settled on the competition, viewers could place bets. Betting worked just like in sports. You had to buy points and vote for who you thought would win. It was a real gamble. As expected, most bets were placed on the streamer. After a while, Jerry Kim announced that betting was closed. The time limit was half an hour. They would form teams and hunt monsters. The winner would be whoever destroyed the most. The person who landed the final blow would be credited with destroying the monster. Jerry Kim asked where Mr. Kwon Oh-jin's weapon was. The protagonist replied that there was no need to worry and pulled out his new weapon, a Guandao spear. The streamer thought the terms of the deal were favorable for him, as a user of ranged weapons. His opponent probably had another ace up his sleeve. But even so, this was a great opportunity to prove himself in front of a large audience. He would be the one to surpass the Lightning Wolf. He couldn't let a chance like this slip away. Jerry Kim looked at his opponent and decided he had to defeat him at any cost. The timer started and the hunt began. The streamer decided to use his best techniques right away to take down as many monsters as possible. The green creatures were immediately attacked and began to flee. Kwon Oh-jin, using his new spear, kept up and effectively took down monsters as well. The archer saw 3 monsters destroyed and was surprised. How is this Lightning Wolf doing it? Could it really be 3 at once? The protagonist kept going. 2 monsters on the right, 3 on the left, and 2 more underground. Jerry Kim kept up. He activated the Gatling shot skill. The protagonist used the harpoon bracelet, remembering that the final blow was the most important. Jerry Kim activated the bowshot skill. Several monsters were destroyed at once. Each of the opponents used their skills effectively, striving for victory. The number of monsters destroyed kept rising. 30 minutes passed in a flash. Lightning Wolf, 24 monsters. Jerry Kim, 7 kills. Lightning Wolf won the bet. The streamer was disheartened. Jerry Kim couldn't understand how a 4-star warrior could have beaten him. Kwon Oh-jin pointed out that he had never said he was only a 4-star. Our hero smiled and said he was a 5-star. The streamer thought, even if this guy has 5 stars, how could he close the gap between them so easily? Could he really be on par with Polaris's apprentice? Kwon Oh-jin pointed at his opponent's crystals and said he was ready to accept them. After all, a promise must be kept. The streamer told his viewers that he was ready to announce the username of the user who had scored the most points. Sun Ha-yoon protested, why is this guy going to announce the names? Jerry Kim said that those were the rules of streaming. Sun Ha-yoon shouted that in that case she was canceling her bet. The viewers had voted without knowing who Kwon Oh-jin was. The protagonist grabbed the girl by the arms and said there was nothing they could do about it now. The young man asked, was she the one who bet over 400 million on him? What name did she use if she was trying so desperately to hide it? Jerry Kim announced that Cutie had taken first place by points. For a moment, there was absolute silence. Kwon Oh-jin let go of the girl. Sun Ha-yoon declared that it wasn't her. Lark asked, what's wrong with that lizard woman's head? Kwon Oh-jin said that since the dispute was over, it was time to wrap up the event. Lurk was surprised. Was Kwon Oh-jin really going to leave? The wolf added that the young man should continue, since he personally hadn't had a chance to do anything. Kwon Oh-jin asked his rival, perhaps you'd like to continue? Suddenly, a huge pack of monsters attacked the people. They were extremely enraged. Jerry Kim was frightened. How many of them were there? Kwon Oh-jin said that the wolf's wish had been granted. However, to everyone's surprise, the monsters ran right past them. They didn't try to attack. They were simply running away from something. Suddenly, a huge monster emerged from the darkness. It was a beast of incredible size. Kwon Oh-jin realized it was a Hydra, a 7-star boss. Sun Ha-yoon was surprised. What was a Hydra doing here? After all, Hydras and these little monsters had nothing to do with each other. In any case, defeating a boss-rank monster drops a mirror crystal of the highest quality. Since it appeared right here in this gate, You can get 2 mer crystals instead of 1. Our hero couldn't pass up such a deal. Sun Hyun wondered, does Kwon Oh-jin really want to fight this creature? It's too late to help him now. Lurk asked if Kwon Oh-jin could do it. The young man gave an affirmative answer. The protagonist thought he could handle the Hydra. It was nothing compared to the overwhelming power he had felt from Ashad Khan. It let out a loud scream and lunged at Kwon Oh-jin. The young man immediately activated the lightning spear skill, sending an electric charge into the monster's head. After that, he used the lightning flame skill. Lurk attacked the Hydra, doing his part to defeat the monster. Vega used her unique abilities and noted that the Hydra was quite arrogant. The goddess announced that it was now Sun Hyun's turn to act. The girl used fire magic, and 2 of the Hydra's heads burst into bright flames. Before long, the Hydra had lost 3 heads. However, the heads soon began to regenerate. Jerry Kim said that this was very strange. He had never heard of a Hydra regenerating so quickly before. Kwon Oh-jin replied that he understood this, and that things couldn't be that simple. Our hero stated that the Hydra doesn't think it can win just because it can regenerate quickly. Sun Hyun asked if Kwon Oh-jin had a plan. The young man noted that it takes about 5 seconds for a head to regenerate. In those 5 seconds, he would cut off all of the monster's heads. Vega said she blessed the young man. Kwon Oh-jin assured her that everything would be fine. The young man added that what hurts the most is when restrictions are in place. Kwon Oh-jin turned to the goddess and said he didn't want to see her suffer. The young man truly meant it, even if only partially. At first, she was just someone he was deceiving, but now he had grown attached to her. Kwon Oh-jin activated the Transcendence skill, leaped high into the air, summoned lightning, and lunged at the monster. Kwon Oh-jin struck with his spear, and one of the Hydra's heads flew off. After a few more swings of his spear, the Hydra lost its 2nd and 3rd heads. The protagonist continued his devastating attack. The Hydra couldn't regrow its heads fast enough. The young man moved with lightning speed. The lightning explosion skill was activated. Our hero realized he had only 2 seconds left. The young man told himself he had to act even faster. The Exceed skill had already reached level 3. Kwon Oh-jin made one last desperate dash. He had nothing left to lose. Lurk said admiringly that this guy had just turned his legs into lightning. Vega noted that this was a skill that could only be achieved by obtaining 9 stars. Sun Hyun stepped to the front and told the guy to leave the rest to her. The girl using fire felt pain. However, it was nothing compared to the pain Kwon Oh-jin might have been feeling. Song Hyun shouted that she would reduce this monster to dust, and not even a handful of ashes would remain of it. After the Hydra was destroyed, the young man approached Hyun and said it was excellent work. Kwon Oh-jin noticed that Sun Hyun's stigma had begun to glow. The girl was delighted and declared that she now had 8 stars. Kwon Oh-jin offered his congratulations. He thought that Hyun had now reached the Aster level, which surpasses human capabilities. Jerry Kim bowed to our hero and said that this guy had saved them, so he thanked him. Kwon Oh-jin remarked that this stream had been quite entertaining. Kwon Oh-jin was grateful to the streamer, because thanks to him, he had received even more mirror crystals. It was time to see what crystals had dropped from the Hydra. The loot turned out to be quite good. There were many different kinds of crystals of varying value. Black skies had been activated. The speed at which the quest was completed depended on the number of mer crystals absorbed. Kwon Oh-jin thought he would need about 1,000 crystals to reach 100%. At some point, the rate of progress stopped increasing. Higher quality crystals were needed to make further progress. The young man wondered if the mer crystals from the Hydra would be enough to fill it to 100%. Progress had stalled. Kwon Oh-jin realized that quality was more important than quantity. The mer crystals would have to be at least Hydra level. The Hydra was a 7-star boss, so he would need at least an 8-star elite monster. Our hero knew that in this country, almost all dungeons with such monsters had already been cleared. It would be very difficult to find such a powerful monster. Now that the protagonist had thought about it, he remembered that he still hadn't received his pay from the Valhalla Guild. Should he ask for high-quality mer crystals in exchange? Part of Lee Shin-hyuk's memories had been restored. Our hero saw a man standing on the roof of a house. Below, the entire city was ablaze. The entire city was now under the control of the false star cult. Lee Shin-hyuk said that this incident took place 2 years ago, on June 30th. If he had met Isabella back then, would everything have turned out differently? Kwon Oh-jin clutched his head. The protagonist had absolutely no idea what had happened. It was like Rome, something like a vampire attack on humans. What kind of cult is this false stars? Who is Isabella, and who are all these people? The young man looked at the calendar. Today was June 24th. He didn't know what would happen on June 30th. But did he have to meet this Isabella to prevent the catastrophe he had just witnessed? In truth, our hero didn't care what was happening in Italy. In any case, the young man was having a hard time protecting his loved ones. However, our hero decided that this was his duty as a regressor. This mission had been entrusted to him. Lee Woo-hyuk had a flash drive containing information about the Dark Star Society. The guildmaster said they would use this to continue their search. Kim Se-young thanked Kwon Oh-jin for taking on such a dangerous mission for their sake. The protagonist remarked that as a reward, he would like to receive 7-star myrrh crystals or even higher grade ones. Kwon Oh-jin added that she also had a question. Had Lee Woo-hyuk ever heard of the Cult of the False Star organization? The guild leader replied that this was the first time he'd heard of it. Kwon Oh-jin asked if they knew anyone named Isabella. Kim Se-young replied that she was a priestess from Rome. Isabella is a very famous awakened one living abroad. Isabella Colgrand is a hunter who became a 6-star hunter just 1 year after her awakening. She is now a world-renowned rising star and philanthropist. Isabella oversees dozens of centers that care for people who have lost their families as a result of incidents at the gates. The Colgrand family is also very wealthy. Kim Se-young added that they have no concrete evidence of this, but there have been several recent assassination attempts on her. There is speculation that the Dark Star organization is behind this. The organization, which frequently appears at Isabella's mansion, was active at the same time as the attempted attacks. Kwon Oh-jin suggested that they represent a different branch from the owls in this country. The young man asked if they had a motive. Kim Se-young noted that there were rumors that her stigma was somehow connected to monsters. The young man thought that the existence of the Dark Star might be connected to monsters. If a well-known person possessed a power linked to monsters, then it made sense that the Dark Star would go after her. Be that as it may, in her past life, Isabella died on June 30th. The young man thought he had to save this woman. Otherwise, the catastrophe that would befall Italy in 2 years might affect him as well. Our hero thought it wouldn't be a bad idea to make Isabella owe him a favor. That way, he could use her for his own purposes in the future. Kwon Oh-jin announced that he was going to Italy to sort this out. Kwon Oh-jin told the girl that he would have to leave for about a week to carry out a mission for the Valhalla Guild. The young man added that it was an infiltration mission, so he had to go alone. The protagonist decided that it would be a short trip if he went through the sanctuary, although he didn't know which entrance led to Italy. Son Ha-yoon asked, "So, does that mean you won't be back for a week?" Kwon Oh-jin asked if she would be lonely without him. Ha-yoon replied that she wasn't a child anymore. Son Ha-yoon asked the young man to call her when he could. Kwon Oh-jin promised once again to return soon. After passing through the gate, our hero found himself in Italy. It was an Italian sanctuary. Kwon Oh-jin noted that he had made it here in an hour. Even a drive from Seoul to Busan would take longer. The translation device was ready, and the smartphone was activated. The young man decided to first look for the informant from the Valhalla Guild. Kwon Oh-jin knew that the informant must be somewhere near Rebebia. After a while, the protagonist had no idea where he was. He felt like he was in a maze. Kwon Oh-jin looked at Google Maps and couldn't figure out where he was. A stranger approached the young man from behind. The girl leaned toward him and said he smelled nice. The girl blushed with embarrassment, apologized, and said she didn't want him to notice. The young man should forget what she had just done. The stranger calmed down and said she was involved in charity work. However, the young man smelled so nice. She wanted to say that she had seen someone she couldn't recognize. The girl looked closely and asked, "Could this really be the Lightning Wolf?" Kwon Oh-jin was surprised. Did even Italians know him? The fact that he was a student of Polaris really did attract people's attention. The protagonist confirmed his identity. The stranger said she had watched the broadcast where Lightning Wolf defeated the Hydra. The girl couldn't believe this guy had 5 stars. Kwon Oh-jin decided it made perfect sense if some of the viewers were foreigners. There were several 100,000 of them. The girl said she could help the young man if he was lost. It's really hard to find your way around this area. Kwon Oh-jin said he would be grateful, but something seemed suspicious to him. He looked intently at the stranger. The girl was surprised. Did this guy really know her? The girl lifted her hat and said she thought the guy wouldn't recognize her if he wasn't from around here. Our hero recalled the portrait of the girl that Kim Se-young, the assistant to the head of the Valhalla Guild, had shown him. The girl said she was pleased to meet him. Her name was Isabella Colgrand. The protagonist thought it was quite a coincidence. It was right here that he had met Isabella. The girl asked what had brought the Lightning Wolf here. The young man replied that he was supposed to meet someone, but had gotten lost. Isabella said that in that case he should follow her. She would be his guide. Kwon Oh-jin was surprised since she didn't even know where he was going. The girl blushed with embarrassment. Isabella helped Kwon Oh-jin make his way to a bustling square. It would be easier for the young man to find his bearings there. The girl said she didn't know where his friend lived. Kwon Oh-jin noted that he couldn't get in touch with him either. This person must have run into some kind of trouble. Kwon Oh-jin realized that he wasn't supposed to have a meeting here anyway. He needed to take advantage of this opportunity to get closer to Isabella if he wanted to use her in the future. Kwon Oh-jin suggested they have lunch together, since he didn't want to part ways with her just like that. The girl looked at the restaurant and suggested trying the local fast food. The young people bought some Italian-style rolls. Sitting off to the side, they began to eat. Isabella remarked that it felt like a date. The girl looked at the building next door and suggested that this wasn't the most suitable place for a date. Isabella said that Roma people face discrimination in Italy from birth. That's why every time she helps these people, she ends up thinking about herself. It brings her relief. Isabella added that she wasn't born a Romani. She was born with a heavy stigma and great talent. In fact, she is no different from the people who discriminate against Roma. Perhaps she is even worse because she helps them experience these negative emotions. The girl realized she shouldn't have said something like that to someone she just met. Kwon Oh-jin noted that whether for physical or emotional reward, a good deed is still a good deed. Kwon Oh-jin added that helping someone because you want to feel superior or not helping someone because you don't want to feel that way are two different things, which in the end helps them more. The young man added that it's foolish to think only of the result, but it's even more foolish to focus solely on the process. Isabella blushed with embarrassment and said that this guy was truly unique. Our hero had said what the girl might have wanted to hear. Isabella said she would have loved to stay longer, but it was time for her to go to work. She expressed hope that they would be able to talk again. Isabella said goodbye and left the meeting place. As she did so, she said something in Italian, but it was so quiet that the protagonist's translator didn't pick it up. The young man also got up from the bench and said it was time for him to go look for the informant. Paolo Tanzoni, an Italian informant for the Valhalla Guild, handed the young man information about the Dark Star Society. Kwon Oh-jin realized that they were expanding their influence by encroaching on the Marco family's territory. But who were these people? Signor Tanzoni said he would first tell him about the Marco family. The Marco family is a mafia organization that controls the entire criminal underworld of Italy. They are known for their cruelty and eliminate unwanted people without hesitation. All of this happens because Marco Giorni leads them. He was something of a king tally until the Dark Star Society appeared. Kwon Oh-jin remembered this. This man was one of the 5 most evil awakened. He was once featured in the news. He leads an entire mafia organization possessing 9 stars. Paolo Tanzoni added that people in Italy have a completely different opinion of the Dark Star Society. The locals support them. Kwon Oh-jin asked, "Are they really trying to take out a saint?" The informant replied that there was no certainty, but that was what they suspected. The time and place of their appearance practically coincide with the location of the assassination attempt. That's why they pretend to be a good organization and get rid of anyone who stands in their way. Kwon Oh-jin thought that this time he would have to use Vega's power. It was a good thing he had asked her to refrain from manifestations. After all, he still didn't know how powerful the Dark Star organization was. The protagonist thought that if he received her blessing, he would at least be able to escape, even if it turned out that defeating the Dark Star Society was impossible. Kwon Oh-jin said that he understood everything now, and thanked him for his help. Paolo Tanzoni replied that he was just doing his job. The protagonist left the meeting place with the informant and thought that he would have a lot of work to do now. 6 days had passed. The girl was running through the deserted city streets, fleeing her pursuers. The girl managed to hide around a corner. Her pursuers lost sight of her and ran on. Isabella realized she couldn't use her mana at all. None of her communication devices were working either. She had completely let her guard down. The girl knew that the Dark Star Society was hunting her, but she hadn't expected the owl to get involved as well. And she forgot that she needed to get away. But how could she do that? Suddenly, a young man appeared behind her. He grabbed her tightly. The man said he had found Isabella Colgran after all. The villain wasn't alone. The girl demanded that he let her go immediately. The attackers said they had used the curse of the Violet Forbidden Zone. It was a very advanced stigma, and it was impossible to reverse. Isabella bit the villain on the hand, causing him pain. The man screamed loudly. The villain slapped the girl across the cheek with his palm. Another criminal said she needed to be neutralized immediately so she wouldn't come up with anything else. The villain began to choke the girl, and she felt herself losing consciousness. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared in the sky. The criminals were startled. What could it be? The flash turned into lightning, which struck the ground near the young people. Along with the lightning, a man appeared who immediately attacked the criminals. It was Kwon Oh-jin. Using his spear, the young man defeated the villains and freed Isabella. Kwon Jin looked at the girl and smiled. He said it was quite a coincidence, since he had just been passing by. Isabella said that these were the people who had been constantly stalking her. Even now, she was being watched. The protagonist sensed the aura of the dark star all around. So it was them after all. The young man grabbed the girl and said they needed to get out of there quickly. The guy noted that they could escape Rome by reaching the Tiber River. In fact, our hero had already prepared a boat. The girl pointed out that they were in the city center. Kwon Jin used the harpoon bracelet and gripped the girl's waist more tightly. The escape plan had been devised in advance. The young man noted that if they went to a less populated area, the killers would become bolder. They needed to get to the city center. The criminals stopped at nothing. They were pushing peaceful citizens aside in all directions to catch up with their victim. Kwon Jin was surprised, as he had believed that the Dark Star organization was trying to cultivate a positive image. Why were they so aggressive? Kwon Jin couldn't figure out what had gone wrong. The armed criminals continued to act aggressively. Our hero thought he would answer all his questions once he managed to escape the pursuit. The escape continued. One of the villains approached the girl, swung his sword, and said that Isabella would be destroyed. The girl screamed in fear. Kwon Jin blocked his opponent's blow with his bare hand, simultaneously activating a lightning discharge. The criminal received an electric shock, screamed in pain, and was incapacitated. Isabella screamed in fear when she noticed that the young man's hand was bleeding. The young people managed to escape their pursuers. They approached a boat moored under the bridge. Kwon Jin told the girl to get into the boat and row away. He would try to stall and hold off the criminals. Isabella declared that she couldn't leave the wounded young man here alone. It went against her moral principles. Kwon Jin, bleeding profusely, dropped to one knee and told the girl to leave immediately. Isabella asked why the young man was doing all this for her. The young man asked if she had been doing charity work just because she wanted something in return. The girl replied that it was completely different. Isabella said that the young man was wounded and bleeding profusely. Kwon Jin really wasn't feeling well. He needed time to recover. The young man stroked the girl's cheek and said he wanted her to stay by his side, safe and sound. Kwon Jin was completely exhausted. He sank to the ground, repeated that she needed to run away, and passed out. The girl remained standing nearby. Isabella knelt down beside him and began to cry. Evening fell, and the girl continued to stay by the young man's side. The young man was recovering. He was asleep and had a dream. The guy thought he was really cool. It was truly awesome. Now he just needed to receive the blessing and destroy all his enemies when Isabella was in danger. Night fell. A gang of criminals spotted the young people. The leader said the girl had nowhere left to run. Isabella looked back and realized that their boss was standing before her. He looked truly menacing, a 9-star threat. Kwon Jin opened his eyes slightly and wondered, should he summon the goddess? Maybe it's time to stop pretending? The gang leader said he wouldn't fall for Isabella's trick again. Kwon Jin realized the villain was talking to the girl. Isabella asked the bandit, does he really still talk to ladies like that? He really hasn't changed a bit. The villain told the girl not to act that way. He could easily deal with her, since she couldn't even use her mana because of the curse. Isabella admitted that the curse was indeed powerful. The girl noticed that her sigma became much stronger at night. The protagonist was surprised. Did the ram really have that? The gang leader said that was impossible. After all, it was the forbidden purple color. He had barely managed to complete it with the help of the owls. Even 7-star users couldn't break free from the curse. The girl noted that for someone who is a 7-star, it's really difficult. The gangster said the girl was just pretending. The protagonist didn't understand what was going on. What did she mean when she said, for some 7-star? Kwon Jin was surprised. Had Isabella been lying all this time? The memories of the awakened Lee Shin-hyuk were partially restored. The young man wondered what would have changed if he had met Isabella that day. What would have changed if he had met her then and destroyed her? If only he could have destroyed her when she was weakened by the curse. She's just a crazy leech. Lee Shin-hyuk believed that he could have prevented all of this back then. Kwon Jin was surprised. Why was he only finding out about this now? Could it really be true? So, is Isabella the queen of the leeches? Is she the third most powerful member of the Dark Star Society? The vicious criminals brandished their weapons, even when civilians stood in their way. It was Marco's family. The reason they possessed the same aura as the Dark Star was that they worked with owls. In fact, Isabella was from the Dark Star. The girl said she could smell a sweet scent and taste a rich flavor. They are the best. Isabella added that she was very glad Kwon Jin was alive. The girl remarked that it had been a long time since she'd found prey of such high quality. She almost lost it because of those thugs. The Queen of Leeches asked, Don't these guys value their lives at all? Isabella activated her unique abilities and attacked the thugs, destroying them with ease. The criminals were terrified and began scattering in all directions. They shouted that there was no way they could defeat the Queen of Leeches. The gang leader shouted that these scoundrels had better not run away. Anyone who fled would be personally destroyed by him. The gang leader thrust his club forward, shouted that he would destroy this leech right now, and charged at her. With just a touch of her finger, the girl was able to stop her opponent's advance. She reminded him that he shouldn't call her a leech. The gang leader suffered a penetrating wound, began bleeding profusely, and sank to his knees. The girl licked her bloodied finger. She acted as coolly as a killer. Isabella said that his blood was like trash compared to Kwon Oh-jin's. She had deliberately cast this curse to try to seduce him, but the gang leader had ruined everything. The villain, bleeding profusely, raised his head and begged for mercy. The Queen of Leeches showed him no mercy and beheaded him. The girl tossed aside the head of the defeated criminal and said that it was now the Marco family's problem. The protagonist opened his eyes slightly. He still didn't understand what was going on here. Our hero knew they would be strong since the entire Valhalla Guild had lost to Chendoyun. However, Isabella is on a completely different level. That is precisely why she ranks third in the Dark Star. Furthermore, Lee Shin-hyuk said that the False Star cult had spread throughout Italy in 2 years. Does this mean that the Dark Star Society will later change its name to the False Star Cult, or something along those lines? In any case, from that moment on, the protagonist decided to avoid any relationship with this woman. Perhaps in 2 years it will be possible, but right now there's no way he can defeat her. Isabella said that this time it had been quite dangerous. She could call him her savior. The girl stroked the guy's cheek and said he was sweeter than honey and as handsome as a prince. Isabella added that she would never let him go. Kwon Oh-jin desperately wished it were a dream. The young man woke up, opened his eyes, and saw that he was lying in bed. Isabella was delighted that Kwon Oh-jin had finally woken up. The protagonist was upset, so it wasn't a dream after all. The girl explained that this was a hospital run by the Colgran family. Isabella added that the criminals had fled as soon as they saw that she had backup. Kwon Oh-jin decided it wasn't too late. He needed to cut all ties with her as soon as possible. The guy admitted that, in the end, he hadn't been able to protect this girl. He was very disappointed in himself. He couldn't bear to see her anymore. Isabella was surprised. What did Kwon Oh-jin mean? Kwon Oh-jin apologized. The girl reminded him that he had said he wanted her to be by his side. Isabella moved close to our hero, looked intently into his eyes, and asked, "He wants to stay with her in Italy forever, doesn't he?" Kwon Oh-jin replied that he meant something else and asked her to give him some time. He would definitely return to Italy as soon as he felt strong enough to be with Isabella. Kwon Oh-jin promised sincerely. The girl looked at the young man in silence. After a while, Isabella asked, "Does Kwon Oh-jin really promise?" The young people crossed their fingers. The farewell took place near the portal, outside the city, at the edge of the forest. The girl asked when Kwon Oh-jin would finally return. The protagonist repeated, "He'll return when she's regained her strength." Isabella ran up and kissed the young man on the cheek. As she did so, the girl blushed. Isabella waved and said she would contact the young man later. The protagonist headed to purgatory. Vega saw the young man and said she had been very worried. Why hadn't he contacted her for so long? The goddess asked what had happened there and whether he had saved the saint. Kwon Oh-jin, with tears in his eyes, said he had gotten into big trouble. The young man explained that he had saved the saint, but the situation had become very unpleasant. In his past life, the young man didn't know who the saint was because she had died. But he couldn't have imagined that Isabella was from the Dark Star organization. Vega said that in that case, things had gotten worse compared to his past life. Kwon Oh-jin said that Isabella doesn't know that he's aware of her true identity. If he can turn the situation to his advantage, he'll be able to obtain information about the Dark Star organization. Furthermore, if he takes it a step further and keeps the situation under tight control, it could become the perfect weapon. Kwon Oh-jin said he regretted acting recklessly. The young man admitted that he wanted to change the future, but ended up making a mistake. Vega told the young man not to be sad. Everything is fine. There's no need to rush. From the moment Kwon Oh-jin and Lee Shin-hyuk met, the pages of fate were rewritten. Kwon Oh-jin said he would definitely change that. Vega said that if it were him, he would be able to do it. The young man thought that Operation Illicit Sympathy had been a success. Kwon Oh-jin told the goddess that Song Ha-yoon might be worried, so it was time for him to go home. Before that, he still wanted to visit the association. Vega said she would wait until the young man called for her. Song Ha-yoon also needed a little time to enjoy the meeting. Kwon Oh-jin asked Han Junman about the internal situation at the association. His interlocutor replied that at the moment, Jong Woo-sung was keeping quiet. All he had done recently was increase the number of security control centers for the Awakened. These centers were created to support and protect the unawakened living in regions affected by monsters. Kwon admitted he had never heard of such centers before. Junmin explained that they hadn't gone out of their way to promote them, claiming it was for the public good. The protagonist thought that they would definitely have developed a policy targeting the unawakened. However, they don't advertise it. Are they copying Isabella? It was hard to say. Was this plan absurd? Did it reflect their true values or not? Kwon Oh-jin said it was time for him to leave. Junmin promised to keep him informed if they took any further action. The protagonist thought that not much was happening at the association, so he should focus on the task at hand. A young man called out to our hero and asked his name. The young man said he was the association's executive director, and his name was John Woo-sung. The executive director added that he would like to get to know the young man a little later, but that this turned out to be a nice chance encounter. Kwon Oh-jin remembered that this guy was the son of the Owl King, Jeon Do-yun, and the one who controlled the Owl faction within the Black Star organization. He is the rat who has infiltrated the association. Kwon Oh-jin said that Jung Woo-sung was quite young to be a leader. The young man added that he had the support of many people. He asked what business Kwon Oh-jin had brought him to the association. Kwon Oh-jin stated that he plans to leave the country, so he came here to discuss his schedule. In reality, our hero had no such plans. Jung Woo-sung asked, "Is the young man really going back to Italy? Did he receive an invitation from the saint? One can only envy him." Kwon Oh-jin said that Isabella really liked him. It was clear from his expression that he feared Isabella, especially after his plan to eliminate her had failed. Now he wouldn't get involved with anyone Isabella liked too much. The young men shook hands. John Woo-sung expressed his hope that the young man would be able to establish a friendly relationship before he returned. If he managed to befriend such a prominent figure, it could be of great help to the association. Jung Woo-sung said goodbye and wished him a good day. The young man took out his phone and called his father. The old man asked what had happened. Jung Woo-sung said that the Queen of Leeches was showing some interest in the Lightning Wolf. It would be difficult to look after him now. Chen Do-yoon replied that his son was being overly cautious. After all, hadn't Woo-sung forgotten what had happened to his mother? The young man replied that he hadn't forgotten for a single second, not since that very day. The old man remarked that caution is a good thing, but if this boy becomes an obstacle to their plans, he must be eliminated without hesitation. Jung Woo-sung said he would always act in the best interests of the Dark Star and ended the conversation. The young man said he would definitely avenge his mother. Kwon Oh-jin thought that one day he would have to face this Jung Woo-sung. For now, only a few people know about this, but soon their notoriety will spread throughout the world. Kwon Oh-jin decided that he would soon make sure their bad reputation spread even further. The protagonist thought that it would soon be dinner time. He needed to buy something to eat and head home. The young man ordered 2 takeout meals. The waiter handed him 2 appetizing sets. Our hero bought hamburgers. The food made him feel nostalgic. Kwon Oh-jin wanted to get back to Song Ha-yoon as soon as possible. Suddenly, the young man wondered, could this be the 3rd fragment? The part of the awakened Lee Shin-hyuk had been successfully inherited. Lee Woo-hyuk told his brother that they needed to pick up the pace a little. Their pursuers might catch up to them. Kwon Oh-jin watched the brothers from a distance. Lee Shin-hyuk had grown a lot in 2 years. He kept up with his younger brother. Lee Shin-hyuk asked, "What about our older sister?" Woo-hyuk replied that she must be on the shore, guarding the boat. Kwon Oh-jin was surprised. Who was this older sister? The girl met the young men and told them they were very late. Lee Shin-hyuk apologized to his sister. Kwon Oh-jin continued to watch from the sidelines. The protagonist was surprised, for he saw that the older sister was Song Ha-yoon. How was that possible? Kwon Oh-jin wondered, why is this girl here? Song Ha-yoon adjusted the bandage over her eye and told the brothers to lie down immediately. The girl activated her unique fire skill and launched an attack. The brothers managed to duck, but their pursuers were struck by the fire. The girl became very angry. Lee Woo-hyuk ran up to Ha-yoon and apologized. He didn't know they'd been dropped off. Was her eye okay? The girl replied that she was fine. Ha-yoon said that Lee Shin-hyuk had spent a lot of money on that eye. He had to prove himself. Shin-hyuk declared that he had bought it for her, not so she would think that way. Sun Ha-yoon said that one day she would repay him for this. Just not today. The girl noted that right now she had to take care of things. A proposal came to leave Italy. All the lost memories had been successfully restored. Kwon Oh-jin was once again baffled. He didn't understand a thing. Did Lee Shin-hyuk buy Son Ha-yoon the Eye of the Dragon Demon? Then what about him? What did he do in his first life? Was Song Ha-yoon referring to him when she said she had to take care of someone? If Ha-yoon was alive, then why did he destroy this world? The protagonist realized he didn't have enough information. Sun Hyun was furious when the young man returned home. She asked why Kwon Yojin hadn't called. She had asked him to stay in touch. Kwon Yojin hugged her and said he was finally back. Sun Hyun was surprised. Did he really miss her that much? Kwon Yojin asked, did Hyun think she owed him something? The girl paused before answering. Hyun said she wasn't sure. A long time ago she had thought so, but now, not quite. Sun Hyun asked, hadn't she already repaid him by staying by his side? Kwon Yojin smiled and handed her a bag of food. Hyun admitted that she felt awkward about all this attention. The young man added that he had bought some delicious burgers on the way. He suggested they eat them right away. Sun Hyun asked him to get the keys. She added that she wanted to go for a drive. The young people got into the car and sped down the evening road. Sun Hyun took Kwon Yojin to the seashore with a view of the bridge. The young man agreed that it was indeed a nice place. He picked up a burger and noted that it had already gone cold. Hyun reminded him that not long ago, a cold burger had been a treat for them. Kwon Yojin wondered, maybe he should have invited Vega and Lerka? Hyun was indignant. Didn't he like spending time just with her? The young man replied, that wasn't the point. He thought that he had started to like Vega too. He remembered how the goddess had said he shouldn't rush things. The situation had developed to the point where Vega now trusted him completely. But the more she trusted him, the more painful her betrayal would be. He was afraid she would find out who he really was. He had worked hard to win her favor. Kwon Yojin understood that he was not the regressor the goddess thought he was. One day when she realized this, he would have to watch as their bond was shattered into pieces. The young man wondered, would he be able to handle it? He wanted to put an end to all this suffering. However, if he broke down now, he might no longer be able to protect Hyun. Kwon Yojin realized that he might have to live without knowing who might try to interfere in his life. He didn't want that. If he lost her too, how broken would he be? Sun Hyun told the young man not to lose heart. She didn't know all the details, but she assured him, everything is fine. When things are tough, a lot depends on others. The girl added that she would always be on his side. Kwon Yojin remembered how Sun Hyun, even as a child, had told him to just trust her. He rested his head on her shoulder and closed his eyes. Hyun asked how he could have lived without her. Kwon Yojin replied that without her, he would definitely be lost. Sun Hyun hugged him, and they sat silently on the bench for a while in the moonlight. The girl said that it was important to her too, that he was by her side. Kwon Yojin thought that it didn't matter what had happened in his past life. What mattered was that right now, he was by her side. The young man thanked the girl. He wasn't a true regressor, but he was ready to defend this world no matter what.